gira bukanita ligomara ruwa takun fesiptalia bukanita ligoraje ruwa takun fesiptalia wata karabuye mata kelim alekevu mutugi waja itaga marufu mutugi waja ululu mutugi waja itaga marufu mutugi waja wata karabu Sambara wata karabu oh wata karabu oh wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu walele wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu la wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu. Masumale hey hey wata karabu 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 walele wata karabu wata karabu wata karabu walele.
Yes, let us talk viewer. Thank you very much for coming back, and for some technical reason the video get interrupted. I will consider it as a part 2 of part 1. I'm not gonna go and repeat everything that I said it in the beginning. For those who just join us right now, I want to say blessed Easter to you, those who celebrate Easter. And the reason I decided to come out, this is my regular things that I have been doing it in the last 5 years. This every year when it is Easter or it is Christmas, I come out with a message. And my message, it goes like this: why we celebrate Easter? Celebrate Easter from a religious perspective, 100%. Because this is the cornerstone of our belief as Christian. This is the pillar of Christianity. But welcome, Sister Elizabeth. Happy Easter to you as well. But from a social perspective, I don't think the environment is conducive to celebrate Easter, because I asked so many questions and I said, how can we celebrate Easter that we have? I will go through it quickly. We have political detainee, just people because of their opinion, they are indifferent with the government, they get detained. And as we are speaking right now, there is people in Blue House being tortured. There is people who are losing their lives. Somebody will be killed tonight. This is not something I'm making it. This is fact happening in South Sudan as we are speaking right now. Women's, thousands and thousands, I don't want to say millions, widows on the street. Millions of kids, orphan on the street. Their parents, their fathers, either they are martyrs, they are fighters, they were killed during our war with Jalaba, and their mothers might be struggling, or even some of them, their mother died because of their hard lifestyle. They cannot afford to provide for the kids. So they get involved in cheap sex trade business, and they contract diseases like HIV and hepatitis, and they die. And now they left the kids behind them. Kids are orphaned. They don't have mom, they don't have dad. The government can provide a social service so that to protect and provide for those needy kids. This is the situation in our country. How are we going to celebrate Easter while we have people internal displaced in their country? In the capital, Juba, 5 miles from J1, from the presidency, there's people who are in internal displays protected by multinational forces in Bor, in Malakal, in Wau, in Gambia, in many, many cities. Leave alone those who are in a neighboring country, Uganda, Ethiopia, Kenya, Egypt, and so many, many, many other places. Good to see you, brother James. And so many places. So how are we going to celebrate Easter while all those people are living this miserable situation? And that will bring me quickly to what I'm trying to say. This government failed us and will continue to fail us. In the last 15 years, literally, they did nothing. They did nothing, and they cannot do anything to improve the situation of our people. Therefore, it is about time. The same pressure that we mounted on the government of Sudan, حكومة بتاع بشير, الترابي والمجرمين اللي عذبونا وقتلونا, it is about time we have to start a global campaign. Because nobody is benefiting from this government. يستفيد منه. كلنا تعبانين. حتى لو إذا أنت عندك أهلك في حكومة, they are benefiting themselves. They are dangerous for the country. وبشوية البروفات اللي إنه هم بيجوا بيعملوا يومين دل, this is taking us somewhere. Let me go back a couple months back, precisely. Those who are following the current situation in the Republic of South Sudan, we have seen الهيلمان والاستقبال الهائل اللي انه استقبلوا به الرئيس المصري السيسي في جوبا. وقفوا اهلنا في طرف الشوارع على اساس انه يرقصوا تحت مطر. اوكي؟ while السيسي ماري عربيه اجبروهم. اوكي؟ وكل الزوباء والجوتا لانه عمل نفسه حول الزياره بتاع السيسي. And they made it clear على اساس انه they signed protocol, اتفاقيات عسكريه. اوكي؟ مع مصر. So this is استيراد عضلات للدوله المجاور اثيوبيا والسودان بسبب انه الصد اللي انه بيبنيه اثيوبيا. And we have seen it all الفوضى اللي حصل في جوبا. بعد كده علاقات بتاعت الجنوب السودان واثيوبيا it evolved suddenly, وبالتحديد في يوم الجمعة 19 فبراير جي رئيس أركان بتاع دولة جنوب السودان زار أثيوبيا. في الاستقبال في الأول it is funny, whoever seen the picture, يعني you ask a question, what Ethiopian are trying to do? لأنه فرشوا the red carpet وبعد كده جابوا جيش هشايش ورشال شجر مش عارف ايه شطتوه في راس red carpet. I don't know what kind of protocol is that. I never seen it. بعد كده they managed to sign مجموعة من بروتوكولات عسكرية. And I was through during that زيارة also around the same time الرئيس بتاع جهاز المخابرات والأمن القومي بتاع جنوب السودان أكالكور كان بيزور أثيوبيا at the same time. Now جنوب السودان وقع اتفاقية تعاون عسكري مع مصر few months back. مصر عنده تنشن مع أثيوبيا بسبب الصدى لأنه بيبنيوا أثيوبيا. few months later رئيس هيئة الأركان بتاع جنوب السودان زار أثيوبيا وقع مجموعة من بروتوكولات. keep in back of your mind okay التصريح بتاعت وزير دفاع دولة جنوب السودان مدام أنجلينا تنج few months back بيقول أثيوبيا قاعد يلعب بالنار. whoever is following أحداث سياسية في جنوب السودان ذكر الكلام ده، وده سبب لأنه بسبب الفضيحة هي ما قدرت إنه تمشي أثيوبيا وتوقع أي معاهدات عسكرية لأنه هي عدت لسان. Now الاتفاقيات لأنه ثنائية وقوم أثيوبيا مجموعة من اتفاقيات تعاون عسكري بين دولة جنوب السودان ودولة أثيوبيا، ووقع على هذا الاتفاق برهانو جولا من أثيوبيا، ومن جانب جنوب السودان جمعة أكوت. اوكي ده في 19 فبراير. why I am coming with this just give me some time. ايضا في خلال الحفله بتاعت اتفاقيات شمل مجموعه من اشياء، تبادل بتاع معلومات استخباراتيه عسكريه وامنيه بين الدولتين، ايضا تعاون عسكري في مجال بتاعت انه يمنعوا تهريب بتاعت الاسلحه وبشر على حسب human trafficking and weapons. The most important thing is about the weapon. Actually, it is not about human trafficking. لما أنت تمشي في حدود بتاع أثيوبيا في غامبيلا في نوير بيجان can you tell the نوير بتاع أثيوبيا ولا نوير بتاع السودان؟ Maybe the local chief they know. لكن human trafficking في أفريقيا ناس بتقطع حدود على ماشيين وجايين. This is a BS. Okay. تعزيز علاقات دبلوماسية وعسكرية، ما أعرف إنه القادة العسكريين بيعززوا علاقات دبلوماسية كيف بين دول. anyway أيضا في مجالات بتاع تعليم وتدريب عسكري، في مجال بتاع تعليم وتدريب عسكري هي سبب إنه مشى أيضا وفد من شرطة بتاع جنوب السودان عشان إنه يندم لهذا التعاون العسكري في مجال العسكري وهو مجال الأمني. Okay. Now الاتفاقية بتاع مصر ستيل موضع تنفيذ. الاتفاقية الجديد مع أثيوبيا ستيل now شمل مجموعة من اتجاهات. المتابع الأحداث بين السودان وجنوب السودان، الاتفاقية تم توقيعه within 2 days لما حصل مناوشات بين الجيش السوداني والجيش الأثيوبي في حدود، وبالتالي في نفس الوقت يوم الخميس the day prior للسفر بتاع الجيش إلى أديس أبابا استدعوا السفير الأثيوبي لدي خرطوم على أساس إنه يحملوا مذكرة بتاعت تشديد من قبل الحكومة السودانية لما يحدث في الحدود مع أثيوبيا. boom within 48 hours جماعتنا في أثيوبيا بيوقعوا بروتوكولات. keep in back of your mind around the same time في زيارة مشبوه من توتو لخرطوم. okay so now توتو عايز يرجع لأهله بتاع مؤتمر وطني في السودان، maybe قاعد يدبر حاجة ضد السلفا، فبالتالي الجيش بتاع جنوب السودان جرى مشى وقع تعاون عسكري مع أثيوبيا، في حين إنه عندهم تعاون عسكري لسه مع مصر معلق. اوكي، ضمن الموحدات اللي انه تم توقيع عليه تدريب امني في مستوى بتاعت المخابرات والتخابر. وده السبب انه خلال الزياره ده كولكور زار المركز بتاعت المخابرات الوطني في اثيوبيا. Okay, so there is a serious business going here بين الدولتين. نعم، لما بالإضافة للمجالات الثانية بتاع التدريب العسكري وما شابه ذلك. اوكي، اثيوبيا بتعاون مع الجيش بتاع جنوب السودان في مجالات أمنية واستخباراتية وما شابه ذلك. The same Ethiopia as we are speaking right now. منظمات بتاعت حقوق الإنسان الدولية في تقرير with the video وسائل بتاعت الإعلام الدولية they share it على أساس إنه الجيش الأثيوبي متورط في مجازر بشرية. قتلوا حوالي 34 ناس مشتبه فيهم على أساس إنه تابعين للجبهة بتاعت تيغراي. This is something else. Now, the same business اللي إنه بتاعت قتل واغتيالات اللي إنه بيمارسوا المخابرات الأثيوبية والجيش الأثيوبي ده نفس حاجة اللي إنه حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان بوفد برئاسة بتاع جي رئيس هيئة الأركان بتاع جنوب السودان وكولكور مشوا على أساس إنه يتعلموا من المدرسة الأثيوبية to bring it back to جنوب السودان. Just sit back and think about it. مصر عنده تنشن مع اثيوبيا. جنوب السودان وقع اتفاق بتاع تعاون عسكري مع مصر. نفسي جنوب السودان وقع اتفاقيه بتاع التعاون العسكري اللي انه انا ذكرتها منه مجموعه من نقاط هير مع اثيوبيا. What are you doing? Seriously. بالعربي البسيط، بالكلام السوداني الجنوبي البلدي. مش ده الوحدة المش كويسة. I'm sorry to say this sister. عايز يلم 2 رجال عشان انه يشاكلوا. طيب لما تفكر في امكانيات بتاعت الجيش المصري وامكانيات بتاع الجيش الاثيوبي you can Google it and you can do a comparison. So زي ما انه بيقولوا الافيال الاثنين لما بيحاربوا ده منيابة تاب، ده الحشائش والاشجار الصغار. So اذا استخدم اثيوبيا وجنوب السودان who is going to suffer a big deal? Leave this one aside. Now, what is happening within the so-called, I call them the Oye party, the المعروف ب SPLM. مناوشات بتاع كوالمانيان، مناوشات بتاع سلفا كير، بتاع you name them، القادة ديل كلهم. Where this country is going. ما دي قنبلة مؤقتة. اوكي، هينفجر، اذا ما ينفجر من داخل هينفجر خارجيا. Who is the victim؟ ده حبوبيا لسه موجودة في جنوب السودان، ده عمتك، ده خالتك، ده مامك، ده أهلك. Greeting, special greeting to those just join us, special greeting to Flora Peter Dane. Happy Easter to you, Madam Flora. Isaac Kone with Kirmas Go. Then I will come there, Madam Anna Modi, and many who are following this conversation. So where is this country is going? Salva Kiir failed تماما. مع الوصابة بتاعه اختلفوا زي ما انه بيقولوا اذا اختلف اللصوص ظهر المسروقات. Salva Kiir is in a very weak position. That is why he decided to go to reconcile Kualmanyang in Bor, and this thing is, it is very straightforward. It is very clear. How many trouble, Hadis, Kawaris, Suyul, Faydan, Musharif for Bor, did Salva Kiir thought about visiting them? No, but Kualmanyang decided to go home and sit back. So Salva Kiir now, Amalolo Kishmalik, is scared. Huwa mutwatir. That is why he decided to go and reconcile with Kualmanyang. Now, if you look at it, Akolkor, they were in the fight, Dayak, Malongawan, لدرجة إنه Malongawan كان بيستقيس UN على أساس إنه they have to offer him protection, they have to offer him access so that he can leave the country. حتى لما بنته مات اتحرق الموت البشع ده نترحم على روحه. كير وكولكور رفضوا لمالونغاوان على أساس إنه ما يسافر يمشي يشوف جثة بتاع بنته ويدفنه. And I think البين ده لسه موجود جوا مالونغاوان. And now there is arrangement. Arusha 0.20 is in progress. Coming back. المجرمين بتاعت OA party, they are coming back together. ما أكيد إنه هيلموا تاني عشان يقتلونا. عشان يقتلوا شعبنا، يقتلوا مواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان 100%. There is no way around it. Imagine Malongawan was being intimidated, was being terrorized, was being harassed by Akolkor. And now all of them are coming back to Juba to sit somewhere within a walking distance from J1. Where is this country is going? Forget about the other tension which are taking place across the country. Okay. Human rights activists, political activists, social activists, be it Kulum, be it Baum, it is happening on a daily basis. So it is time we have to start the same move that we did with international community. Wherever you are in America, talk to your congressman. I don't think Joe Biden regime gonna be friendly to Nizam bita Salva Kiir, lano they were embedded with Nizam al-Sabiq bita Donald Trump. We in Canada, we have to start our move, talking to our senators, talking to our parliamentarian. We want to put pressure international on this regime. They fail and they will continue to fail and kill our people. Now, they are getting together. Al-Assassin, Zema Sudanin Bigulu, when they get together, either when they get together, they loot us. Lama iktalafu, they kill us. So now, شوية الحاجة اللي في هيجيبوا شوية قروش and يكيشوا بهم Malongawan وفقنا مهم to bring them in. بعد كده لما قروش ده يخلص هيختلفوا. معناه Kualmanyang جرو كشمو من لبن مكوي is not saying anything. كشمو مسامكر مكوي سكت عنده self-restraint. So التابور ملخبط. It is a very volatile situation. Salva Kiir is all over the place. Salva Kiir is grooming his son, bringing him يوديه لبور كيلانهم يقول لهم يا ولدكم. We must, those who are in diaspora, not to start movement on social media just to talk. We need to start talking لمواقع بتاع قرار في واشنطن، في اوتاوا، في لندن، في سيدني، في برلين، في باريس، على اساس انه to put international pressure للحكومه لانه موجود في جوبا. Couple with popular rising. انتفاضه شعبيه لما المجتمع الدولي بيكون set their eye to see what is happening in جنوب السودان، حتى انه بيدينا فرصه اساس انه منظمات بتاع حقوق الانسان اجهزه بتاعت المخابرات الدوليه they can monitor every single thing happening في شوارع بتاع جوبا. I think شوية مظاهرات بتاعت شباب قبل يومين I think ده قياس بتاعت النبت. So we need to start our campaign globally. All the activists, brother Decius is here, those of so many other. Let us start this movement, talking to these Western countries, بالذات دول مثل the United States of America, those who did an outstanding job على أساس إنه to do this cesarean surgery عشان إنه يطلعوا دولة جنوب السودان. We have to go back to them. Those people who are the revolutionaries now they become bad masters. Okay? Yes, الانتفاضة الشعبية Isaac انتوا شباب بتاع كير must go 100% I'm with you لكن عايز مظلة عايز قطاع دولي. So it is about time على أساس إنه we advocate for popular uprising انتفاضة شعبية داخل جنوب السودان and أيضا mounted with political and diplomatic pressure all around the globe without putting diplomatic and political pressure. ما كل كور عنده أسلحة بتاعه وعنده حاجات بتاعه زي ما إنه شفنا الحاكم بتاعت ولاية وارب مشى تكيان لابس له بدلة عسكرية بيوزع أسلحة بالنسبة للميليشيات الجديد. The new, this is Dutkubank 0.20, the new version of Dutkubank بالذات from home village بتاع سيد رئيس وزوا لهم أسلحة جديدة أسلحة إسرائيلية فريش. فهنا إنه في نفس الوقت الحكومة بيقول إنه ما عندهم أسلحة عشان إنه يخرجوا جيش بتاع آيو. And we have seen الإيمج بتاع الجيش بتاع آيو عساكر ماشيين بسفنجات عساكر ماشيين بموتو كالي عساكر ماشيين بكبك في معسكرات جعانين عندهم قنقوشهم قاعد برا. حكومة ما قادرين يوفر لهم كاكي. ما قلنا في sanction. Okay, there is arm embargo not to bring weapons to South Sudan. What happened to Kaki? What happened to boot? Okay, ما حتى boot بتاع بوليس ممكن يدوم مش وقع اتفاقية بتاع السلام. So there is a lot going on. That is why my Easter message, yes, I am 100% supporting popular uprising انتفاضة شعبية في جنوب السودان. لكن أيضا زي ما إنه اشتغلنا مع الدول الغربية we put pressure على حكومة بتاع كير we need to repeat the same thing. I am not gonna be here for long. I am gonna post the link. If somebody want to come by and say something, you are more than welcome to bring your perspective. على أساس إنه نسمع منا كلمتين. We cannot celebrate Easter because احنا تعبانين. We have thousands of widows. We have millions of orphans. We have people internally displaced. We have millions in refugee camps. Even those who are in diaspora, they cannot go home. Okay? So for how long we are going to be silent? Enough is enough. Nobody's benefiting from this government. So all of us, we are victims. And as a result of that, الحاجات اللي قاعد يحصل, that is why other people are thinking about breaking away from the country. Like the brothers in Equatoria, and they have the full right to do that. I'm not supporting them. لكن إذا زي ما بيقول البال بيبري سدوا واشتري. So we don't have to stay here. We don't have to stay idle. على أساس إنه change will come overnight. كير fail and will continue to fail. على إنه ما قدر إنه يعمله في 15 سنة. Do you think he will be able to fix it in another 3 years, 4 years? How many months left from this Salam Zorona, Salam Joborona بتاع Khartoum, this Khartoum peace agreement? How many months is left from the transition period, which is supposed to be 36 months? If I'm not mistaken, it might be 7 months, it might be 9 months maximum. 29 شهر. What happened? لحد دلوقتي الجيش بتاعه ماشيين عريانين، ماشيين جعانين. This is my message for Easter. We celebrate Easter from a religious perspective to strengthen our faith. I know we need it, لكن we cannot celebrate it socially بالطريقة اللي we used to celebrate Easter لأنه أهلنا جعانين. ناس عندهم 8 شهور 9 شهور ما لقوا هي الوزراء بيدفعوا لهم موية بتاعهم on time. So what is your take? If you have something to add it, bring it in. I posted the link there. Come and bring your perspective. But we have, as Easter Monday tomorrow, I am going to start my initiative, contacting my local member of parliament, start talking to them, start compiling cases, explain what is happening in our country, because Canada was a great contributor, even from the city where I am right now, from Calgary Police. They sent team to Republic of South Sudan to go and train our police officer. لكن بعد أحداث بتاعت December 2013, they decided to retreat. They decided to come back when they saw people with the national army, كاكي بعلم بتاع جنوب السودان, they are killing civilian. Yeah. Where people were being targeted. So where are we going with this one? It is time for Junubin. Let us stop this demagoguing. Let us stop this regionalism. Let us stop this, what is happening in the country. If the president is from your region, if the president is from your village, just you have to continue to support him blindly. Ask yourself a simple question. Is your people happy in their village? Are they stable? حتى في ولاية بتاعت رئيس نفسه وارب, the two clans, الفاميلي بتاع الرئيس والفirst lady, they are fighting each other, killing each other. في تونج, the same thing. You go to Lake State, it is the same thing happening. You go to Jongole, you go to other state. يعطي ولاية مستقر في جنوب السودان, يعطي ولاية في التنمية. Come and tell me. حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان, حكومة بتاع since the day that they declared the independence, forget about the transition period. They declared the independence. عملوا شنو؟ رصفوا شارع واحد, بنوا مدرسة واحد. What have they done? Nothing. ودلوقتي جنوب السودان دولة مديون. So لما تفكر في الفتنة اللي هم عاملينه العلاقات بمصر. They sign military protocols with the Egyptian. They sign military protocols with the Ethiopian. And those two countries, they have conflict, big conflict. Yeah. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, Ethiopia declared scrapping ما يسمى باتفاقية مياه النيل. They don't honor it anymore. اثيوبيا لسه بيستفز مصر واحنا قاعدين في النص هنا، عايزين نتبل اثيوبيا، عايزين نتبل مصر. It is bad. Brothers and sisters, I posted the link. If you have something you want to come and say, please react to this link on the screen. Hello, brother David John David. Good to see you. React to what's happening to the screen. But we need to start our movement to isolate this government, to isolate this regime. As a matter of fact, we cannot call it government. لأنه ده كله عصابات، ده كله مجرمين. As we did it before, we've pushed on the Kenyan government لحد ما إنه Talisman Incorporation انسحب من business بتاع بترول في جنوب السودان. There is other Canadian company are doing business. They are signing protocols مع حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان على أساس إنه يوفروا تدريب في مجال بتاع بترول from Calgary here. We will work to stop them. لأنه الحكومة ده أصبح عدو نمرة واحد بالنسبة لشعبنا. For those who are in United States, also they want to do their move, to talk to their congressmen, to talk to their senators, talk to Joe Biden. Let them do something. يوقفوا ناس كير. Enough is enough. This is my Easter message. And if you agree with the message, please share it. If you don't agree with the message, you disagree. We have to disagree to agree, so there's nothing new about it. So please, if you want to say something, write on the screen, or otherwise I have to wrap it up. I will do my recap quickly. As I said, I'm not going to be here for a long. Yes, it is my Easter message, but the message is we cannot celebrate Easter because we have political detainee people. Just they have an opinion. They are indifferent with the government. They were being detained. They are torturing them as we are speaking right now. Blue House in Juba is busy, and there is other brutal Akarin. Okay, there is people that have been pushed, been chased away from the country as we are speaking right now. And there is people who are plotting some bad stuff to come and kill more of our civilian, more of our people. It is in progress. Those are the facts. You can see it clearly. Another disaster is about to occur. And this is whereby it is our responsibility to alert the international community, to put pressure on those parties. Even some of them were being sanctioned, and now they are coming back into power. It is our responsibility to help and protect and safeguard our people. Enough is enough for Salva Kiir. ما ممكن إنه نسوان بتاع جنوب السودان يقعد يلدوا عيال وكير وعصاباتهم what so called the Oye party يقتلوا في عيال بتاع ناس. ديل أولاد ناس، ديل أبوهات عيال، ديل رجال ناس. ماله يعني كير رياك مشار Malong Awan or Kor ومش عارف ايه, the same name keep repeating itself. رجالة بتاعهم قدر شنو عشان انه بس they empower themselves على اساس انه they can kill عيال بتاعت ناس, and they can continue to manipulate our people to kill themselves. For how long? إلى متى? And let me throw this one. And why? زي ما ابن الحكيم بيقول لماذا الاقتتال يا جنوبيون? Why we are killing each other? Hate. You hear hate message all over the place. أنا ما دارين ناس فلان, ما دارين ناس فلان. Seriously? تسميته في الدولة بتاع قبيلة؟ جنوب السودان ده هيسموه كيف؟ في قبائل قاعدين جوا قبائل ثانيين, وحتى انه within القبيلة الواحد سب كلان هيمشي يقعدوا ما دايرين بعضهم. How many way we are going to split it? You are here, I am here. What are you gonna do to prevent Kir, Kualmanyang, Malong Awan, Akolkor, and others not to kill more of our brothers and sisters? Can you say something on the screen here? See your reaction. Gonna sit and do nothing? Thank you, brother. Yeah, we need to do something. It is a collective responsibility. It is all of us. ما لازم انه تكون وزير, ما لازم انه تكون سفير, ولا to be governor or to be something. You have your voice. You can do something. We can do something to prevent Kir, Riek Machar, Malong, Walo Sabad, what's so-called the ODA party, from killing more of our people. Great idea, Madame Christina. Yeah, we have to find a way to accept each other. We have to find a way to tolerate each other. That is a great idea. Tolerance. This is what we are lacking. Because within South Sudan, it is all about revenge. Gabila da katal Gabila da, Ashira da katal Ashira da, Usra da katal Usra da, and everybody want to go and revenge. What our media houses are doing in South Sudan. التلفزيون بتاع جنوب السودان قاعد يعمل شنو؟ راديو, برايا FM, whatever, روادي الكثيرة. What are they doing? To stitch this social fabric that been destroyed by this politics of demagoguing. What are they doing? What are we doing on social media? I have 20 people here watching and listening. What is our role? زي ما المقولة بيقول إنه الساكت عن الظلم الشيطان أخرس. People are suffering across South Sudan. في كل ولاية من ولايات بتاع جنوب السودان بكل أنواع المختلف. كان بجوع, بمرض, باكتساب, بذات النسوان. Mothers, women بتاع South Sudan, what are you gonna do? انتوا ما تعبانين من اكتسابكم؟ انتوا ما تعبانين من قتل بتاع رجالكم؟ انتوا ما تعبانين من قتل بتاع عيالكم؟ ما تعبانين اي زول ماسك سلاح يعصرك في الركن عايز ينوم معك بقوه لو اذا انت عبيت يقتلوك. Is it not enough؟ تلدوا عيال تربوهم مش عارف ايه يقدر يموتوا في اياديكم بالجوع او انه يقتلوهم. Welcome brother Joseph. What are you doing? For how long you are gonna be silent? نسوانا لانه ممثلينكم في حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان ماما نياندين من ما انه هي جات من نيروبي ولا من وين في مؤسسه الرئاسه. Did she ever thought about visiting نسوانا التعبانين؟ خليك من في جوبا، نسوانا التعبانين في يونيمس كامب في بور. Did she ever thought about doing it? نونو كومبا يطلع لكم سكران to come and say BS في يوم المرأة العالمي. ده النسوان اللي بيمثلوكم في حكومة بتاع جنوب السودان. يا عندنا نسوان في الحكومة. ده تمثيل تدليلي. Yeah, ما الرجال some of us are coward to the extent حتى بيدوسوا راس كورينو وما بيقدر انه بيقول hey please you are stepping on my foot. What are we gonna do? We need to do something, all of us collectively. يلا اللي قاعدين يقتلوا ده يالنا سوري نسوانا لانه بيكتسبوهم ده امهاتنا ده ابواتنا ده اخواتنا. في حكومه ده بيمثلوا نفسهم بس. They want to enrich themselves. How long ago Riek Machar came home? He's in Juba. جاري بحراسة بتاعه. Did he ever thought about going and visiting our brothers, the large majority from Nuer community اللي انه قاعدين في يونيمس في جوبا؟ And he will never think about it. مع مرته وزير دفاع وبين صلاحياته نسبانه his family they have the entourage they have their bank account been reinstated. They don't care about nobody. It is about us. SPLA, they become the new vampires. Masasa Dema, they are sucking our blood. Since 83, I'm running around. I can go home and just celebrate my 51 years. I want to go home and to build little tukul and to have his own زرع صغير بس يلا نزرع بامية ولا أي حاجة to eat a fresh tomato. I can do it. I still have the energy. I don't want to die in this country. So that to be criminate يدخلوك في فرن وده شنو ذات يقوم يدك صلصه صار من حاجه to your family قال ده يا هو رفعت بتاع زولكم. No, in the بابايا بتاع جدي I have my ancestral land. I want to go to be buried. على اساس انه generation and generation will come will say they are قبر بتاع فلان, not to be incriminated, to be put in a stupid can. بعرف انه اكل بتاع كدايس بيكتوا في cans. like not human being, to be buried, to be burned. I don't know. I am a Christian. Maybe when the D-Day come, ربنا بيجي عايز يفتش من الجسد بتاعي وين so that to regain it back. لما يحرقوا, I give permission على أساس إنه to be burned, to be put in a camp. No, it's not gonna happen to me. I need to go home. And I hope there is few of you here that want to do the same thing. What are we gonna do? We need to start our move before الناس اللي في جوبا يبدأوا يمرقوا عشان جيش بدلة بتاع كركور يطلعوا دباباتهم to mount them and to kill them. We need to start something. We need to alert the international community to start putting pressure on this regime. Who is in? Can you say yes? On the comment here, may I say a yes, even a single yes? من 17 نفر ولا 20 نفر اللي موجودين هنا, who is ready for it to do something to help this campaign so that we mount a pressure on this government? Thank you, Russ. You are in. And I believe Odysseus is in. Goal is in. Yes, we are 4 now, 5. We have to take it serious. Just think about, what we are going through. If you are in UK, you are in Canada, you are in Australia, you are in America. Still, thank you, Joseph. Yes, I have seen yes, few yeses. You are still who you are. Okay. That is why Biarafuna, this is an African American, African Canadian, African Australian, I don't know. In Brit, those who are in UK, I don't know. Okay, we need to push ourselves. One way or the other, we are dying. We are dying. Okay, we are dying with corona. Okay, we are dying by Maya. Our kids are committing suicide. في جنوب السودان بمخدرات بمرايس بحاجات مختلف. شباب يتعلموا يجتهدوا يتخرجوا من جامعات and then بيجي بيلاقوا السكه مقفول قدامهم. ما في اكسس لوظيفه, ما في شركات بتاعت استثمار, nothing. عنده حلم عايز يزوج, عايز يلدي عيال, مش عارف ايه, 4 5 7 سنه ما قادر انه يلاقي اكل ذاته ياكل. He cannot travel, he cannot do anything. That is why our youngsters are killing themselves in South Sudan. حتى عشان انه to work as a janitor for hotel ما بيلاقي شغل, لانه بيجيبوا الاحباش, بيجيبوا اليوغنديين, بيجيبوا كينيا في ابسط حاجات اللي انه مفروض انه we as South Sudanese we can do it, we can occupy those positions. We are not getting it, brothers and sisters. Why? سيبنا لهم وظائف. Yeah, طلبة الخريجين بتاع جامعات بمؤهلات عالية جدا جدا صعبوا الوظائف ده لناس تركيا. A janitor hotel, you will not get it. Visit any of those Juba's hotel. Waiters, I'll clean room, a team, security, whoever, all are foreigners. We need to go back. But the most important thing, let us stop pointing fingers at individual or to demagogue or to divide ourselves. Let us stop pointing finger على اساس انه ده القبيله الفلاني او بوظ جنوب السودان. نقول ده فلان. Let us call them by their name and their last name باسم جده باسم حبوبته. نقول ده كولكور بتاع national security who is detaining our man في بلو هاوس. ده كولكور ياهو جاب الادب البطال بتاع الجلابه رجال بينوموا معهم في مواصلات بتاع امن to humiliate them وبيصوروا فيديو على اساس انه انتهوا منك. حتى لو اذا فكوك بعد بكره انت ثلاثه من المعتقل معروف they have their video. Just hold on. They have your video. صوروك قاعدين يهينوك ناموا معاك انت راجل تاني فضل في شنو عندك؟ تقابل مرتك كيف؟ تقابل عيالك كيف؟ تقابل اهلك كيف؟ عايز ترفع راسك شويه بضربوا لك تلفون. Remember, we still have that video. We cannot allow such thing to continue with our people. It is our collective responsibility. حتى we, those who are in diaspora, ما هنا جينا على حساب باقي الشعب الفضل في جنوب السودان. اعطونا فرصه عشان انه يهمونا من جلابه. What are we doing in return to them? We owe them. ما احنا جينا هنا على حسابهم. لو اذا كان جلابه ما قاعد يعذبنا ما قاعد يقتل ناس ما قاعد يضايق ناس كان ما ادونا فرصه على اساس انه توفر this protection. So what are we doing for those people? We have to give it back to them. We have to do something to help them. It is not enough that you send few dollars to your family only. Okay? We have to do something in return to our people. Yeah, we owe them. النسوان اللي بيكتسبوهم يوميا بكوركو ده we owe them. اخواننا لانه موجودين في معتقلات بتاع جهاز امن بتاع كولكور we owe them. We have to be their voice. We have to scream on their behalf. الرجال اللي انه قاعدين يكتسبون بينوموا معهم بقوه وبيصوروهم ده we have to scream on their behalf. This is bad. خلي الدنيا يعرف فضيحه على اساس انه في وثاقه قاعد يحصل في بلدنا. And people who have been in those blue house, they come and they share stories. Type, if they can tell about others, can you think about it, what happened to them? Yeah, sometimes they may not reveal names. ده عدب شين بتاع أمن بتاع عمر البشير ياهو مدرسة بتاع ناس توتكيو جابوا الحاجات بتاعت العفانة وحاجات البطال بتاع مؤتمر وطني بيقوا بيمارسوا في جنوب السودان copy and cut. This is what they are doing to our brothers. This is what they are doing to our people. كان نسوان بتاعتنا بتاع جنوب السودان ده ما اسكت. For how long, brothers and sisters, we are going to allow this thing to continue? But they use the strategy of divide and conquer. So can we have a unity of a purpose? Unity that we want to push this regime, want to push this foreign party. Yeah, بنسموها الحزب الأجنبي في الزوم تي في because look at their name. الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان. Sudan People Revolution Movement. It got nothing to do with South Sudan. ده حزب أجنبي. Can we unite a unity of a purpose to push them away? Okay? And if we manage to push them away, we install a government of an institution. أكيد إنه أخواننا القاعدين ينادوا بانفصال, they want to break away from the country. They will not. لما إنه يكون في دولة بتاعت قانون, في دولة بتاع مؤسسات, مدير بتاعت الأمن القومي في واو could be a bari guy. مدير بتاع الشرطة ممكن إنه يكون وراوي. القائد الأعلى بتاع الجيش ممكن إنه يكون زنداوي. مش إنه مدير بتاع أمن كل مكان لازم إنه يقدر من تونجر ومن وراب تونج وراب تونج وراب في كل ولايات بتاع جنوب السودان. ده وفي شنو؟ I'm not against people of Warab. I am their son-in-law. ده النصباني. لكن في شنو يعني بس أبناء بتاع ولاية واحدة مسؤولين من security في البلد كله. لمستوى انه مدير بتاعت امن في واو عنده صلاحيات على اساس انه يقفل المكتب بتاع من الولايه. نو. لو اذا بقى في دوله بتاع مؤسسات يفتكر انه احنا بنشوف نفسنا, بنشوف الوان تيف, بنشوف موزايك بتاع جنوب السودان في مؤسسات بتاع الدوله كله. And this is what we need to fight for, a unity of a purpose. ما في إيكواتوريا في ناس they are the head spear of this regime. We have Dr. Waniga, we have Martin Elia Lomoro, and the list will go. لبون بتاع إسرائيل إيكواتوريا, ابن المدلل بالنسبة لجنوب السودان, غير حكام بتاع جنوب السودان كله. This is the only guy maintain his position. Welcome, Uncle Harun. What are we going to do? We need to have a unity of a purpose. البطال من تونج نقوله ده فلان الفلاني أو بطال من تونج. البطال من واراب نقوله ده فلان الفلاني باسمه. من رومبيك, من يورول, من تامبورا, من راجا في رزق زكريا. Yeah. We have to call them by their name. لكن you cannot generalize على أساس إنه تلم تقول الناس ريش كله. No. ولا ده باري كله, ولا ده دينكا كله, ولا دينكا بور كله because of Kwalmanyang. No, we have to specify. That will help us. لو إذا ده بقى أهل بتاع رزق زكريا ياو عايزين يقفوا وراه, ولا family بتاع كير ياو عايزين يقفوا وراه, we can line them up بنعرفهم. ما لما ترابيزة يقلب بعدين we will come, we know who they are. لكن لما نلموا المنطقة ولا نلموا قبيلة كله ده ياهو قدام الفرصة بتاع divide and conquer. They divide us on tribal base. Oh, they are after our tribe. خلاص أي كرشاوي هي قصدونا ولا أي بكا هي إحنا المقصودين ولا أي دنكاوي ولا دنكاوية هي they target Monjang, they target Jane. Please, let us stop it. Let us stop the generalization and advocate for something that will bring us together as Junubin, as an end to this regime. And it is very clear there is a war that mounting itself. في شكله قاعد يجهز نفسه within what so called the SPLA. Yeah, they are gearing up for a big fight to kill more Junubin. Can we advocate for this unity of a purpose? Because all of us, this time it happened, all of us are going to cry. It is not going to be the Nuer community only. زي ما حصل في سبتمبر في نوفمبر 20 ديسمبر 2013 ما كله قبائل بتاع جنوب السودان هناك they are in في جوا SPLM ده SPLA ده. No, there is no more SPLA. Let us call for a unity of purpose, please. Let us unite our rank in diaspora. We campaign في العواصم بتاع الدول to put pressure on the government. Let us also start collecting support, financial or kind of support على أساس إنه نشجع الشباب على إنه عندهم استعداد to go out there. Kiir and the Oye regime must go. كل الحرس القديم ده they must go. We have to support them. زي ما كنا بنلملم $5 و10 وشوية أدوية ومش عارف إيه وكلام بالشكل ده على أساس إنه to support the SPLA في أيام بتاع دكتور جون it's our time على أساس إنه 100%. Yes, the link is here. You can come in. زي ما إنه كنا بنلملم نسوان بلملم شوية لعلوم أساس إنه to support the SPLM to fight the Jalaba. Let us do it. We are not supporting any rebellion in the bush, but we are supporting popular uprising انتفاضة شعبية. افتكر شماليين قلبهم أقوى من ذكره بتاع شمال السودان قلبهم أقوى من جنوبيين seriously. How did they manage على أساس إنه to facilitate people in diaspora to channel money بأي طرق كان عشان إنه to offer water, to offer little cookies بلع تمر شنو بالنسبة للمترابطين للمتظاهرين. How did they manage to do it and we cannot do it? Shame on us. Yeah, shame on us, brothers and sisters, on all of us. With that note, I believe I said a lot. Adesius, you want to come in? The link is here. I am posting it on the screen as well. Come in, bring your perspective. That was a YouTube link. Bring your perspective, but let us work on this few yeses. Yeses, we want to be the agent of change. I can inbox you. See if yes. Yeah. Give me a moment here. I am sending you the link, Decius, so that you can come in. But I appreciate all of you, those who just join us. Seriously, why am I actually doing this? Yeah, no, I'm good. Let us work on this unity of a purpose, a unity that will bring our people together, a unity that will help us to stand together, to push this foreign entity away from the chests of our people. Let us work on let us work on a message that will encourage others to come and join us. Let us stop this generalization of oh ده المجموعة الفلاني ده القبيلة الفلاني. Let us stop it, okay, and let us work on الحاجة لأنه will help our people. I just inbox you, Decius. I hope you will be able to utilize the link and come in. So this is something that we need to work on. This is something that, as they said, united we stand, divided we fall. So our unity is the key على أساس إنه to put an end لهذا الرجيم. Our unity ده الحاجة لأنه will elevate الألم بتاعت أهلنا. Our unity ده الحاجة لأنه بيخلي أهلنا يمرقوا من يونمس. Okay, imagine those who are in Unimas ما هم تعبانين زعلانين لو إذا if the D hours come على أساس إنه people are going out 100%. There is a big chunk of people already, and they are frustrated with the situation. Definitely, they will come out, so that to be part of this movement. Odysseus is here. Hey, Odysseus, good to see you.
Good to see you, Kukuju. How you doing? It's been a while. It's great. Happy Easter, by the way.
Yes, I will say blessed Easter because there is nothing happy about it. From the religious perspective, yes, but happy. I cannot be happy celebrating Easter while my people are in UNOMAS camp, while my people are in refugee country, while women are being raped, while people are in Blue House being tortured as we are speaking right now in this Easter. So I rejected to be happy in Easter, but I am blessed. I am lucky. I am alive. I am here. I can say what I want to say. I can challenge Akorkor. I can challenge those who are carrying big gun in South Sudan. So this is my, looking at this thing. This glass is still it is half full because Easter is about hope. And this is whereby we want to break, this barrier of fear. And by breaking the barrier of fear, this is where our freedom is on the other side. Don't you think so?
I agree in some points you said that it's true. It's heartbreaking when you see how people are still living in a miserable condition that it's not acceptable at all. Because even in Christianity it says that charity starts from home. I mean, we neglected to protect our people back home, and the saddest thing is that this regime have played the role of abusing the people worse than what the former enemy or former oppressor, the north side, North Sudan. But coming to the point of what we are going through, I think we have so much stuff we need to, as South Sudanese, to dwell or to delve into. And one of them is we need to ask ourselves as individuals before we ask ourselves as community or as a political ideologist or like in the political ideology. You go back deep into there and you find yourself when somebody asks you, who are you? The question, who are you, defines whatever the answer comes to define who you are. And if you can't answer it perfectly, it really it can become a problem later. It can be a reactionary problem to the community, and then uh, like unconsciously, you see things begin to play its role. So what I'm saying is here is that as Equatorians, for me, when I say separation, because I know I wrote the word separation, I was like, it's sad. It's not something that I love. Nobody want to. Even like when we were one Sudan, nobody wanted to separate, but we were forced in that manner, in that position that we had to come to this decision, which is sad, which is like any marriage. That's why I put it as a marriage. A marriage is something that people are coming together out of love, out of caring, and they want to build a future. But when that marriage breaks down into no any, like there is nothing can solidify that marriage. Communication is broken down, relationship is broken down, the emotion even is not, fulfilled. As we know, marriage is a lesson to what us as a society is. If a marriage is solidified based on mutual understanding, then you see the generation that's going to come out of that marriage going to be great generation that will build a great society. They will even inspire others. But if that generation is built on indifferences and conflict, at the end is going to break, and it's going to break in a bad way. So the better way is once you see there is a problem, you have to come up to the point of making a decision. Sometimes decision is not even, you don't make it based on you want to make it. Sometimes it's forced on you. So now Equatorians have went to that level and say we want to come to this position. But again, going back, we believe still that we are one people. We are Africans. We are the same sons and daughters of Ham and the Cushites as we are known in the Bible. But to see ourselves being oppressed and abused by others who don't even have the concept of understanding that we are fighting a greater enemy who are outside our territory, those who are across the sea, who look at us as only even less than an animal or less than an insect, where they can take our resource, but they will leave us behind, in disarray, conflict, and famine, and all these. So for us, sometimes you have to let things go because you see yourself. If there's nothing worth, you have to find another ultimatum. And this is what we're looking for: ultimatum for the future. We're not looking at for greed or selfish, like we are better than anyone. We are not. Because no one is better under the sun. No one is better than anyone. Only God is the one. So for us to work together, we tried, but we don't want to be exploited and abused and used as some product that we use and then we thrown out. And this is the reason why we are here coming up and speaking out. It's really not easy to come up and say that word, to be independent by themselves, because I know we have a lot of like they say, shedding blood. State of Equatoria mixing with some of our brothers in Bahr al Ghazal, some of them in Upper Nile, and in the beginning it was actually a mutual thing. But during the time we became independent, and even during the time when the conflict started, 1983, then there was abuse coming up, raping, murder, and this thing will cause things. And let's not undermine that somebody raping your sister, you think you're gonna take it lightly. It's not. You have to take action, and you take action whatever it is, if it's legal or if it's through force, just to show that hey, I'm defending the dignity of my sister, defend the dignity of my mother, my brother, my father. I will not let no one else to come and abuse them and think that they are master over me. Because if I let this thing go, then I'm not a man. What is my purpose? What is my existence here? Because our existence is about mutual respect, dignity, and honor. Because I respect you as you respect me, because we know that you are a man and I'm a man, and we have all the same desire in our life we want, and I want to build a family to continue this cycle of humanity. But when somebody else look at me as he's superior and I'm inferior, then that shows me, he doesn't respect me, and I have to come up and challenge these kind of things by by fighting for my right. And fighting for your right is not a sin. Even Moses called his people out of Egypt, if you remember. And and finally I found out that your name is Moses, Uncle. Could you? I didn't know, but it's great. This is a great name, a name of a leader, a name of a man who actually. And that name is not easy, because anybody. And I remember my mom said, and even my dad, they said people, when they give them the names, it actually reflect who they are. And for you, I see you. You're a leader, and you have this, caring, and I know you believe with your whole heart in unity. But for me, I am just so broken with that idea of unity, because there is nothing give me that assurance when it is there. And I'm not saying
Okay.
that, my opinion, of course, but others in our community, when they come in the word of unity, they understand that unity, we have to just get out of this problem. But I'm talking in a sense of humanity here. I'm not talking about sense of science or sense of political ideology. I'm talking about humanity. When I see my people are suffering, then I have to take action. And even this action will take me to even create my friend, like turn my friend to become my enemies. Because remember, Moses was once in the family of Egypt, in the family of Pharaoh. But once he saw his people were abused, then he had to take a decision. Even the Pharaoh had to confront him, and that's the same guy who grew up with him in the same house. But he chose to go against him because he saw the righteous way is to defend his family. And this is not something about who's correct and who's wrong. It's about the truth, where you stand, and who you are, who you belong to. And it's sad. It's not that we want that, because we had the chance during the independence, but that independence came up short, and then we see people are using it to destroy us, and then even we see others are complicit with the idea that we are born to rule. And this is why now we have to come with a conclusion, a sad conclusion. Divorce is the only way to get out of this horrible, nightmarish marriage. So I leave it here, and I see brother uh I got
Baraj.
Joseph Baraj. Welcome, bro. We've been talking before in summer debate, and it's great to see you. But we have to be civilized to speak the truth toward each other, like when we come to a conflict like that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let me welcome Brother Baraj. Brother Baraj, good to see me. Good to see you. But before I pass you the podium, I want to say this to Odysseus. I respect your perspective and the way how you articulate yourself. But as a human, as somebody who believe in justice everywhere, okay? When you see injustice, you try to show solidarity. If it is happening in China, in Japan, in Mexico, in America, wherever in India, okay? Now, this is my take. Women's been raped across all South Sudan, okay? Specifically, mainly in Equatoria, because where this is the seat of the government, okay? The central government or the federal government. In Western Bahr Ghazal taking place. In Upper Nile, it is taking place. We must have victims everywhere, okay? Land grabbing, it is happening. Across South Sudan, it is happening in Equatoria, it is happening in Upper Nile, it is happening in Western Bahr al-Ghazal. Now, okay, as somebody who is fighting for justice, it is the same sisters of yours. You articulated very well. All of us, we are coming from one family. We are sons and daughters of Sam. Okay, so those sisters that have been raped, if they are Balanda, if they are Luo, if they are Krish, or they are whatever in Western Bahr el Ghazal, they are the same sister of yours as daughters of Bari, Baka, Mundu, Fajulu, Zande, go with all those tribes. Those sisters that have been raped in Upper Nile, Nuer, Anuak, Shuluk, they are the same sisters of yours, okay? Why, Brother Odysseus, you decide to be selective, to stand guard and strong, just want to protect the sisters in Equatoria and leave those in Western Bahr el Ghazal, those in Upper Nile, those in other regions in South Sudan. Okay? Land grabbing is happening everywhere. If you are fighting for justice for all, and I believe now even in America, you are working late in the night in a back alley. If somebody is trying to rape a woman, definitely as a man with the character, the way you are, you will try to stop it. You will try to do something. Now, why not to apply the same standard to all of our sisters? Let us stop the injustice across the entire country of Republic of South Sudan. Yes, there is Dinka, a lot of Dinka's women also been victimized in cities, in other places, been raped. It is true. Now, what is wrong here, Brother Odysseus? Let me get your short response, and I will allow Break to come in and give his perspective as well. Odysseus.
Yes, yes. I'll respond later. Just give a chance to
Okay.
Joseph. Yeah, your point.
Sure.
I'll
You
respond.
want to think and
I'm not in a hurry.
recalibrate your position, right? That is
No,
beautiful.
I want. It's not have to be recalibrate. I mean, don't worry about recalibration. I don't want to mispronounce the word, but I understand what you mean. But I will be very much, precise on what I'm gonna say. But go ahead.
Joseph Baraj, good to see you. Blessed happy Easter. And you came in the middle or from the beginning. You have been following the conversation. So I'll give you the podium. What is your take? I can hear you, and I don't have control. I believe you mute yourself.
I unmute myself now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, guys?
Now you are good. Yeah.
Yep. First of all, let me say this. Thank you, Brother Kuju, just for giving me this chance. And hello, Brother Odessio, if I pronounce it right. Good to see you around here as well. Just for my intake, I've been watching you, Brother Kuju, doing your thing and talking about the situation in South Sudan, as we all aware what is going on. But for me, I want to approach the issue in a different angle. I think we've been talking about South Sudan for the last 10 years or for the last 7 years, the same thing. And Brother Kurkuju calling for unity of purpose, and Odasio calling for separation. And I don't know why Brother Kurkuju want to convince Odasio to care about him, but he already declared he doesn't care about you. He only care about Equatoria. That's an obvious thing. That's why he want a separation. So you don't need any explanation. I don't think so. But what I want to say here, even the worst thing is this, Brother Odasio, the way he's speaking, or the way always they're advocating for separation. They want to separate on the back of other tribe. That's the worst things, if they have an obvious agenda, that's an obvious things, it can happen. But the situation now, even Brother Kurkuju, you're calling about the unity of purpose, even as an opposition themselves, they marginalize themselves. Who is the real opposition? Who is the fake one? Who is the actual opposition? They are all separated, but at the same time, in their language, they are all demonizing one tribe. So that's what I just. This is the what do you call the outcome of what I'm seeing and the way people talking in any opposition. At the end of the day, the only one message is demonizing one tribe, and they think the disaster in South Sudan is only one tribe did it, and that is the most I think ridiculous things as a South Sudanese to come together. I think for us to come together, we need to look at our message and what is going on. As what I said, the government is very bad. Government is worth. They raped. They did whatever they did. But what is next? Even both of you today, if I ask you, okay, what is the alternative? If Kir regime gone, what is the alternative? Because in my view, all the opposition and the government, they are from the same seat, and I don't know what new they will bring. They haven't done together, at all this time. So to me, I know we heard about all this.
Bara Jaulan,
Did you say anything?
because you went blank and then, yeah, Anagada Golek Aulanur, so
Okay, all right,
yeah,
yeah,
come in. Yeah, go ahead.
For me to come in, let's see the reality and let's be objective here about what is going on in South Sudan. I don't think so. All of us as South Sudanese, for the next 5 years, we don't know how Sudan going to turn out. Even the opposition, they don't have any strategic plan. What is next? It's all of us. I think we are in we are in a cloud, or we are in illusion as ourselves. We can sit here and talk, but what is next? Even government doesn't know what is next. Even opposition don't know what is next. Only we know exactly how to go at each other very hard to that point.
Okay, I will allow you to proceed.
So
just let me clear something here quickly. I am not advocating for any opposition group. I am advocating for popular uprising, Intifada Shabia, to overthrow the government. It is now the responsibility of the people to bring technocrat, okay, from all color, walks of life in South Sudan based on their merit, because we need to reinstate the institution of the government, to rewrite the constitution, to do the census so that to know how many people are citizens of this country, and then to redistribute those electoral district, okay, and then to call, reunify, have a national army, national security, national police, to reinstate all the government institutions. Then we will go for election. It is the responsibility of the people. لما يحصل انتفاضة شعبية الشعب هم اللي بيقرروا عايزين يجيبوا منو to run this state. ده ما موضوع انه معارضة بتاع so and so or whatever. No, we are calling for popular uprising, and we have seen it in so many countries. So this is not, I am not advocating for a specific group. I hope this vision now is clear. Come in, please.
yeah, it's clear. Yeah, I was just talking generally. I know at the moment
Okay.
you're not advocating, for any group. You're advocating for uprising popular, but at the same time, if you see our atmosphere and our language, the way we talk, I don't know how the popular uprising can happen in this environment. It's very volatile environment. We are at our highest point of disagreement, or say disunity, and everything is started from the grassroots. I do believe disunity of the people of South Sudan being exploited by those gangsters, regardless of which part from South Sudan they come from, and that's the situation, and that's the reality. And if we think at the moment how we're going to bring our people together, I think it's a good work. It's a good start. If this is how it's going to turn out, and if we have a strategic plan of what we're seeing next, if the popularizing come through, what we're seeing next, you know, those sort of things. For me, just to come to conclusion, I think maybe I'll have another chance later on. But just what I want to say is this: like all of us as a South Sudanese, you know, at this time, what I've seen by the observation and the show I've been watching, we are completely in say a brink of collapse as a people of South Sudan. You know, we completely disunite. It started from the highest point, from the president of South Sudan, all the way to your relative in the family. They have disunity, you know, and at the same time to our history and our volatile situation, what has happened to us and what we've been doing for the last 50 years, we've been in very tough, and this is the reflection of our living. The whole generation being in the bush, and the next generation was growing up in the bush, and the other generation was growing up in East Africa, in West, in South. You know, so things are completely are apart. You know, different corner. So for us to come together, it's need a good job. And at this time, the way I've seen it, I don't think so. It's near. But the question we're supposed to ask ourselves, all of us, what is next? Any country has a strategic thinking, has a plan, and what is next? Because to me, if opposition or not opposition, all this group, they're all one group. And I don't see anything new they haven't done in the last 40 years or 45 years to do it for us tomorrow. And we need to rethink as a people of South Sudan. And what you say, the unity of purpose. This unity of purpose, everybody has to be there. Our language has to change, regardless of we just, you know, the way we talk, it can affect people, and people understand and people listen. Other people, they think sometime when you talk by, say, acronym or some, you know, point out some point, they understand who you are talking to or who you are, you know, addressing in this situation. And this kind of languages, we need to reduce it, and we need to bring our people together. And I do believe in unity and togetherness. You know, we think we're going to tear ourselves apart now. The Africa is thinking about unity. You know, we have the East African Cooperation, and we have this block and that block. People are thinking of bringing themselves together, and we are only little tribes. Don't even understand what is the next door. We think we need to still to separate ourselves. So, I think the only way and the way out is to rethink or to reduce our aggressive language toward a certain tribe or a certain ethnic group in South Sudan. So if there is anything later on, or if there is anything going against me, maybe I'll answer it later. But I think I'll stop here, give a chance to somebody else.
Thank you very much, Brother Barach. You did very well. But you sum it up very well. So we need to tune the rhetoric down a little bit so that to encourage others to be part of this unity of a purpose. That is the best part of it. But let me say this before I go to Brother, somebody with the name Hadasha. But just give me a moment, I will come in. What I'm trying to say, regardless of what is next, Brother Barach, let me assure you this, okay? Whatever the system gonna come or regime that gonna come after this Oye regime, 99, I am Moses. I don't want to sound like God, okay? I will say 99.9%, it will be little bit a sense of relief to our people in the Republic of South Sudan, okay?
There is evidence for that?
100%, 99.9%. No,
what is the evidence?
99.9%.
Tell me 1, 2, 3, these are evidence.
Okay, the logic is this, okay? Look at the stage where our country is, locally, regionally, globally, okay? I don't think anybody with a leadership minded will pull or will drag our country in a direction lower than where Salva Kiir brought us to. Let me add to it, okay? The mounting, what is taking place right now, this conflict with Kwalmanyang, this is a volatile situation if you are talking about it. That is why Kiir decided to travel all the way to go to Bor so that to reconcile with Kwalmanyang, okay?
That's for himself. That's not for the
wait.
purpose of South Sudan. Yep.
Of course, he wants to stay in power.
That's for himself.
The situation, Malong Awan is coming home based on Arusha 0.20. This is what I call it anyway, with Paganamon. The situation between Akolkor and Malong Awan, and how Akolkor manipulate Kir to the extent not to allow Malong Awan to go and bury his daughter, his beloved daughter, that was died in a tragic accident, burned. Okay? As a man, 100%, that pain, that agony is still inside Malong Awan. There is no way that he can forgive neither Kir or, I'm not saying a devil advocate. Those are facts. Okay? All those giants, all those elephants are coming home. What do you expect? What will happen? On top of that, government of South Sudan, they signed military protocols with Egypt. Okay? And they went on under leadership of JJ, they signed military protocols with Ethiopian government. Where are we going with this? Okay? South Sudan needed to be rescued from what's so-called the Oye regime. Hold your thought. Let me bring Hadasha. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Please come in. You have been following the conversation. You have your own perspective. The podium is yours.
Thank you, Kurkuju. Sorry for the confusion. I came in with my usually name that I used to come live with, so I didn't have the time to change, to put DD or something like that. So
this is DD.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that. I've been trying to recorrect it, but looks like I ran out of time and I had to talk. So I just wanted to greet everybody that is here. Thank you all, and thank you for having us. Kind of like you guys always bring very interesting things for us to discuss. I just from hearing earlier, I would like to say that yes, I hear what you're saying, like calling from your heart, really passionately calling for people to unite, and then he talks about even you appealing to the softer side, like women getting raped everywhere and stuff like that, something that is really close to everybody's heart, every man and every woman or child or something like that. So and also coming down to land grabbing is happening everywhere, and this abuse towards everybody is happening everywhere. We are suffering under this regime. That's true in a way what you're saying, but what makes it different, what changing the game is who is doing this thing and who deliberately have been causing this grief to happen in South Sudan, and who are those people who have insisted time and time again not wanting to change and look the other way and sympathize with the people that are falling to be a victim to them. Who are these people? And we see them, people like Baruch here, sitting here. He comes out arrogantly in defense, like the way that he comes in, it's just completely in defense. Like that's how he is always. Like I'm not trying to attack you, mate. I'm just like trying to say that you come in as like very defensive in saying that people speaking harsh towards one tribe and stuff like that. But the truth of the matter is, one tribe has started all this chaos. In order to correct something, someone has to be held accountable, and that person, when you're held accountable, you have to accept. There's no way to look the other way around and or duck your head down or trying to defend yourself and thinking that, by defending yourself, you're going to make people feel bad, manipulating people to think that, okay, we're all suffering. This all happened to us. This is all the government doing this. But yes, the government in Juba does not do this thing by himself alone. Kir himself does not do this by himself alone. Kurkur does not do it by himself. Who are behind these people? And the people that are behind us, Kir, are not children. These are adult grown men. They have conviction in their heart. They have the choices to turn the other side and say, no, look, these people, we have suffered together. And the reason, yes, it's starting to be uncomfortable. The reason why that we had gone in for this referendum because we have suffered under the North, But then you decided to go one way. Remember when you guys would insult most of the South Sudanese and say, you guys didn't fight. We are the majority. We should be ruling. We will rule for 100 years. I didn't hear you coming out, condemning this kind of action. I didn't hear you coming out condemning rapes and other actions such as land grabbing and stuff like that. But when the leather is being stretched so harder and the skin is so tight, it's breaking out, then you coming in and saying these things that you're saying. And also on top of it, not in a admission of like, yes, we wronged you. The proper way to come about this thing is like, yes, we wronged you. Yes, we have done wrong. We have seen how we've gone about our action. Yes, we have condemned ourselves for what we have done. Not that this thing have been done to us. The killing that is happening in your region is a choice that you guys have made. But if you look at the other regions, so if you look at my own region, we don't do these things. That's why we have the right to decide and say that, look, enough is enough. And to top it up just quickly, this is not the first time. If we look at this scenario, this is not the first time. My brother Kurkujo, I just wanted to know one thing, that since this is not the first time, Equatoria has fallen victim to such behavior before under these people. We have decided and we made up our mind. We did Kokora. This exact behavior has happened. Why has it been brought again, to push us to the limit, to stretch us to the limit, to revisit these thoughts of now maybe these people have not learned something, and then yet for us to be blamed for making the choice to move ourselves away, or saying that people are, the rest of the, South Sudan are speaking harsh towards one tribe. I mean, the thing is, you should ask yourself, why did we find ourselves in this situation? The two tribes need to sit down with yourself and be honest with yourself and accept conviction within you. It's not bad to be wrong. It's actually a good thing for you two tribes to grow, to be matured people. Like right now, you guys are not acting matured. You guys are just running around like kids, pointing fingers to people, trying to blame other people. No. Don't tell me that I've done wrong. We're all suffering, but this suffering has brought by who? This is the question. And how do I guarantee, as a woman of Equatoria, how do I guarantee that this will not happen again? Because there's no trust right now. You have done this in the past. We separate from you. We came again. We defeated an enemy. We came again. You turned against us. You did the same behavior against the whole entire country. So how can I even begin to look at my the people who are younger than me, the other generation, and look them in the eyes and betray them and choose you, who time and again betraying the whole country? How could I do that? How could I look to that younger child or these younger children that are being born today and turn the other side and say that it's okay, Barash people are coming again. We will just, we'll say peace now, but tomorrow, like give it a time, this will happen again. How could we even begin to trust you? We have done that in the past. We went through horrible stuff with North. But then coming back here, you guys turned around. Okay. So it looks like there's no hope. There's no hope in between this. My problem here, it is not the regime. It is the behavior that people have accumulated from their ancestors. It is the behavior that needs to be dealt with. The behavior of grown men, the behavior of young men in those barbaric tribes, they need to be dealt with. They just never acknowledge their fault. And somebody that does not acknowledge their mistakes will never learn again. This is how I will put it out. Just don't blame other people. Rather go sit down and blame yourself, and then maybe return yourselves all back to where you belong. Make peace with yourself. If you cannot make peace among yourself, that you can able to see yourself to live in your own region and in your own state, your own territory, then there is no need for you to begin to appeal for us or the entire nation of South Sudan that we need peace. Please do this. Do this one favor for South Sudanese, and do this for your own self, for your own dignity. Gather yourself together, return yourself back to where you're supposed to be. It's you, it's your brother. You don't need to make an excuses. Make peace with yourself. Go over there and apologize to people from over there, and let's see how we can, talk from there. Otherwise, we choose to separate, and nothing you can do
Okay.
about it.
Didi, your perspective is well respected. It is clear. And with some of the Equatorian, because I don't think 100% all Equatorian, they agree. I don't know the percentage. I cannot assume it. It is 50, maybe 90% for separation. We have to respect that. But let me tell you this.
Sorry, can I
Let
say
me tell you
something?
this. Just a moment. I'll give it a chance.
Okay.
Let me say this. The only assurance that such land grabbing, raping, whatever, this abuse will not take place is when we have a government of an institution. Okay, when we have a unified law enforcement, that we have a national police that look like a mosaic of South Sudan. We have a national army. We have a national security. We have those government institutions in place. We have a judiciary system that respect and abide by the law. This is where all our rights will be protected. Nobody will take the law in their hand and to abuse it. And we are looking for this opportunity. We are looking for this chance. That is the reason we are calling for a unity of a purpose. Let us install technocrat to have a government of institution to reinstall all these government institutions in place. This is where all our rights will be respected. Very unfortunate. I appreciate your response, but you did not answer my question to Brother Odesius. The conversation will continue. Let us welcome the new panelists.
Can I answer something before Brother Odesius, please?
Hold it.
There's any chance for 1 minute?
Hold it. It is gonna come. We don't have to make it one-on-one. We have people just join us. We have Don Uchan here, and we have Gigi Lam. So I will give the podium to Brother John. Please come in, bring your perspective. The conversation will continue. Just hold the break.
Thank you, Kurkuju, and the viewers and the rest of the members. Do you hear me well? Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, please.
Very well.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, include Joseph. Thank you for let us talk. This is the way forward, how we can discuss real about the situation of our nation. We are really in a stage. We are in a, South Sudan is really in a very big problem because of one thing is, we don't like to compromise. This is one. Secondly, we are fighting a battle of win to win. We are all looking for the unity that all of you are discussing. Everybody, every South Sudanese is looking for that. Nobody like to be anything, but everybody need to be a family. But a battle of win to win will not bring us to achieve the unity. And a battle also of getting unity on expenses of others that are being oppressed will not make all of us also to achieve unity. And a battle of tendency for leadership that Kurkuju should not try to be a leader. He is not from my community. He cannot be, this community cannot able to lead us, cannot bring also a compromise of unity. For the side of the future of separation at the side of Equatoria, this is a conditional, and it is a conditional issue. It is because there's no way out, there's no compromise. and there's no understanding of their grievances. It forced them to decide.
I am listening to you because I have a wireless headset. I'm following up with you. Keep going.
Okay, thank you. The demand of Equatoria is not something like whatever. It is because it resulted from lack of compromise and a lack of understanding their grievances, you know. But if there's real understanding of their grievances, of their demands, I think the demand even for separation will not even exist. But since the demand is just, the demand of Equatoria is now, the demand that they are demanding is now like what John Greng put during the Machakos. That if being with the Khartoum is not okay, the people of South Sudan will decide in referendum, you know. But at the side of Equatoria, I myself, I am an Equatorian. It's not because that some people maybe oppose the issue of the separation or something like that. It's not that way. Separation in a country like that include other marginalized people who are also around, who are also having the same problem affecting also in the region. They are also, they love to live with Equatoria. They love to live with Equatoria. People like Western Barghazal, they like to live with Equatoria. People like Kanyuak, they like to live with Equatoria. You know? And if Equatoria try to express, if we Equatoria try to express our separation, Western Barghazal, of course, will join with other people also, will be against, because they will be victim on the hands of people who are dominant. Equatoria is actually a hope of Western Barghazal. Wait, let me finish. It is a debate, please. It is a debate. Let me finish. You know?
Yeah, go ahead.
The people of Western
Barghazal himself, because nobody talks.
Yeah. The people of Western Barghazal are hoping on Equatoria. And then the people of Anuak, can somebody mute himself? So there's too much echo. The people of
I'm running two devices. Just give me a moment because my iPad is dying. Just hold on. Yeah, it's
okay. So the people of other regions like Murle or apart from the two tribes that are really being a problem, okay. Other people want to live with Equatoria. And Equatoria is the hope of those people. The more Equatoria goes, the more those people will become more victims. And those people will become also the victim to the separations of Equatoria itself. No, apart from the two people, the other communities will become also an obstacle to Equatoria. So here, the issue of separation, it is a good thing. It is the last resort. No? Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. No, not yet. Hello, Kurjuju. Hello.
Just continue. Here.
Okay. Okay. My brother Joseph, I think the demand of Equatoria should not be a threat to you, to majority of the people. This is the same thing, because let me explain to you. This is the same.
Why they demand the separation from me?
No, wait. The demand not from you. I'm trying to explain to you. This problem, this is not, people try to say, okay, let us make a federal system whereby we stay by regions. Majority of the Dinka said the federal system, it is Kokwara. Okay, people said, okay, let us compromise. People said, okay, let us compromise. If federal system is Kokwara, let us then compromise. Okay, I, John, I'm not from Jeng or from Nuer. I'm not supposed to be a leader. So you cannot demand unity on expenses. You cannot be tendency on leadership, to be owning leadership by yourself, tendency of leadership. And then you cannot demand also unity on expenses of the people whom you oppress. How will you see it? How will you see it? It is not a good thing. There should be something people have to really compromise. When you need unity from those people, you have to acknowledge the mistakes that are there. And then secondly, you have to also make sure that any member of those people can come to the leader at any time without even saying that, okay, you don't deserve to lead us. We are only the only people who can rule. You are only the only people, and then the rest will be only unity under you. But they cannot be leaders. But you cannot be united under their leadership in the country. Do you see these things are okay? They are not good. You cannot demand unity that, okay, you unite under me, but I will be your leader. At the same time, you cannot be the leader. You know, unite under me. At the same time, we let us find a solution. We cannot find a solution just like that. While you keep talking since before that, okay, let us find a solution. Let us find a solution. But we point to you. These are the things. These are the things that people, okay, we point to people. We point to the general that these are the things. In reality, Kurkuju and the viewers, the problem that is causing really the problems in the country is a lack of compromise, lack of understanding, lack of acknowledgement. Some of us were Equatorian, and we feel bad. Sometimes if the separation of Equatoria in the future becomes truly, leaving you other people behind, under the masses of the suffering of the people, it is painful. It will be like the way we betray the Nuban people in Sudan during liberation.
Correct.
It will be like this, the betrayal of the Nuban people. And that is why we say to the people of Southern Sudan, okay, if that is the solution, we, the opposition as a whole in the country, the general public of Southern Sudanese, be it from Western Barghazal, be it from Equatoria, be it from other people who feel that they are marginalized, include even some of the people, some of these two tribes, there are people within them who are marginalized. Why can't we able to unite and then to launch a decisive action against the regime in Juba? Why can't the people then unite and launch? But we fail to unite. You go first of all, the example of the leadership of the movements in the bush first alone, you find people fail to unite. People have separate movements. Our movements addressing our tribal interests. Our movements are not addressing, our movements in the country are not even addressing the national interest. So it happened to me in my tribe. I have to speak louder because it touched my feeling. And then tomorrow it happened to Joseph or to Kurkuju. Kurkuju have to speak louder because it touched his feeling.
Correct.
There's nobody who speaks a national language. How can we able to tackle a problem of the country while we are speaking just only a tribal dialogue, a tribal language? So my dear people, sincerely speaking, let me be to whine a bit to wrap up Kurkuju.
Yeah.
I just say the tendency of the Jiang and the Nuer, their tendency for leadership, you know, and the demand of unity on expenses of the people whom they are oppressing will not bring anything, will not bring any good things. People must compromise. And at the side of Equatoria, itself, the separation, our separation as Equatorian, will be like a betrayal of the Nuban people last time. You know? So the people have to talk the language of the unity. That unity itself should engulf everybody. But when we try to talk the issue of the unity, we are stuck. When we try to talk about the issue of the country, that, okay, let the army be one. The army could have been the right people to solve the issue of the country. You find the army are on the trouble line. So South Sudan is completely, so now the demand of Equatoria become like a condition. There's no way out. The demand of Equatoria become like a condition. At the side of the army are on the trouble line. There's no national army. At the side of opposition, the opposition are tribalists, addressing only the tribal interests. You know? And completely at the side of the unity of the community of the people of the Southern Sudanese, no any community want to unite under another community because of the language that is being used by the two communities always, all the time, that will liberate you.
Thank you.
And therefore, that language is forcing every community to say that I don't like to be under another leadership of another tribe because tomorrow we will be called that will liberate you. So that is forcing people one, but I demand to the people of Southern Sudan, that is a language just only to scare you. The people of Southern Sudan must play a positive, opposite role. The government of Southern Sudan is using a policy of divide to rule the people of South Sudan to stay longer in the power. So therefore, the people of Southern Sudan must use opposite politics, opposite game, a policy of unity, so that to destroy the government. If the Dinka are standing with the government, okay, what about other tribes as a whole? If you unite all other tribes united as a whole, will the Dinkas stand? Even though they are uniting with the Nuer, even though they unite with the Nuer, will they stand other tribes as a whole? Let us be frank, guys. This is a talk. We are talking like sometimes we are talking like people who doesn't know the direction. Other communities, you unite. If you united, if the Dinka say that they don't like unity, and some of them talking maybe unity in a funny way. I know all Monjang, majority of them, they are talking unity just only a fun. Like just only to waste time, you know, to dodge, you go, Musi Kurkuji is having a plan to do something. Okay, let me join him, and then I play a game inside there of dodging him, of making him this way, of making him this way. But really, anything that Jeng are talking really actual against that government, there's nothing.
Kurkuju is smart enough to be dodged.
No? so now, for example, you find even to this...
Kurkuju is smart enough to be dodgy.
Okay, you find... Okay, let me finish. You find even to this, how do you call they call it the one of Thomas Chirilo. The people who are joining there, the people who are joining there, they are not even people really who are real rebellious. They are just going there to make Ajir Toburhamish. Nasal can join Riak, or Nasal can join Riak Jato, Salkun Nasal can join Riak. Dagalu Jato le Riaki to make Toburhamish with Alokuma Ptariak. Someone bigger Subugal Riak made Ajir Wiki. Imon Bada Giri Jatan Mara Lenepso Kuma Alkanmon Garin Gali, Imon Merit Vogo. For example, if you take, let me say, be the truth. If you take that Yani, this is the reality, they are real against the government. Why Malong is living in Nairobi without even national security come and capture him from Nairobi? While other people like Thomas Chirilo could not able to stay in Nairobi safely. This is just a game to blindfold the people. So therefore, if the people of Southern Sudan, if you in the city of Equatoria to talk about you separation, you mobilize other communities, work with other communities, unite. If the Dinkas don't like the unity and they want to stick with their government and whatever, other communities, when you unite, you will defeat. But talking about Equatoria,
I wish it is Dinka government.
But talking about Equatoria only alone. Equatoria, Yajama, we are taking ourselves to tribal interests, which will not even address anything. If John Garang was fighting only for Southern Sudan, Anyanyawan, when Anyanyawan was started, Anyanyawan was advocating only for Southern Sudan. Guess what happened? The Nuba people, who are really Balak, they were the people who were fighting Anyanyawan, not Arab.
Yeah. No,
But when John Garang came with a model of a strategy during SPLA, he said he's fighting for the whole Southern Sudan. You find even the Nuba people whom the Arab were using to be against, were the people even fighting against Arab. And that is why that is why the people, the Southern Sudanese succeeded. So therefore, play the game that is good. I will end up here. I appeal to every Southern Sudanese united, talk the politics of unity, whereby we can unite one. If Jiang want to stay with their government, including their brothers, their cousins, because they are now in Juba, they are now making a grooming, a reconciliation. When they reconcile, this is according to their policy. They say they have the majority. If they reconcile and they unite, a strong unity, other communities will not talk with them. So if they want to unite the two of them, let them unite. And then all of us, other communities, we unite. And then we see. If it means by election, by voting, we see their popularity. If it means also by bullet, and then we see in the jungle.
Thank you. Brother John, you nailed it. I respect your perspective, and you paint the whole picture that as people of South Sudan, we want to look at it. The conversation is getting more healthier. We have Brother Gigi Lam. I don't know if a sister, forgive me. So you have been waiting patiently. I will pass the podium to you. Bring your perspective. I am not going to respond. You mute yourself. Please unmute yourself, brother, or Gigi Lam, unmute yourself. Come in, bring your perspective. Then the role will go back to Brother Bridge. But John, you made Bridge so happy. So I just see him, keep smiling. So
I actually wanted to respond to all of them. Yeah.
Lam, come in, please. The podium is yours. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah. Thank you. And I would just love to request from you. I will make both language because my dad language has been stolen. My dad is Junubi, but his language has been stolen. Therefore, I have to mix up.
Feel free, please.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity and all the viewers. And I'm proud being a part of your show today. And I would say for this regard, a very great topic. And I would, what I would love to request from my fellow South Sudanese, calm yourself down. The thing is already been messed up. And you're trying to be here to fixing it. When you're fixing things up, you don't crush the wound. You're trying to put the water, the cold water, in the wound. And later on, if there is a grievance, you can also discuss when the situation is cold. Before I say anything, I would also asking you, because I'm very interested, I'm very nationalist. Therefore, my picture you may not see it because it's a night, it's morning anyway, and there is a kid around me. Therefore, there is no light.
We respect your opinion, and you started very, very well. You have the podium. Thank you for your wisdom, calming us down. We don't have to take it personal, and we have to treat the wound gently. The podium is yours, brother. Come in.
Thank you. Brother, the host, thank you for a good topic. When you see where everyone, there is a less speaker make a phone. What to take us to this situation is the lack of compromise. And also to respond to one of his comment on his speech. What I disagree with my fellow Equatorian, they keep on blaming these two tribes. No, South Sudan is not 2 tribes. It's 64 tribe
Plus.
mother.
Yeah.
These 64 tribe, some of them, majority of them, they call themselves smart. And this is what, I don't want to use the term hypocrisy in some way, but when you look the history back, these 2 tribes are not chosen to dominate. They are all 64 mother who are there available. Even the liberation from Nyanya 1 is start from those regions of Equatoria. And this majority of tribes, they follow them. They do not leave them, let them pie alone because they are from Equatoria. But the thing here, we don't have to, sometimes when you blame somebody else, and while you're supposed to contribute, is another factor. Okay, my point here to you, the host, is a great thing to begin somewhere and leave the past. And especially the youth asking yourself, what can we do? Everything has been messed up.
Yeah.
Do we go back to the whole arena or we need to open a new channel? I think this is your point of today, and I 100% supporting it.
Thank you.
But if we come watering down for those grievances which are being messed up from where you don't know, or your uncle or your grand, where are we going to get there? No. I think my point of view to all others, I would asking, we are suffering enough. Let us leave those wounds behind. Can we open the new channel? That is the point that I can support your vision, and I'm behind 100% for your vision. Come to a point of blaming these 2 tribes. Let us look the perspective of the event of 1991 when it happened. It's a political within the political, they mess up there.
Yeah.
People like us, we always fall a victim. Even Nuer and Dinka, who fall in 91, is a mess up, the political mix up. Therefore, when you come back to 2013,
yeah.
Okay, what happened is about all these general include every type of mother there in those rally. When they disagree, and then it ain't what? It ain't in one community. All our communities, 63 tribes, they were present there.
Yeah.
You know what, brother, when you're talking, Equatoria themselves, they neglect themselves. If I could put to you, the soldier who killed Nuer ethnic group, that among them include Thomas Chirilo. And if today we blame if we blame of one another for things that we could have done differently, I think it won't be fair and it won't be logic. Because, for example, in 2017, sorry.
Ito قلت سيريلو قتل نوير كان؟ قتل accuse him?
No. He said Chirilo was there. He was part of the regime.
ما لانه هسه انت قاعد ترجع back to the same thing that we talked about.
كلام تزول clear. Kurkuju, kalam tazol clear. Wogali, Equatoria, they are part of the people who kill their people. Now they are starting uniting with the Dinkas.
Okay, no. Hold on. Sorry. Let him explain himself. Give him a chance, please.
And I just wanted to ask something different from the Equatorial thing.
Hold on.
Can he just explain something to us? It's about him. I just wanted to know. He said that his language has been stolen. Can you help us because you brought this in? Who stole your language? I just want to know.
Yeah, he will come to it. Let him clear this part first, the contentious part. Yeah, come in, brother.
Yes,
Brother Lam.
Yeah, I think, sister, thank you. Let me just simply answer. You can ask yourself if the language we're speaking now is not ours.
Correct.
When you see another language, it means it's Arabic and English that not belong to us, which means that we Junubin, if we have a mother language or father language, we could use it perfectly. Therefore, when I speak English, we mean that my father language, which is Junubi, has been stolen. That's what I mean.
I got you. Carry on.
Yes. And that I think that is clear, and you could also reflect.
Correct.
Can you clarify the accusation?
I think you could speak your language because you need to speak English perfectly, know that the other language perfectly. I just thought that maybe you've been taken somewhere and you lost your native language, but from the way you spoke, I think you know your language, or maybe I don't know. That's what I was asking.
No, what I'm just.
Didi.
I'm sorry.
Didi, hold on. Hold on a moment, Didi. If he decides to speak in his,
I'm gonna leave him to continue now.
Didi, hold on.
Because I raised the question, I wanted to know, and just about the language thing. But since he cleared it, it's okay.
Go ahead, Brother Lam, please, and thank you.
Yes. What I'm trying to say about, as I mentioned, Thomas Cirillo. What I'm saying here, let us not confuse, because here we are here to fix and to help ourselves out of the mess, and we have to be honest. And therefore, the time when the incident break out in 2013,
December,
Thomas Cirillo, Mamour, all those guys are there in Juba even today, include Wani. They are content in the government. They never come up and condemn the incident. They may be what is in their mindset, I don't know. They could be say, oh, those are Jange, let them kill themselves. Maybe later on, when they finish killing themselves, the smart guy will come in. But they don't realize the system itself got no smart one. It's rich to everyone. What I'm saying, brother, don't misinterpret me. I said, if Tom is realized later on, after he defected, and have a good communication with their fellow and join together rather than say, I'm going to form my own movement and divert and convert that tension, because he's really feel for his people suffering, and then join force together. And then I don't think even the system now could have.
I think just to interrupt a little bit, sorry. He kind of twists his word, because he accused him directly, saying, and I'm not a supporter of Cirillo, but you cannot throw
Adesius, hold it, please. Patience is a virtue. Let him finish his thought.
I apologize.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, Brother Lam, please.
Kurkuja, I think you give other people to talk longer, and then we don't. Never even.
Let him talk. Sorry.
No. He did not.
Finish.
He did not.
Something that you just enjoy.
Please. Can you allow the gentleman?
Let him talk. Let him talk, people. Let us respect him, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead, brother. What I'm just saying, brother. Let us to be honest and say, we are not here to attack one another. Everyone has an opinion how they view things. This is how I view the situation. It's not personally. And what I'm trying to say, we have to stop. When there's something that come to your way, is attack all of us. Let us stop this idea, say, oh, this is for Nuer, oh, this is for Dinka, oh, this is for Bari. If something that attack us in a view of, in a general or a national wise view, for example, this incident, let us unite, let us confront, this is our enemy. If it's a system, let us come together and let us back up ourselves. Let us drop this mindset, this is Nuer or Dinka or Equatoria. Therefore, the system is there, is not going to leave you. And to remind you, those separatists, can we learn a lesson from South Sudan? Therefore, when we pray for independence, what happened afterward? The country is no longer controlled by us. And even tomorrow, when you get independent, you don't know Museveni is going to control it. Thank you. I will just listening. If there is a question, I would just be there for. And welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lam, for your perspective. And this is a matter of fact. We need to learn from history. All of us, we are a student of history, but we never learn the lesson. And this will take us back to the popular say that when they came for the Jewish people, I said, I am not a Jewish. When they came for the Christian, and I said, I am not a Christian. And when they came for whoever, and then when they came for me, there is nobody there for me. So, it is one by one, the strategy of divide and conquer and the strategy of demagoguing. So now, tribe going against tribe, a clan going against clan. But what is our main purpose? We are yearning for better South Sudan that will accommodate all of us, okay? All of us, we are victims, including the Dinka people themselves, okay? Because I keep saying this, and I will repeat it, okay? I will repeat it. This government of the Oye regime, I call them the Oye regime, there is Bari, there is my tribal man, which is Rizik Zakaria, is from Baya or Kresh. There is Waniga, there is Selomoro, there is all those are gang, okay? Let us unite, put our hand, the unity of purpose to de-launch them, unseat them from the power, bring technocrat to install the government of institution, whereby when there is a national army, national police, national security, there is a judiciary system that will respect the law. We have an active parliament, then we can go for election whereby all our right will be in place. But let me throw this one back to the separatists. Even though if the Equatorian, they decide to dissect today, to declare a new state, there the same thing will happen. There will be a dominant tribe. They want to manipulate other. They want to control. They start fighting, and this is going to break into little tribal countries. So therefore, our interest as a nation to stop demagoguing, stop allow Salva Kiir prolong their days in power. Let us come together to put an end to this regime, de-launch them, and then we can carry forward. Now,
Korkoji, before you go ahead, can I say something just a small? I just want to say this question across.
Yeah.
Really, the unity that we are advocating, the people of Southern Sudan, we have to really question the unity that we together with the Jeng want, because we don't want a unity of deceiving. The Jeng will come to the unity in the middle of the unity and then play a game of being obstacle. Sometimes distracting, saying that this government is not good, this government is not good. But at the same time, they are just working to obstruct the unity of the people that will work against the government. If they want to the unity, the people of Southern Sudan should focus to the unity of themselves. If they want to be remaining with the government, let them remaining with the government, Yajama. Don't include them. They need unity just only to make it delayment tactic to the people of Southern Sudan.
I respect your take, Brother John, but now your first statement, I like it, and now you are kind of start walking back from it. Okay, let us give the benefit of doubt. Let us give the benefit of doubt to everybody. Okay, let us just go for a good faith. Like the Jain people, they suffer a great deal. Okay, I am not promoting or defending them. Yes, they are my in-laws, but as a matter of fact, look at the level of the hate that's been generating against even normal the normal innocent jeng alinu ma akal dollar wahid bita hakuma.
That's
Okay?
not true, Kuju. That's not true. That's not true.
Hold on, hold on, Didi. Okay, not all young people kashimum fil asal. Okay, maybe the Matianganyor will not abuse them. Okay, Matianganyor will not terrorize them because of their gornom or whatever. Lakin, as a matter of fact, look at the street of Juba, the number of the widows, the number of the orphan children on the street of Juba, in the street of Wow, and you go to other city, the vast majority are the young people, are Dinka, okay? Those are facts. Sometimes we try just to overlook things because we have something else in back of our mind. Before I go in a circle back, let me start with Odysseus, because there is a question I throw at him, and then I will go to Brother Berech. He got some responded there. CJ, if you can exit, allow the camera and the microphone first. Good, now we are good. So CJ also is here. I will go to Odysseus. There is a lot you want to react to it, and I hope also you will be able to answer the question that I throw it at you earlier. Please come in, Odysseus.
Okay, I will try to brief it, but if you can remind me the question. But before that, I want to say what you just mentioned earlier. It sounds like a combination of a statistic based on the suffering of the people, because you're putting them in a statistic instead of asking the question that we're supposed to say. What is, like you always, like if you look at the opposition, they always use the word the root cause. What is the root cause of these problems? Once we understand it clearly, then we go forward. It's not like, for me, the difference between me and the opposition, they want to discuss it, but we know what it is. It's just you discuss it with your group and understand the meaning of it and what's the situation. How can you get to the solution? But for them, they want to go and sit down with the enemy or the same person who inflict the pain and say, let's discuss the root cause. And that's why the difference there. But what I'm saying is that you mentioned those things is just a combination of statistics. But if you can remind me the question earlier, because there's a lot of things right now I wanted to respond to. One of them, even this Brother Lam said, Cirilo, because when he put that, and I want to make clear my point before you ask me this, that there is some people think
okay.
Before
you go to Brother Lam, just let us put it this way. We have to admit it. This government of Oye regime, that I call them the Oye regime because they don't have anything. They just scream Oye, Oye. This government is not a one tribe government. Yes, the majority are Dinka. There is no argument about it, but we have people from our own tribe. Even our uncle, our cousin, they are part of this regime. And this thing is happening with their approval, with their blessing, okay? We have to admit this, okay? Because we cannot blame the bad one of Jing only and let our bad one, the thief, the killer, the looter, whoever, helping the majority to get away with it. Okay, let us admit this fact. Let us agree on it. Al-Assassin, this looks like a government of national unity. There is nowhere there. There is Fertit, there is Zande, there is whoever, okay? Now, my question to you earlier, I ask you, okay? You are somebody who is fighting against injustice. Women being raped across South Sudan, okay? Land grabbing is happening in Upper Nile, is happening in Western Bahr el Ghazal, is happening in Equatoria. Okay? As somebody who is fighting against injustice, if in the alley where you are right now in US, if you came on your way, you are walking, there is somebody about to molest a child or to abuse a woman or to rape her, with your conscience, you will try to do something. Even though if you don't want to endanger your life, you may make a phone call to call a police or to get somebody involved, okay? This is by the virtue of somebody who is political activists fighting for human rights and want justice. Why you decide to be selective to protect the right of women in Equatoria not to the raping to stop? And why you decide just to fight for the right of Equatorian, their land being grabbing, instead of come as a nationalist and fight for everybody across the country? That was my question to you. What is your response, brother Odysseus?
All right. Again, thank you. I'll give you a formal addressing Mr. Kukuju. Thank you. Even though I see you like a great uncle. And I really appreciate your kindness and giving us this chance to express our views and points. And at the end, like I said, we are all sons of Ham, but we have to be sincere with ourselves at the end. The question you just asked, it just shows me like, it's almost you telling me I'm a married man in a neighborhood, or a married man with my brothers, and then suddenly one of my brothers abused my wife or beat her up. And then when I stand with my wife, now I'm selective. You understand? I'm not being selective when I stand with my people in their own pain and their own suffering, because nobody talk about them. And coming up to the point of you say this regime is combined of many people in there, I will disagree on that point, because at the end,
this analogy, no disrespect, Odysseus,
yes, sir,
doesn't fit at all to my understanding. This issue with your brother beating your wife and you become selective defending your wife, it doesn't fit.
But that's what it is, because you're trying to tell me like I'm favoring my people suffering than others. I never said I'm favoring anyone. I'm just looking at my interest, because everybody have an interest. Even though we cannot deny that everybody in this earth, when they're hungry, they know they're hungry. They don't gonna talk to the friend, "Are you hungry?" He's gonna talk to himself first. Like, I need to find what I can eat. So I'm looking for my benefit. I'm looking for my interest, and this is natural.
Okay, let me be direct. Okay.
Yes.
Now let us say you are in Juba, and you came across a woman from a Nuer community or from Dinkabor or Dinkabar or Kazal being raped. Somebody's about to rape her. Are you going to help protect her, stop it, or just you will walk away?
Of course, if you're a man of justice, you have to defend her. But I'm talking about something.
Thank you. That is good enough.
I'm not gonna sit
now
down.
You answer my question. I'm satisfied with that answer.
I'm not gonna sit down here and see anybody, even if the North people, the Northern that we separated from, if I see a woman from the North getting abused in my territory or anywhere else, and I know I don't even like the people maybe for some disagreement, but when I see somebody innocent being victimized, I have to stand up for them. I'm not disagreeing that there's some people suffering in Upper Nile and Bahr al-Ghazal, but I'm talking in the fact that my people right now are in a situation that is going deeper. If we are looking at the deeper effect of what's going on in our region. I'm not looking at the outside or the surface. I'm looking at the deeper effect. The deeper effect.
Then I don't want you to fail the test, Odysseus. Let me say this, okay? Because the way how you are looking at it right now, maybe within Equatoria at a later time, if Equatoria become a country, okay? I'm saying that, if things start to happen, maybe you will be selective. You want to protect your own tribes.
In a situation, listen, like I said, you have your siblings or your wife, okay? Once you see somebody, even if he's your best friend, he tried to put his hand on your wife or your family, your natural reaction is you're going to defend them. It doesn't matter what you think, logical or not logical. Because some people trying to be philosophers right now. I read their comments, but they just don't make any sense. Because even if they put them in that condition, they will stand up for their people. At least I don't stand up for my tribe. I stand up for the whole region of Equatoria, because I believe Equatoria is everything. Because I don't look at it in the observation of a tribe. I believe this tribe was there and it's always going to be there. But I want to look at the way how we look at each other. See, in Upper Nile, I don't see them. They understand that ideology. For Bahr al-Ghazal, I can say some of Bahr al-Ghazal understand the ideology that we, but the rest they don't understand the word we. Yeah. And I don't want for us to beg people who are oppressing us, like our earlier brother John said, to come and say, unity, and then you're gonna oppress me or put your feet on my neck, and you say, let's go for unity, and I'm here suffering. So I know it sounds funny for those who don't understand the pain and the sorrow, but listen, there is a lot of inequality right now going on. We might say suffering, but do you know that the people are getting more help, more assistance from international community are people in Upper Nile, while the rest of the other regions are neglected, especially Equatoria. And I'll say why. Because in Equatoria, tell me, only Juba, and don't focus on Juba as the whole Equatoria. Equatoria is bigger than Juba. Juba is just the capital that combined the whole South Sudan. And that's why the reason of Juba as a capital became a conundrum or become an obstacle to us as Equatorians, because now our progression as to be equals as brothers became a problem. Even some people said, let's move this capital out to other area. But I told them, like, the capital has nothing to do with what the people have the hidden agenda behind it. Because if we cannot even define the problem from the start, how could you say that we have to talk about, oh, we are all one family? Because the definition of the problem was not put accurately. The start of the problem was people are defining the problem as like a political war. It wasn't. It was a tribalistic conflict. Even the organization of SPLM was created by tribalism. And some people try to still sweet talk that. The
Thank
tribalistic
you.
mentality came up deeper within this regime. And
I
now you see them. And then just to answer your word, you said there's some people inside the SPLM. Those people are puppets. The same thing like what they did in the north with our people. They used to use our South Sudanese as puppets so they can just facilitate a way for them to oppress more of our what do you call marginalized and suffering people. So I'm saying here, in fact, I'm not here to be trying to change the fact. It's like something, and that's why for us, when I see this kind of language, it even create more distrust between me and the others, because the way they cannot even be sincere.
Thank you. Thank
That's
you.
the problem.
Now, by describing those as a puppet, I think you did respond to Brother Lam already with that assertion. So we don't have to go there. Hang on tight. Hold your thought. Let me go to Sister Amel Jonkur, who just joined us. Next, I will go to you. I'm coming to you, Brother Prech, because I am coming to
Don't
you.
forget
But
CJ
Amel just
too.
joined us. Let her drop her
CJ and Amel.
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amel, come in, please. You have been following the conversation. You have reaction on the screen. Please come in.
Oh, thank you, Brother Kulukuji, and all your view on us and Mark for the studio. And I just want to ask something, and I will ask some question. Well, thank
Yeah.
you, Jose Bolash. And official, that's why I try to drop something. I just have a couple things to add, and I'm just going to talk in a kind of a way. The first thing that I want to add, Finas, they put things very right. And everybody entitled to their own opinion in a way.
Correct.
I always ask myself, can we didn't have a country by now? If we're still fighting by now, are we? How some people gonna ask for separation, or are we gonna join hands to have that country? I always ask myself, suppose if we don't have the country, what will be the reaction of those who are reacting right now? Secondly, I go back to the Bible. There is two women اللي هم واحدة فيهم نامت في الجنة حقه, and the child died. So when the child died, the next day when she wake up, she just sweep the child and put the other child, which
King
is alive.
Solomon.
Yes, King Solomon. ففي النهاية لما جو في المحكمة, المرأة اللي هي أساسا she killed a child, she accept إن هم يقسموا الجنة. لكن المرأة اللي هي عارفة ده جناها, she didn't accept. What she said, okay, it's better to let الجنة ده يخلوه, because she knows that at least الجنة ده لو خلوه وعاشت it will have a benefit for other people. Forget about them, both of them. But this is, some people will understand what I mean. Second thing that I'm gonna talk.
This is a serious statement.
Yes, people will understand it, because everybody will interpret it the way they want to interpret it. But for me, I just put that things and everybody will understand. Second thing that I want to put, my late dad used to tell us that if somebody came and talk about your child, your own child, or your father or your wife that in a bad way to accuse them that they are a thief or they did something bad, don't react. Don't say it, because if you react, it's because they are your own. Is somebody who relative to you. But go deeply and do investigation. Find the truth. Because if you're gonna sympathize, that means because you feel like this person is somebody who relative to you, and you are not gonna be honest, and you are not gonna be like truthful in that judgment. That's why even Fima Hakim, you cannot go, you cannot say a judge will judge his own child. They cannot bring his own child to Mahkama because he will never judge a right judge.
There is
because that's allowed.
emotional attachment. Okay.
You
okay.
got it. You got it. So
Yeah.
this is the two things I want to put. The third thing that I want to really, really put, Brother Lam say it and you say it. I'll pass is past. We cannot go, and we cannot tire ourselves. We have a measure. And we should just right now see what's gonna be the solution for us. And if we think that we cannot unite it, we cannot unite it to bring the country together, is that mean that we didn't even appreciate Nasser al-Matu? We are not talking about Nasser al-Shindel. Al-Shindel al-Regime al-Hasahalian, they are there. They may go one by one. Nasser al-Matu, and Nasser al-Jabu country. And Nasser really sacrificed for us. It seems like we don't care about them. It seems like we really care about the Nasser al-Hassa. It seems like everybody care about their own interests. And Nasser al-Matu, they care about the interest of all us. And they really fight Janina today to have a country. We should be grateful for them, and we should look into that. Basic on that, we should be like honesty, do the right judgment. We should not judge basic on Hajj al-Hassa Haliyan. And if we don't unite it, Mishkela, it was a real thing my dad used to tell us all the time. I'm sorry, I just have to put the proper thing. What Galena Ganfi can Kamsa Akhwan. Hamsa Akhwan, they were fighting, both of them, serious fighting. For Finahaya, somebody came from outside to attack them. When the person came to attack them, Homa al-Khamsa Del, they came back to united. It was too dangerous. A life couldn't become dangerous. Like all of them were gonna die. For Finahaya, they united as to save their life. For Ena, we should unite it to save the country. Forget about what's going on with tribal people. Let us save the country, and let us unite it by unity from within our heart, we do the best for the country. But if we don't unite it within our heart, and we're talking, this is gonna be separating. It is not gonna take us anywhere. We're gonna even delay the country more than the National Guardian regime, because Mr. Bitaina to separate, it's gonna delay the country and gonna delay the country worse than what we are seeing now. Because we're talking about So we should be wise enough and use the wisdom and let the will of God be done in the country, Akhwana. Say I just will of God. People should forgive each other. Forgiveness is a part of to move on and unite it and do the best for the country. Thank you. I just want to throw those kind of words.
Continue listening, because this Sabita King Solomon, I will give it to Sister Didi. She will answer. She will answer it. No. Hold on. Don't get too excited. You will respond to it later. But I am going to Joseph Barech. But before, I have to go to Joseph Barech. The same story of the 5 brothers who are fighting. It reminds me, I don't like Yuri Museveni, and I will say it, okay? But remember the story of Yuri Museveni, gave it to South Sudanese when the 2 brothers are fighting, and then the other brother realized that there is a ditch that his brother gonna trap into it or break his leg. He alerted him, hey, there is a ditch, watch out, okay? So brother fight, it has a way that just to get out of the situation, but you will not hit your brother to the extent that you want to cause a severe harm. So at the end of the day, we are still the same one people of South Sudan that fought against Jalaba al assassin to have this beautiful country. So let us keep this one in back of our mind. Brother Barech, you have been patiently waiting. Bring your perspective, respond to this conversation. The podium is yours.
If you don't mind, don't forget CJ. CJ is there too. He was new. if you forgot.
Thank you, Brother Kurkuju, for
Did I
bringing me
skip
to
CJ?
Yep, you escape him. He never spoke
Oh,
yet.
okay. Let
Yeah.
CJ, hang on, brother. Sorry, I come in,
Thank you,
Baraj. I will
Kajuni.
go to CJ. Yeah,
All right.
because also CJ going to respond to Baraj as well. So come in, please.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Kurkuju. You know, I hope you guys hearing me well.
Clearly.
Okay, this is what I want to say. First of all, Kurkuju, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for people who've been talking. When I was talking about this issue, I put it generally, but as you know, what is our situation, what we're talking about, that's why you bring this show up, talking about unity, and I put my word in, but I find myself being cornered in a tribe shoes. So please always ignore those kind of conversation, you know, and I always trying to take it easy and respond and look in a big picture. But please, Brother Kurkuju allowed me just to take a foot soldier talk today. And then I have to respond for a few things and keep going. And I'm going to mix maybe Arabic and English. You know, already people refer everything here. That's the language I don't want to see, and that's the language I don't like. They already give.
Okay, let me push a resetter. Okay.
Yep.
Remember wisdom of Brother Lam, how to treat a wound. Okay. First.
Yes.
Secondly,
yes.
also, I don't want you to worry this tagia kabir that the whole gang. Okay. Just take it from perspective as an individual. You are contributor. You are giving your perspective. You don't have to fight for gang. Okay, because the whole gang, there is so many of the members, they will come in and also they will give their perspective. So Mati Shield, don't hold it all. Just take it easy.
That's how they see me. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I don't see you like that, brother. Just
Okay, I
That's
do
okay.
understand you.
Come in,
I
Baraj.
do understand you.
I don't want to get my part
You know,
because I feel like I've been waiting
I
for
don't.
so long. I think let's Baraj
Ju-
just carry on with the conversation so that CJ can come in and I can talk.
Yeah,
Didi, be
Because
yeah.
patient.
one will forget what you want to say.
انت بنيه ما تخلي قلبك تكون سكون شديد زي
This is
ده.
Oh,
this,
oh my God, that's not good. It's just about
this is what I want to say.
what I want to
Abroad.
say.
Okay.
I-
give her a chance. Give her a chance.
Just
Okay, Baraj, come in.
okay. All right. Thanks again. Let's take it easy, Jama. You know, I think at the end of the day we are South Sudanese. But let me say this. I want to take this issue literally. Yeah, Jama. You know, for me, when I came here, my first priority when I come, I just come in to chip in my opinion.
Thank you.
Number two, I'm not talking on behalf of the government of South Sudan or behalf of Jing. But I'm in Jing's skin. I cannot deny my skin. I'm proud of my tribe like everybody else, proud of their tribes. Simple as that. To do this, yeah, Jama, I don't know. What will make, for example, Equatorian separatists talk about the whole Equatorian name? Because the name Equatoria, that's what will make them, they talk on behalf of Equatorian. As Brother Itaka before was already criminalizing people who are in the government at the moment because he talk on behalf of all Equatorian. You know, this is where we go wrong all the time. Number two, the separation is not an issue to me. And I'm not going against separation. It's an opinion. Let them separate it. But my problem, don't separate on the back of other tribe because you're not going to make it. You know, because if you don't like me at the tribe, what will make me like you or cry behind to get you? You know, what I want to say is this. Let's be frank. The issue of South Sudan is messed completely. What I'm looking at is the future, how we're going to do this, regardless of what. In my view and my original view, I do believe the contribution of South Sudan, we are all contributed. Even if there is a one-person tribe, call it Ahili, he contributed to, I do believe that, you know. If you're going to convince me, Denka started the revolution and started the SPLM and Denka did all this kind of stuff, I don't believe it. The way I see it, I see everybody involved. I see everybody who contributed in South Sudan as a son of South Sudan. And what I'm looking at is the biggest issue. I'm not addressing people here or taking or mobilizing people emotional. Rape, kill, this, you did that. That's not my problem. You know, my problem is this. Yeah, Jama, this one thing I want to say. There are some people who act like a super moralist in South Sudan. And the other part of the other tribe, they don't know nothing. You know? Let me tell you this, Jama. South Sudan, ugat from Al Wahid. You know? There is no tribe come from any atmosphere or fall from the sky is smarter than other, or the other tribe is a descent of Jesus. No. We all the same. If Upper Nile people are tribal, what will make Equatorian people are not tribal? You know, we're supposed to put a fact of what will make Barkazal are not tribal. We are in the same environment. We are a product of the same environment. We are the product of the atmosphere we are in. You know, making yourself, you know, you're the super moralist. You're the one who knows. You're the one who educated. Ya jamani, junubino kulle na amala shuru fi South Sudan. Tell me, it doesn't matter. Equatorial fish no amalo. Al-Zol, a dictator ta Equatorial invented something today. He rescue South Sudan demonude. Fi Apana demonude. Fi Barakazal demonude. You know, at the end of the day, let's put the issue together. Regardless of the language of one tribe did this, we look sometime in kind of this small view and emotional stuff, because there's a lot of people who were supporting this before. Yeah, it's true, it's right. Yeah, I'm not going to put myself in emotional shoes. Things happen in South Sudan. Okay, what is next? Do you think you're going to chase out one tribe that's next? We've been living there for more than 300 years as a people of South Sudan. Denka with other tribes side by side, doesn't matter. If Denka were thinking to Denkanize the whole South Sudan, they have done it. They should have done it 200 years ago. They shouldn't wait until now. But that idea is not there, and no one want to do it at all, and no one will agree. You know, because now the situation of South Sudan, like you said, Kokuju, is affecting everyone. But the problem here, because we are so divided, now everybody just they have non-losing attitude. What will make me care about South Sudan, and that Equatorian don't care about South Sudan? What will make them don't care about South Sudan? What will make me care about South Sudan? We are all the same. If I don't care about South Sudan, I don't care. If I care about it. So if you don't care about South Sudan, I'm not going to treat it as an all Equatorian. They don't care about South Sudan. I think there's people who care about South Sudan, and they're looking for the future of South Sudan. But the issue of separatists and Equatorial, they think they are very special. There's something special about them. Nothing is special about them.
Let me just
get on and move on with everybody else in South Sudan.
Hold on, Joseph. I will let you to finish your thought here.
Yes,
there is a notion of we are Hararnakum, okay? We are Monjang. We are born to rule. This thing been advocate for it, okay? Maybe that is why it create this. It didn't came from out of blue, okay? It is happening, okay? Like now, if we have to go to Juba, we landed at Juba airport, okay? Brother Baraj, you will be treated differently, okay? Regardless of your connection, you may be even ushered in through the VIP access, okay? And somebody that look like me, even with South Sudanese passport, I will be asked so many questions. Okay, that is why we need the Ministry of Interior. There will be a representation of all of us. As long as I can prove I am a South Sudanese, I have the document, I can prove my tribe, I can speak the language, I should be, you and I, we should be treated differently. Okay, Lakin, as where we are standing right now, okay, and this is something we talk about it in Zoom TV, okay? In Juba, most likely I will be stopping the night and I will be asked, Ayinna, okay, with assumption that, you know, I have to respond in Tongmonjang. So there is things that are not right, okay? We don't have to cover it up. We have to call a spade, because we are looking for a better South Sudan that will accommodate all of us, will respect all of us, regardless of how the color of our skin look like, how the gornom on our front head or the nung in our head look like. A country that Zema, Dr. John Bigul, when you come home, Bigulu, Damwatin Bitajin Sudan came home. Okay? If you can finish your thought, because the line is getting longer. Come in, please.
definitely, I'll finish my thought, and then I will say, look, Kurkuju,
Yeah.
as we know, we understand everything, you know, and I do believe the people who always claim they are the liberator and the Jing who are the one who liberated this situation. There is a radicals in any situation and in any community. We have Equatorian radicals, we have Western Barkazalian radical, we have Jing radical, you know. But for you to hang on the radical view and to think that view represent whole one community, that's where I go wrong.
I agree with you.
You know, so a lot of people now hang on this radical who don't represent even a base, and just pick their word, and this is the whole Jing doing this, you know. I'm not talking here even of behalf of Jing, but sometimes they put me in something I don't even understand why it's running like this, you know, because I don't care about it. Even somebody who claim born to rule, I don't care about him. Let him see he born to rule. He born to rule in his house. He didn't born to rule in a public space, you know. These kind of simple things, I wouldn't take it and held the whole tribe accountable, in my view, you know. That's why sometimes when I talk, I mainly focus on a general things and intellectual talk, and talk about things, how we're going to pull this together. At the moment, everything is mad. Doesn't matter who did it, Denka, Equatorian, Nuer, you know, Zande, Balanda. It's already done. We are in it. So what next?
Thank you.
If you're demonizing me, you still don't have answer. And if I'm still demonizing you, I still don't have answer. That's why just go on and go ahead. You're not special. You know, you're a human being like me. Everybody can learn, and a lot of people. So at the end of the day, what I want to say this, I think, let me say this, all the individuals who always come here, they think they represent Equatorian. I think they're supposed to change their language, because I don't believe separatists represent Equatorian, and separatists is not a big concern to me. Equatorian are going or not, because they don't represent the whole region, you know.
Thank you.
And I respect every South Sudanese, and doesn't matter. You work for your separation, I will work for my unity, and let the country go ahead. This life, you know. See who will win. If you separate, just go. Don't worry. But don't make me like I'm the devil all the time, you know. Thank you.
That is a great finish up there. Let us work for tolerance and coexistence. Thank you very much.
There is something here. I want to just to put just a small remark.
No. Adesius, hold it. Adesius, hold it. I have CJ who's waiting patiently.
Yes,
and also Didi want to respond to that situation of King Solomon with those two women. Didi, Fred, I will come back to you. You just came into the studio. Hang on tight. I will go to CJ, and then Didi, you will respond to that specific statement. CJ, I appreciate it. You can unmute yourself and come in, please.
Thank you, Brother Kurkuju. You know, happy Easter to everyone of you guys.
Thank you. I believe in blessed Easter, not happy, because there is nothing happy about it in our country. Our people are not happy. Yeah, I respect your perspective, but this is just my take.
You're not in the theater. You're not in the theater.
Should I complain about this dark screens or not?
That is okay. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear them clearly.
Well, guys, you know, let me get in. Simply, thank you guys for the opportunity. Brother Kurkuju.
You're welcome.
There's one thing that I wanted to tell you, John. I understand this issue kept on going day after the other, and people seems to be trying to undermine and as if they didn't hear anything, or they are not observing anything at all. The issue of separations isn't our intention. It was something that was being imposed on us. You understand? We are now at the edict. We, the Equatorian in particular.
Who imposed it on you?
Representations were not representing
Hold
anyone.
Hold it, Baraj.
Yeah, it's just a question. Who imposed it on you?
All right,
and then go ahead.
Hold it, Baraj.
I haven't even spoken yet. This is the thing here.
All right, I'll tell you.
Privilege that in Nasbarok they get, and we don't get.
Didi.
I know, Kurkujo,
Hey,
you want
women right. Yeah.
you want unity, and Nasbarat want unity. But let's be fair too. This is even giving me a good reason to stick with separation, and I'm now going 100% all the way to separation.
Okay, thank you. Let CJ come in, and I will give you the floor. I promise you. And Baraj,
Alright.
even he mute himself now. He's not gonna say anything. Come in, my brother CJ.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Baraj, if you were to have a friend,
Yes, yes.
Can you meet the other guy? Please? If you can. I hear he's laughing there. Can you meet him?
yeah, I don't want to do a verse.
Mute,
Well, as
mute
I've
me,
said, you know,
mute me, so, mute
can you
me
hear
from
me?
there. You mute me.
Sure. Yeah, I will, John.
Please, guys.
Yeah, go ahead, CJ.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yeah, what I'm saying is that, Baraj, remember that very well. To this day, the name of the country we're holding is South Sudan. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yet we told you that, you know, the South Sudan already. So who put that names? The constitution itself, the flag, the money, the bills. You see the picture of the bill, is that right?
Yeah.
So nobody did it, definitely. So you could come to the invasion, the way how your friends or your people are behaving. That is an occupation in Equatoria. What is going on in Equatoria is an occupation. So we are fighting for the land. You understand? Whatever the situation is, you may say unity. That is not a unity. People are behaving, you know, your people are behaving as if they are invaders, and they are indeed invaders. Because if you look to the reality, it was Francis Deng, some times ago in the 80s, when he was asked whether or not Abyei is belong to South Sudan or it is to the North. You know what Francis says? He says we belong to the North. So obviously, this guy is not a Southerners, number one. Leave alone that the country has been annexed to the country that is known today as Sudan. Remember, Sudan kept its name, yet Equatoria didn't keep its name. That is one. So all these factors, I think you didn't yet understand that it is our legal rights. As brothers and sisters, if we're to be in one roof, there is a day that will come, and each has to go to his respective area when you get married. Is that right?
Correct.
Good. Now, the situation you have put us in, your people are in my bed. Imagine I've got a wife, and all of a sudden, somebody has to come and sleep in my bed. Would you accept that? I am now I'm now defenseless. You know, whoever get to my house, imagine we're a country we're a territory. Every tribes of these 64 tribes knows where he belongs, where his borderline is. Now, there are people like Paganamun who came up with the title, with the same system of Bashir, that the land of the people are the Nas. All right? That is totally wrong, my dear. You know, the land belongs to the inhabitants or the communities. We have languages, my dear. We have cultures. You are trying to eliminate our cultures. The way how you are doing, you have burned houses. You are terrorizing people. You have, remember, these militias. When people
say government, don't say me. Say government.
No, never mind. I'm telling you. Well, I'm talking about your people, my dear.
This government represents you, not
you
us.
have just accepted a few minutes ago. You say, yeah, I'm proud. I'm Dinka.
Is that right? It doesn't.
So are you stepping it from now?
That's okay. Yes. Let CJ finish his thought, please. Yeah, go ahead, CJ.
So there is a lot to be said. The only thing, when it comes to unity, there's mistrust among us. I have a friend whom we joined each other. We met. There was some mistakes happened. We took it. We say it's in 78 to 1983. When this decentralization came, when they implement the word decentralizations, it was for good cause, that everybody has to go to his respective area and develop it in an equal manner. Ebele went on miscalculating it. Before we could put this into an action as a proposal, he would propose as a proposal. Not until there was a conflict that happens, then Nimeria interfered, put us into a 3 states. He declared that Equatoria has to have his own, and his capital will be Juba. Then Upper Nile capital will be as well Malakal, and then Bahr al-Ghazal will be Wow. So we were excellently good. Yet comes Gereng and says, no, I am against Kokora. You understand what that is? Kokora is decentralization, something similar to what is called federal system today. Now, when we talk with Kir, he says this is a red line. Imagine that. So beside all this, are you still denying my right? Leave alone that based on the United Nations Charter, everybody has his right to be independent, to be separate from the other. Now this mistrust. We're not saying that we are not for unity. What we are saying this time today is that show me your muscles, you who's in Upper Nile, for those who are under the torture of Dinka and Nuer, tell me, indeed you are paining, you have a pains. Tell me your muscles and then join me. Join me so that we have to go back to the 3 regions where everybody has to have his territory. Then we'll see where Denka belongs. That time, we will come to a unity. So don't dream about unity. Unity will be a long way to go. For the word of Korkuju, who says, well, what we need is to get out that government, that regime. That is not a government accordingly. That is a regime. I don't recognize that's the government. That is totally, there was a hijack in the year 2011. People vote. It was people. People are supposed to be participant. We're all supposed to be participant, not master and slave, or marginalized and somebody who wanted to take over. Your people did it, my friend Joseph. I'm sorry to say that, but your people did it clearly. They went on disarming the others, the Equatorians mostly, and the non-Dinka and Nuer. Nuer and Dinka remains with guns. They have never been disarmed to this day. Yet, in the state of keeping it the way how it is and preparing in a nice way so that we could have a national army, it's unfortunate. They went on collecting their children, telling them to recruiting them to become a militia where they target the Nuer. Why? Because of 1991 issues, complex. Imagine. Now, could we trust you, my friend? After 21 years, you say, Equatoria, join me. It was Gereng who appealed to the Equatorians. Join us, come together, so that we fight the enemy. Let's fight the enemy and get him out. Yet, along the way, after 21 years, we could see your friends coming back and using the same tactics. Is that right? Now you're occupying my area. You're occupying my land. Should I give it up the way how it is and go for unity? Come on, man. Come on, man. That's not a language. Now
CJ.
you have recruited the entire neighboring countries to go and join you. You are using my money to bribe them and turn them against me. How many refugees are now outside?
Okay.
My friend.
CJ.
Thank you. I will end up here.
Let me ask you this question. And I hope it is going to be a short answer, yes or no, before I go to Didi and Brother Lam waiting patiently there. And then because we have to bring a different perspective.
No problem.
What will be your take if people of South Sudan, they erase and overturn this government and install technocrat government that will start establishing, reinstate government of an institution, reconstruct the security forces, including police, national security, wildlife, all those institutions, including the judiciary system. Are you going to continue with your quest for Equatorial separation?
Well, there's no doubt on that, Well, supposedly, which is impossible. For me, at the meantime, I don't know when will it be, but in the meantime, I doubt it. I doubt it seriously, because unless we disarm the SPLA, unless SPLA become a party, a civil party, civilians, let's say a civil party, that means not, an armed party, right? A party that doesn't hold arms, that will be an option. But when it comes to the people, because other than that, we will not find people. Imagine the conflicts between the two tribes. They turn it. It was intentionally, they did it so that they had wanted to turn the entire country so that they are forgiven, because they were, they don't want accountability. Remember that. IGAD had played the role of putting us together. So it is rare for that kind of things to happen at the meantime, because what I know is that, this is now, South Sudan is almost like a dirty water, and that is the best place for friends to play on it. All right. Those opponents of ours, that is the best place. They want it that way, so that when comes time, they will say, okay, peace. Then they will kept on staying in the lands where they are, the way how they are staying in your area today, in Western Bahr Ghazal and all that. That is what they are intending. No, we're not for that. We are a country of tribes. Each tribe knows where he belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CJ. And your answer is very clear, because you are still looking at these glasses half empty. But maybe things will change down the road. Didi, the podium is yours. There is this analogy or example of King Solomon with those two ladies. So, and from the very beginning, when that statement came, I said, I will give you the chance so that you can respond to your sister Amel. But, big but, please, just let us maintain this civil conversation. I know you are a young lady, you have a lot of energy, but let us just be diplomatic and respectful to each other to keep the healthy debate going on. I'm not accusing you with anything, but I'm just setting the rule of engagement. Come in, Didi. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are super. Yeah, now it is better.
But yeah, it's sad that, I'm just expressing myself about what is happening in my country, and the things that are happening is real, it's true. Yeah, I don't know any other way to explain it other than exactly what it is what it is.
Let me take you back. You said what is happening in your country.
I said,
you are referring to South Sudan, right?
Yeah, in back home in South Sudan. So good. I wish that it is not what it is. But if it's a duck and quack like a duck, we have to call it a duck. And if it wags its tail and it barks, it's a dog. So we cannot say it's an elephant, a lion, and stuff like that. Then your statement will not be strong. Your case will not be strong anymore. It will be dismissed, because you kind of like tiptoeing around, telling what is exactly that you're suffering from. And that way we can then resolve our problems of what is happening. But coming back to Sister Amel, what she was talking about Solomon, this is basically we tapping into wisdom. And I've seen here wisdom has failed us all here, because I've seen that equation of Solomon, it's about not that wisdom of failed us, but our own wisdom, our own thinking of failed us, because it was about a woman that owns a child, and another woman killed her own child and then wanted to claim another child. But then I don't know where did us Equatorian feed in this, because we have never gone over there to Upper Nile or to Bahr al Ghazal and went and killed and did all the chaos that have been done to us, the land occupation and stuff like that. And then we begin to bring King Solomon, to judge this innocent one side, that we have been, it's like we're acting like we are the victim. So I just don't see that. I don't see this equation, this wisdom come in. Instead, I hear, I don't want to use this word really. I don't want to use it. I
That's
hear
okay. Don't use it. If you have to rethink it, don't use it, please. Yeah.
Victim, I hear the victim being blamed heavily, that the victim should not complain or should not say what they want, what they've been, what I should not say has done to the victim. You know, this is the equation here. But like, it's really not fair that, you know, even like when we begin to talk about you know, when we want to talk about this wisdom and stuff like that Solomon has. First of all, Solomon has closely looked at what was wrong. He looked at who was wrong, who was genuinely speaking truth, and then he began to judge. But in this case, we are speaking truth of what was happening to us in Equatoria, and yet we've been judged wrong by the perpetrator. That's the problem here that we are having here, and that's why we see now that we actually have a strong case to go for separation. After this, I believe all Equatorians, especially the Equatorians that are behind us, wanting us to speak out for them, they probably now, they have a strong case now from just hearing what usually people will come out and answer us and speak on our behalf. Like, for example, let me say that I think I'm done with that Solomon wisdom and stuff like that. It really fit in. So yeah, if it's really an insult really to hear that somebody who has come to my land and have done all these things to me, and then will tell me that I don't think what you're speaking, you're representing Equatorian. First of all, you're not an Equatorian, but this is the clear mind of an invader, an abuser, and somebody who's inconsiderate.
Hold it, Sister Didi. As a matter of fact, there is also voices in Equatoria that are not calling for separation. We have to consider it, even though if they are 1%, not all Equatorian 100% are for separation, right?
If you don't mind, I will define what is these people are.
Hold it, Odysseus. Yeah, come in, Didi.
Let me say this. I find it still really hilarious when a non-Equatorian will kind of want to speak out so strongly for the 1% out of the 99% that are really like standing out for separation. First of
all,
a
you have
matter
proof of 99%? Give me an evidence of 99%.
Hold it, Joseph. Hold it, Joseph. Let her finish her thought.
You pride yourself of being intellectual. You pride yourself on this, but you're nothing but just an aggressor and just like words.
There's no difference between me and you. There's no difference between you and you. You're South Sudanese. I'm a South Sudanese.
You've insulted us at some point here a lot. I've been listening to you quiet, but I have not come. When this brother that was speaking out in general, you kept attacking him. You know, you kept attacking him, saying, but he was using a general.
Carry on, Didi. Let us have a civil conversation. Carry on, Joseph. Hold it, please. Yeah,
right.
It is counterproductive for our conversation. Carry on, Didi.
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to say one thing, Yajama. People saying that, you know, we are all suffering. You know, and there's a claim that are people saying that it's not only Dinka, it's everywhere. Like, I want one person to answer me. When did Equatorians went all the way up there to Upper Nile or to Bahar al-Ghazal and begin to, to do land occupation, raping people, like as if you can use it that people are like mobilizing people with emotional.
It never.
So how could you dismiss our case then? How could you dismiss our case? It's something that is not normal to us. It's not normal. We don't practice these things. It's okay. I could not stop you from what you want to practice, what you want to believe. I can't. Free will. You want to rape your grandmother? Go ahead, mate. You want to rape your child? Go ahead. You want to kill your people? Go ahead. But what we will not accept it, don't do it to us, please. Don't do it to us because we have agreed together to separate from North just because everybody to go back to their own homeland. But unfortunately, you guys have stranded yourself into a barbaric way of killing each other. And then you flooded into Equatoria, using the excuses of Juba is a city. But the entire Juba is not city. Part of it is a village of people over there. You can't just come all of you just flooded in there to live there.
Didi.
You have to go back home and develop your place.
Didi, let us hold it. Let us make our argument stronger, but we don't have to be belittling anybody and try to avoid generalization. Please.
They did here. Can I just revisit what Baruch said and what the other guy said before? Can I revisit? It's really horrible than what even I'm saying. They talk about we Equatorians are blaming people. You know, we are blaming two tribes. But the thing is, it's not blaming two tribes. Is that we don't have a civil war in South Sudan. We have something called tribal war. Two tribes fighting in South Sudan, the Dinka and the Nuer, and they escalate the war all over. The fight escalated all over. And secondly, they say, like they would say that for example, like it's not only the Dinka. It's everybody's doing that. It's not everybody doing that. Where did you go and find Equatoria in Bahar al Ghazal? You can find Nuer in Bahar al Ghazal. I mean, like in Faratit area or in Chuluk area, claiming that I'm from there. You can find a Dinka over there. They're choking you out. They want you out of the land. Belongs to them. That's the same thing we're experiencing in Equatoria. But we say no, we don't want that. We don't want you to occupy our land. We have the right as who we are. There's not anything wrong with that. We have come to a civil war to you know, like to talk, to come down and solve this problem. But what have we got out of this? Being called coward?
Thank you. Didi,
being abused?
Let me say this. I hope with the movement that we are advocating for, the popular uprising will be able to overthrow this Oye regime in Juba before the Equatoria declare they are independent. And therefore, there will be a government of an institution. There will be a law enforcement that respect all citizens are equal before the law. And by then the fight or the calling for separation of Equatoria, maybe it will die. This is, I hope, my wish. That's okay. That's okay. Don't get too excited.
Referendum. You understand?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Let me
thank
speak.
you.
With this attitude,
Thank you. But we had, hold it, Didi. We had a contract, including Adesios. He said yes. He raised his hand earlier when we start this conversation for toppling this regime.
I agree.
Toppling this regime. Okay, thank you. You are still hanging in there.
I want to hear from Odasio.
No, I am going to Brother Guy.
That's the behavior that I'm saying. That's the behavior that I'm saying, that we can no longer live together because other people think that they are better than us. You know, you undermine us Equatorians that we cannot speak, and now look at this misogyny on you coming out. And because you just don't like what I'm saying.
Calm down. Can I ask her a question? Just simple, nice question.
Just hold it. It is not personal.
Joseph.
Yeah, it's not personal. I just want to ask her.
Hold it. It's me who's speaking.
Yeah, but
hold it.
Can you please allow me to ask you?
It is not one-on-one. Hold it, Barrett.
When you were talking, I didn't ask a question.
Didi, I appreciate it. Your perspective is very clear. Now I am going to Brother Guy. John,
I haven't even talking to you. That's not even fair. You just don't want to hear what I'm saying because it's really not. It's painful, but that's the fact.
I will give you a couple minutes.
Sorry, I don't want to disrespect, but I just want to say
hold
that
it.
I've hold a lot. Just a minute. I've held back a lot. I don't get to say what I want to say before I've been interrupted. You have allowed these people, these gents have been insulting us, that who are we? Equatorians think that they're special. And this guy came in here saying that the one that said that he lost his language, he started instead blaming themselves, between themselves, Dinka and Nuer. He wouldn't put the blame on Equatorians.
Please, could you let her finish?
Sure.
Cirillo has not even condemned the killing of Nuer.
Let her finish, please.
Didi, come in. Finish your thought, please. Yeah, let us leave this side conversation. Finish your thought. I thought you were wrapping up already. Yeah. Come in, please.
Thank you for directing me towards that, really. So, yeah. The truth is, it's like, I don't feel like this conversation is going a fair call. But the thing is, like, these people coming in here blaming that, you know, why should Cirillo not condemn what had happened? And Cirillo was the one killing the Dinka and the Nuer. He was part of it. I don't
No,
think
no,
that's
no.
true.
This gentleman did not say
He said
accusing Shirillo is the one killing the Nuer. No, he did not. Carry on. Just
But he
correction.
did mention. He did
Actually,
mention
he
that
if
kind
did.
of
that's what
thing
you like,
without
could you, okay,
explanation.
if that's what you like, that's okay, but we all heard it. Everybody
The
heard
way
it.
how it sound, Shirillo was a subordinate. Okay, he did not condemn it, and Adesius came and described all Equatorian who are part of this regime as
But
yeah.
does not mean that they incited the killing of Nuer, because there was something called Tiger, the Tiger Army 2013, which is killed the Nuer. They need to look at who's the general,
That
because
is
if
true.
Cirillo was in there, then he would be in the now international court. You know, Paul Malong is one of the people now are wanted by international community, but unfortunately, there's a game playing behind it. But let's continue.
Them killing
Let
themselves
us
basically.
continue. Didi, finish your thought because I have to go to Brother Lam. Thank you.
Okay, I
Yeah, the
just want
truth
to
is
know
that,
one thing.
excuse me,
You know, let me.
yeah,
Sorry, CJ.
the fact is, Cirillo was against the idea of fighting his comrade. He came up and talked to those. When Salva Kiir says, go after those people, he says, no, I'm not going to go for that. It is wrong. Those are our comrades. He even respect it. Let the guy know that. Thank you.
Yeah, but
Didi,
let
finish
me
your
just
thought.
let me say this. Okay, since Baruch say that the past is the past, and Amel also say the past is the past. I find it really, this is really they're just being hypocrites, because the truth is they're killing themselves. Dinka killing themselves by themselves. Nuer killing themselves, and Dinka and Nuer are killing themselves. Okay, they are fighting, and this is what had happened. That they have destroyed the whole entire nation, the two tribes. So, up to today, we still hear they're fighting in their regions over there. Then how could you still kill yourself and you say that, and you come over here and tell us that what you're still doing right now, even right now in Equatoria, you're still there doing occupation and killing people. You say past is the past. That's why I say wisdom has failed us here all. I don't hear anybody here with wisdom here saying that,
Okay.
the past is the past. This thing we are talking about now is not a past. This is a present continuous thing that is happening,
Thank you.
And then secondly, if you want to talk about that forgiveness, why don't you guys forgive yourself over there? Why the Nuer and Dinka didn't forgive themselves for the sake of entire country? Why did you destroy the entire country if you really want to talk about forgiveness? Why?
Thank
You have the guts to speak to other people, but you could not bring the speck out of your eyes. Just tell us for once. You could not live with yourself. You could not live with anybody. And the truth is the fact that we have never lived together, Jama. We have never. We have been in the hands of the colonial people that have colonized us, and we've been handed in the hands of the Arab. We've been living individuals separately. And even to begin with, I don't want to bring this topic. Equatoria was already existing as a nation by itself. We have never been one, and we will never be one forever. We will never. We don't have anything in common. Please.
You made your point clear.
Against the North, and then you guys just like twisted the thing that we are one people, we cannot be separated. Equatorians been known by the name of Ladu English.
Thank you.
As a nation,
Thank you, Didi. You made your point clear. Please let us give chance to other. This is what I want to say. The injustice been inflicted on many communities in South Sudan. And let us admit this fact, okay? The number of Equatorians that were being killed since this regime came to power, you cannot compare it with the event of December 2013, period. Okay? Now, if we have to go back and to ask ourselves a simple logic question, okay? Let me finish, CJ, please. Okay? Now, if we have to ask ourselves a very simple question, what is the most valuable commodity or something on this earth that you cannot replace it with the money? Is a human life. Okay? By UN report, Obasanjo report, African Union, number of the Nuer people who were being victimized, target killed in Juba, it is anywhere between 12,000 to 20,000. Okay? So if those are the facts, then where people, they are silent and they are willing and ready to cave in. Okay? I'm not speaking on their behalf, but let us have a government of an institution, then punitive measure will be applied. Those who committed crime, they will be brought to justice. But let us rescue the whole country and rescue those who are dying on regular basis. We must stop this bloodshed. And this is where, to my understanding, Brother Lam was coming from. Okay, let us stop this blame game, please. Some group, they participated hugely in this damage that happened in the country. Okay, and with the simple logic that everything go proportionally, Brother Daniel, your devices are not connected. If you can allow the camera and the microphone first, when you come to the studio, then you can kill the camera and come in with the microphone only. That will be great. Now, before I go to Brother Lam, if we will be able to reach a consensus that who caused all this damage, it is the Oye regime. Okay? The Oye regime, they divide themselves 16 ways. Every group will go and add couple English character. This is IG, this is IO, this is RC, this is DC, this is detainee, this is whatever. But at the end of the day, it is the same thing. Okay? Yes, we respect your opinion. That is why we allow you, we give you the platform. Come, make your argument strong for separation, but we will continue with our quest for a united South Sudan that will accommodate all of us. Brother John, I am going to skip you because to somewhat, but let me allow Brother Lam to come in. Daniel, if you can hear me, please exit when you come in, allow your camera and the microphone. When you get into the studio, then you can kill the camera, allow the microphone only, because it is telling me your devices are not connected. Brother Lam, I appreciate it where you are, so please come in, bring your final talk, because we have to start wrapping it up here. Lam, are you there? Okay.
I can't hear him. I don't think so. He's there.
Yeah, he's not muted, but maybe something happened.
Yeah,
Brother John, come in.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Since we are wrapping,
Can you hear me?
Since we are going to wrap,
CJ, the microphone is with John.
Since we are going to wrap, first of all, Kurkojo, the discussion like this.
Talking. The other guy.
The discussion like this, I love really the discussion like this. But one thing is that I don't like it. I don't like the discussion we discuss like just people just who are quarreling. You know, someone is talking and then we go and yell there and yell there. Someone is still talking, someone will jump. This is what I am realizing several times to so many shows. And sometimes discourage even people, because we are better to listen. Even if we differ in opinion with somebody, we better give that person a chance. We listen to him, and then we go and answer it according to what we heard from him. But sometimes we quarrel in a debate like this, like women who are quarreling on the street. That is not good.
Sorry, brother John, let us respect the women as well. Just okay, like people quarreling on the street.
Okay, thank you. People who are quarreling on the street. Sorry for that.
Thank you.
So let me try to say this. I'm going to speak. I am a South Sudanese. I will talk as a South Sudanese. But I hate injustice as much as I hate it. I love justice. And I hate division as much as I love unity. As much as I hate unity on expenses of people who are suffering or oppressed. The problem of South Sudan, it is a very complicated issue. The separation of Equatoria, like you put before, although it will not be all Equatorian who will be willing for separation, who will not be supporting for separation. For those who are for separation, let them be continuing with the separation, because separation will also give the government a chance, or will also give the government of Oye in Juba a chance, a trade, maybe that they have to have option, either to compromise with the people and listen to the grievances of people, or to allow separation to go ahead. Let the separation, let the people continue with their separation, and the debate will continue, whether separation or unity. Let me come to the issue of tribal politics. We are not new to this issue of tribal politics. It has been there in Southern Sudan a long time ago. Anybody having a problem, we can use a tribal politics to achieve our own objective. But after we achieve our own objective, we will let everybody down.
Can you mute some people because there is a noise?
Yeah, go ahead. I am just trying to figure out who is generating the noise, but now we are quiet. Yeah, go ahead.
In 1991, John Garang was using some of our tribes. But after 1991, in 2005, these tribes were dumb. They are not even represented. They are not even in the government of Southern Sudan. They are not even existed. They are not even ambassadors. Some of us were freedom fighters. We are not even ambassadors. We are not even nothing. But you find people today who are beneficiaries sometimes in the system. They are the people who can even have a problem with Salva Kiir. But the people even who are not beneficiaries are not even, and they were used. Sometimes the tribal politics in Southern Sudan, we have to look at it carefully. For some of us, we have experienced it. And that is why we said we talk about the problem of the nation. We are not talking about the problem of the tribe. So because the tribal objective is that I can be talking on behalf of my tribe, and I cover it when I achieve my objective, and then I dump. Kurkuju, you said one question before. You have said one question before, Kurkuju, and I like that question. You said a question before that if we Equatorial separated, are we going to be peacefully? If Western Barghazal are separated, are they going to be peacefully? If the Dinkas alone going to live, are they going to be peacefully? We separate from the north with the hope that we are going to have a paradise in Southern Sudan. Are we now having a paradise in Southern Sudan?
No.
So the only thing is a logical mind whereby we reason. We are lacking a logical mind of reasoning in both sides among ourselves. So therefore, for me, I love unity. I love unity so much, but the condition of demanding unity on expenses of people who are being oppressed makes some of us even to oppose it. We don't oppose it. We don't oppose it that we oppose it to whatever. We need the issue to be addressed. You know, we need the demand of the people to be addressed. And for those who can also use a tribal thing to achieve a particular ethnic community objective, we need them also to use a national politics to achieve the objective. Because why I say this, it will not help all of us. This thing is, it will not help the country, all of us. Even although people are real today, even although Western Barghazal decided to go now from Southern Sudan, or Equatorial want to go from Southern Sudan, there will be a tribe there tomorrow who will demand that I am better than another tribe. A problem will arise again.
Correct.
So the only thing is, like now, when we were fighting the Arab, we were all one. Joseph said it before. But after liberating Southern Sudan, the Dinkas and the Nuer say that we are better more than even. We bring animal farm. We said all animals are equal, but there are some animals more equal than others now in Southern Sudan. So if we go as Equatoria, some people also will go and say that we are all equal, but some animals will be more equal than other animals. Western Barghazal will go with some animal, maybe Kurkuju Grubi will say tomorrow that we are more special than other animals in Western Barghazal.
Possible, yeah.
So here, let us try to discuss the issue of the things in a very smart way. Why? And when we try to come, there's actually injustice that is forcing really people to think of these things. And this is just only a sign, just only of a conditional things, because there's no alternative. People don't listen. People don't compromise. That is why there's a choice of all these things. For example, now, the issue with Rumbek. In Rumbek, there's a law that the Monjang said there is no any other tribe that will buy a land in Rumbek. The people of Chola, of Jurchol, sorry to call them Jurchol.
The Luo.
The Luo, yeah. The Luo came. The Luo came to that place. And when they came to Rumbek, they want to build a school. And they want to put the name on Billy. They say to Luo, you don't build a school here and call it Umbili. We don't need the name Umbili here. But in Equatoria, they are naming Jebel Kujurdinka. Kujurwenwen. Yajama, these are some of the injustices that are not good. Yeah. If you refuse people to buy the land in Esumsunude, in Rumbek, why do you say that the land in Equatoria should be free to every Southern Sudanese, including you? So these are the things, we talk the truth and the fact, not about division. We talk the truth and we have to tell the truth. How comes they say that in Rumbek, nobody should buy a land, but in Equatoria, you are free to stay? That is one thing to be addressed. And the issue of the, when I come to the issue of the country as a whole, we said, okay, we are going to change the country through election, through whatever. Where are the people? Where are the people who are going to vote? All Equatorial refugees in Uganda, majority of Equatoria, majority of Chola are refugees in Khartoum, including even people from Western Barghazal, include Sulu. Majority of some Nuer are in Ethiopia. The total number of South Sudanese who are refugees outside in neighboring countries is 10.26 million, according to UN statistics. And the rest of the people who are inside the country are refugees in the UN camp. Who is going to vote? Who is going to vote those people? And who is going to make that election? And who is the person who is going to be really carrying? Yajama, the truth of the country have to be really spoken. We cannot dwell to something that is just very small. And then the unity that many people are expressed, include, I know you, Wajire Kurkuju, you may demand the unity come from your heart. But I am doubting the unity, my brothers and sisters from Jeng are
It come from my heart too.
Wait.
That's okay,
my brother, Joseph, I love the way you debate. You are really diplomatic. I love it. Although we agree, although we disagree, but I love the way you really discuss, because listening is very good in a very civilized way.
Thank you.
So here, my brother, we are talking about unity. And if we are talking about this unity of the community of South Sudanese, of South Sudan as a whole, this unity.
This is what you call civilized, brother.
Wait.
Let us have a simple conversation.
I have enough of this insult.
If you are talking about unity, if you are talking about unity, if all of us are talking about unity, Ajama,
you're a sellout.
I will believe in your unity, Kurkuju, but I doubt in the unity of my sisters and brothers from Jeng. Because Anamaderu unity, Albukuniani, Tabalabasa, whereby we say that, okay, people want to unite against the government of Salva Kiir, let us join them, and then in a bala with Dahalimon to Burhamish. Like the way they did the last time, some people decided to defect and join Riek Machar. After realizing that Riek Machar was in the jail in South Africa, they decided to go again and say, imagine, it's like this, it's like this, it's like this. Some of them even go from Canada here and join Riek. And then after realizing that Riek is now already damaged, and then they decided to go and join the government. And calling the unity while you are working within the unity to destroy the unity of the people from within is not good. If the Jeng want to unity, I am not calling that I'm against the Jeng. There are so many Jeng who are marginalized. But if they want to really the unity, let us have the unity really, not the unity of cunning unity. Unity alina bukuni, dahal benusinas, yale, then we continue distracting while people are suffering. We have to unite against the government. Again, this system. Unity must be truly really that we are united as South Sudanese. Not unity gali musi Sudanese be united. Okay, let me be Joseph, let me go there so that I play, and then I will be feeding you the government with all the technique they are doing against you. I don't want that unity. I want unity that really the unity of patriotism, unity of nationalism, unity of the country, not unity of the tribe in a cunning way. Like the politics of the tribe, people are talking in a cunning way. We don't need this.
Yes, brother.
For me,
brother John, if you can,
I conclude. To my brother, one of my brothers, he said before some allegation like whatever, although he was just trying to sum. Let me put this one across. For me, I'm a military man, and I was even in SPLA. And we were the people even who were even fighting this country. This issue of accusing some people, maybe that they were maybe part and partial of some roles and whatever, and singling them, that this and this, we know all this. Two groups are working seriously right now, working for the unity of the two groups. After uniting, the people they are mentioning here will be the second target. And we know that way. And for that one, we cannot able to talk it, and we are men. Men to men cannot talk while hiding. We are men. If there's anything, if there's any plan in the future, we will deal about it. If you are trying to unite in Juba, that okay, these people whom you mentioned here, they were part and partial of killing maybe in 2013, and you want to do something tomorrow in the future, do so. You go ahead, unite. You unite. Yeah. And this is the only thing I said to the people that to conclude and to sum up, I will say my dear Joseph and my dear Joseph plus members of the people who are here. For me, I'm just saying that let us unite, but the unity which some members of the Jeng are trying to call, I'm not against them, which some members of Jeng are trying to call, should not be a unity, a cunning unity of joining in the unity of the people of South Sudan to work against the unity of the people of South Sudan from within.
The fifth state.
Yes, you pretend like you be with them while you are working even to feed the other side. Another unity that, but another unity, let us unite against the government. But unity albonusugali and unity bukuni and bonus unity kida ushiroshin. I saw these things in the show. Kurkuju, I saw these things in the show, a lot of shows, whereby the young people joining. You find they talk, when they realize that these things is going to succeed, everything are going to be succeed against the government, you will find the same person who talked yesterday, nicely will change their mind and it will support the government. You know, that was why I said, when you people said, Yon, you contradict yourself. I don't contradict myself. I didn't contradict myself. I'm talking the truth. Because we have realized from Jeng, they need unity, like in unity with Tobur Hamish, column 5, which is not good. Thank you so much. I end up here.
Yes.
You can go ahead and thank you.
Hello?
Next time when there's a discussion, the discussion should be really people should listen. If you are diva with Joseph, listen to Joseph. If you are diva maybe with the CJ, listen to him, not interrupt on discussion. Let us be mature. We are intellectual. Let us be mature.
Thank you, brother John. I will start. I will start.
Hello?
I don't know what type of Victoria are you, but you're hypocrite.
Hello?
Baruch is interrupting you all the time.
Didi, can we be respectful to each other?
Yes.
Brother, I welcome brother Martin and brother, who is here?
Hello?
Brother Moses. Yeah.
Hello?
Just you guys hang on tight.
Hello?
I'm trying to remove some of the panelists. Brother Lam, the microphone is with you. We called on you earlier. I think something was happening.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, come in, please.
Yes. Thank you, brother. What I would like first, you created a great show, and I would suggest to you, just an opinion. Could you put it as a united South Sudan forum where people can come and sort out and free their mind, and then because through communication, through brainstorming, it can find us the way forward. That is my opinion to what I just suggest, whatever you can call it.
It is
something
noted.
that will bring us together.
Noted. I know you are being cornered left and
Yes.
right, so
Yes.
bring your perspective, please. Let us have a healthy debate.
Yes. Ya Jama. If we are not going to listen one another demand, I would just, we will not go nowhere. It's so important what my complaint are is good for you to listen my complaint. And also it will be good for me to listen your complaint. But if you think you will be putting your demand and you don't want me to respond the way my opinion are, and then you just want what you want, and then there is no way forward. For me, what I'm saying is this. We are here to educate ourselves. If you look to identity, whom is speaking now, the whole entirely society, they are in a refugee camp.
Correct.
Why do I have that heart to call for us to move forward? Therefore, you can feel the, because if I'm taking the head of hatred and rebel, we will not go nowhere. When two tribes were mentioned, there is no hatred. I think it will be very important for us to forgive and create a room to accommodate one another. As my brother said, we lack compromising in South Sudan. But let us not use the word compromising without knowing the definition of compromising. For my own point of view, for my point of view, compromising, how I say it, I listen to you, you listen to me, and I can leave a bit of my demand, you leave a bit of your demand. When I pointed out who's the general in 2013 is a Nuer guy who controlled the event, okay? Is the one who is a general is, I don't want to mention, you know it.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to correct, when I mentioned the general Cyril was a part of the government, and those who have been used, don't take it personally.
And
As
so
I give you a clue.
Riek Machar too.
Let us respect just a healthy debate, please.
Yes.
Go ahead, Lam.
Therefore, let us not take things personally. As you say, two tribes. There's not two tribes. When those generals include Ladogor, there are differences within the SPLA. But no one knows what is behind the tension convert to Nuer killing. Therefore, the root cause was not a tribal, it was a political one. Therefore, I just put that input. For me, if you do not understand, I said James Thomas Triller was a part of the government when those events happened. Like the way General, the one who controlled the chief of staff, is anywhere.
Yeah.
And there's so many of them there. Because we have to speak out the truth, and then we have to move on with life. With a sister, calm down. I know even myself, I got a trauma. A trauma we got is good for us to accommodate ourselves, and then from there we can be able to have a room to do what? To do the reconciliation and counseling ourselves. And then if we don't do that, this system in Juba will finish us. Doesn't matter what part of you are. What I'm trying to put forward here, I don't want to respond because sometimes when we have a trauma, we direct things that we shouldn't be doing. But because I'm aware we are part of that environment, I want and remember I have listened, but we are here to help ourselves out, especially those who are underground there, they are suffering. And that is what I'm here. I do not sleep. I seeking sister who will listen to my concern and brother, and how can we tackle this? Therefore, let us not carry the whole record with us. Let us turn the new page and then see if we began to blame one another. The system is beneficial to our differences. That's what I can put to my brother and the rest. Let us not mention the tribe, because the reason here, let me finish this. When I look the perspective of the government or the profile, you see, when you see Peter Lebon, sorry to mention name, I don't know which direction. Therefore, brother who holds the show know how to call them. And therefore, you need to pay attention. Those are part of you. For me, what I would do, I would organize, if I need a movement to be independent, Equatorial. I will first go and chase those people who are helping that system in Juba.
Yes.
And then from there, you can now declare your own independent. But if you leave those people supporting the system, and then now you come and blame those who are suffering like you, that will be a big mistake. Guy, let us move on with life. Let us see the new channel as our brother created, which brings us together today. This is the way I can see. I will not respond to all, but that's the point of view. Me, I do not single Thomas Cirillo. And the word of revenge, Thomas Cirillo, I know him personally. He's a good man, but he was among the regime. Like I said, there are so many generals of Nuer who are among the regime, even during the event happened. Let us look the way. Let us not close our eye. And then we, the suffer, we turn the blame against ourselves. We are here to pick the thing. We are here to look the direction and let us asking ourselves how and what mechanism can we put in place that bring the broken system out. My last point is why I support your show. You know why there are so many people complain about the land issues? Because there is no constitution. And that is why if we remove this system for whatever way, we pick the system that have a constitution that respect individual rights. And then these people, the constitution will deal with. Because it's not right to go and build somebody's land. And that's why we don't. Even if something, no one supports such an act. But because we don't have constitution, therefore we need to that mechanism away. That's why you see many people don't love it. Like myself personally, I don't endorse it. But because we don't have a constitution,
Thank you.
therefore let us stop about the land. Let us tackle the constitution matter first. Even we talk about it at the land, there is nothing. But let us remove the element that disturb everyone in the country. And I really appreciate if there is something that I said wrongly, I don't mean it intentionally.
Wow.
Therefore, I'm ready for you to forgive me, and I will forgive you, because we are here for the same cause. And I love you all.
Gentlemen.
And thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Lam. I think I will start remove some panelists. Brother John, I think you did an outstanding job with Brother Lam. I respect your wisdom and the way how you guys articulate yourself. I encourage you to come back for our next conversation. زي ما إنه بيقولوا الكلام ما بينتهي في يوم واحد. So you can watch from the back.
I just want to say the one word, Kurkuju. I said to the viewers and the people who attended.
Yeah.
For me, and I just said, if I hurt anybody, it may be my talk, because I'm talking real actually to pinpoint any different areas, because there's no any side that will be really not corrected. Every side can be corrected.
Thank you.
I just said, if I correct you and I point your weakness, forgive me for that, because pointing the weakness and telling the truth is the way how we can solve our problems. You know, understanding the grievances of the people who demand can prevent separation of Equatoria. But if the demands are not being addressed in the right way, of course, it will be like the Machakos. When John Garang was saying there, John Garang said, if the people of Southern Sudan are not being treated well in the north, of course, after 6 years, the people of South Sudan will opt for separation. So if the grievances of Equatoria are not going to be addressed, I think it will open to Equatorian more, including those who are still in doubt. It will open for them a way of supporting those who opted for separation. So there, for those who continue with the separation, I hear saying my message that continue. Nobody here. I am not here to
against you.
I am not against you. I am an Equatorian, but I am with my opinion. I'm with my opinion for that. So continue with the movement itself, because the movement will be another obstacle that will corner the regime of Juba, or the regime in Juba, by saying, okay, if we don't address this, then those people will go.
Thank you.
So it will be like a condition that will be there. Continue the movement. I am an Equatorian like you, but I am an individual opinion. It is not the opinion of my tribe. It is not the opinion of anybody. And I'm not mobilizing anybody. I send my opinion to people that we have to learn from the past. We were talking the paradise in South. Today we are not paradise. Shall we be paradise in Western Baragasal? Shall we be paradise in Baragasal? Shall we be paradise in Upper Nile? Shall we be paradise in Equatoria? So thank you so much. Forgive me for that. And for the Nuer people who said, for the people, maybe I mentioned that Nuer and the Dinkas and all of this. If I mention you and you took me in a wrong way, brothers and sisters, we are men and we can debate. This is like a parliament. We can differ, but we are, at the end of the day, we are all South Sudanese. So, but we will continue talking the truth. The truth will set us free.
Amen.
Instead of talking. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother John, for your civil way, how you express yourself. And the same, I'm gonna kick you out of the studio. Brother Lam, thank you very much. Also the way how you guys use your conventional wisdom to articulate yourself.
I just remind you. Trying to make this platform to be available for us to discuss our issues, because the more we interact, the more we will be able to find the answer, but understand that it will be a long way.
I took a
keep,
note, and I will follow up with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have two gentlemen just join us in the studio. I have Brother Moses here, and I have Brother. What is happening with my panelists here? We have Martin and Fred as well. I will start with Brother Martin because first come, first serve. So, Brother Martin, I appreciate your patience. Brother Moses, hang on tight, and Fred, hang on tight. Martin, you have been following the conversation.
Yep.
We would love to hear your perspective. The podium is yours.
Thank you very much, Kurkuju. Let me start by saying Happy Easter to each and every one of you. I'm so delighted to join this forum for the first time. And the topics that you guys are talking about is very interesting. And I think I just want to put my 2 cents here as a countryman.
Welcome.
Yeah, I do appreciate and thank the previous speakers for their positive contribution. The words that I heard here is about unity and then forgiveness. And those are really good words that we can make use of it and can really work and change the game if we really mean business. But the thing is, this unity, what I don't want to happen using this unity is if we're using this unity in the expenses of others. Here, I'm talking about misusing of the word unity entrenched in a situation where some people tend to be more like anti, or they're anti-unity. They actually saying the unity, but then they are not actually meaning the unity itself, but they are trying to marginalize, trying to control, trying to do things that will affect the other groups. Now, did we try the unity before in South Sudan? Have we ever tried the unity in South Sudan? Yes, we did. We did try the unity in South Sudan, because when the war broke out in 1955, we fought for 17 years, and then in 1972, the agreement was signed. And there was a 11 years term of peace where we lived together. Now, did Bahar Ghazal live in peace? Did Upper Nile live in peace? Did Equatoria live in peace in those days? For Equatoria, I will say yes, Equatoria lived in peace with one another, because here there was a question from some other previous speakers that, like, we used to think that when we separate from Khartoum, we're going to live in paradise in South Sudan. But did we ever live in paradise in South Sudan?
No.
Now, but with in particular in regard to South Sudan, or Equatoria in particular, yes, we lived in Equatoria in peace. Equatoria never went to war or conflict with each other. We never experienced that. We have 36 plus tribes in Equatoria. We never, ever try to fight each other. Yes, we lived in peace. I don't know about Upper Nile. I don't think so. This is the same case. I don't think so. This is the same case in Bahar Ghazal. So Equatoria has been in peace all the time by themselves. They are peaceful people. They don't, invade. They don't attack others. So this is who they are. And this is what characterizes Equatorian. Now, if you want a peace, you have to have unity. You have to have somebody who is willing to unite with you. But the history will tell us, since 1972, we experience from so many leaders. For example, I will give an example. There's a guy by the name Abil Aliar. He have shown to us who they are and what color they have towards other tribes. Now, he did something that resulted into a difficult situation in which South Sudan was, divided.
Martin, I am listening. No disrespect, just I am going to grab my charger because my computer is giving me warning. Continue.
Yeah, it leads to Kokora. Abil Aliar lead us to Kokora. And that is from that same tribe which is causing trouble today. Now, we went to the war with Khartoum. We fought for 21 years. Now, when we separated from the north, we were South Sudanese now. Instead of us living together in peace, side by side with one another, like all of you know, I'm not going to go back there to repeat the same thing, but this is what caused the problem, and Equatoria in itself will never, ever stand by seeing all what is happening to their people, to their resources, and then just watch and do nothing about it. If this is the case in Bahar Ghazal, and if it is the case in Konal, then this is their own problem. But in Equatoria, we actually lived there without these two tribes together, and I think there is a lot of examples that I can give here. In 1993, I was working with one of the organizations as a head man there. One of the chiefs from Adenka tribe, he told me that, you know what, there's something I want to tell you, you Equatorians. This is what he told me. That is in 1993. And the reason he told me that was because this guy, he was a chief, and I was a supervisor, controlling all the relief in Jebel Dar es Salaam. So my role is to distribute the food to the people. But because he's a chief, we always have something to be given to him. Even if he don't have a
special
ratio.
treat.
I'm sorry?
Special treat for the chief.
Yeah, for the chief. That is because he's our guy and we respect him. Yeah, we usually give him a portion of relief. And then from his side, he took that as something granted, is a prerogative, Now, sometimes he sends his children and we usually give to him. But then one time, there was a shortage. The food wasn't enough. So when he sent his children, we told him that, today we are short. We're not gonna give him nothing, but maybe next time. Yeah, next time we'll help him. You know what? His children went home. 20 minutes later, he came fiercely, very angry. He was like, "Oh my God!" So he was banging on our door, and he was like, physically, you can see he's really mad. And one of my staff went to him and asked him, "Chief, what's going on?" He said he want to talk to me. Where's your boss? They say, "Oh, your boss is over there." So he came to me and he told me, you Equatoria, you know what? This is what I'm going to tell you right now, and in your face. He told me that, you know what? When this war with Arabs is over, we have war with you Equatorians. That is in 1993.
Wow.
I said, what the hell? What's going on, man? What's wrong with you? It's just because today we didn't give you nothing, so you're angry. How about maybe next time we will help you? Because today we are short. And this thing, you're not entitled to this every day. We're just giving it to you because we respect you and you are our guy. That's why we're just helping you. But you don't need to take that as for granted, every day that we're going to give you food. No, this is not the way we do things here. And we will be in trouble if you continue to do that, or if our bosses know that we're giving something to you like that without, recording whatever, it's going to put us in trouble. So this is what he told me. He said, no, you Equatorians, you're going to see what we're going to do to you. I'm telling you, brother. I'm responsible for what I'm telling you. So, and it is not only me. There are a bunch of people around me, and some of these people are even in South Sudan as I speak. So Equatorians, because of these frustrations and all the, if you see the gravity of atrocities committed in Equatoria, things are, completely bad, and in extent that Equatorians are not going to take it anymore. We're not going to take that thing anymore. It is not Equatorians who are, demanding for separation. It is the forces behind Equatoria pushing Equatoria to request for the separation. And even if they're calling us that the Equatorial land, those who are living in Equatoria are not South Sudanese. They themselves, they say that. They're saying that we are Ugandese, we are so and we are so. This is what they're saying. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, let me conclude that
Yeah.
Equatorians have the right now to do whatever it takes to safeguard their life, to defend themselves, even if it means separation. Why? It's because of the atrocity, of the calamities, all these humiliations, land grabbings, raping, and all that. And I think the same thing is happening in Bahr al Ghazal. And I think Bahr al Ghazal has even the rights, to hang on to, to come out, because you cannot bury yourself while things are going bad with you. You have to say something. Okay? I don't think that Bahr al Ghazal people are just going to, especially Faratis, are going to stay there and not speaking, just using the word unity. But those who are even oppressing you, they don't know what the hell are you talking about? What unity are you talking about? The unity they know is the unity that they are free to extend the territorial land. They wanna extend from Bahr Ghazal to Upper Nile, from Upper Nile to Equatoria. This is the agenda. This is something calculated. It's not something that unity can stop it. There's no amount of unity that is going to stop the plan that these people have already put in place to extend their territory, particularly in Equatoria. It started in Maliland, and now it's coming back, and they want to Kaya and all these places. So Equatoria, actually, I'm telling you, Equatoria has the right to call for separation, and that is their right because of the things that is happening right now. Now, if you say, okay, let's call for your unity, I'm for unity. Who is listening to you? Who really is going to take that unity you're talking about? Who cares about your unity? Even I'm telling you, this unity and this law, rule of law, you are saying, okay, if we change this government and put the rule of law, these guys, they themselves, because they say they're the majority, they're going to take up arms against your unity, against the rule of your law that you want to establish in South Sudan. They will fight you and they will chase you away from the country. This country is not going to be in peace. Even if how much we put that unity thing there, it's not going to work because it never worked. We tried it since 1972. It doesn't work. What kind of rule? In the Constitution of 2011, those things are there. The rules are there. They don't have a gut to respect that rule, to implement it. They don't establish the rule of law. How are you going to do that?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe you made your case very clear, and those of Odysseus and my beloved sister Didi, I think they are more than satisfied with what you said. Brother Moses Makir, good to see
Yes.
you. Patiently waiting there. Farid, hang on tight. The podium is yours, and I believe this perspective being presented by Brother Martin also, it refresh your mind so that you can come in. Bring your perspective, please.
Ustaz Moses Kurkuju, I would like to greet you and all the guest speakers and all the viewers. I just came 1 hour ago and my battery is going to die soon. It's 15%. Yeah, about 15%. But I will just go straight to the point.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kurkuju. I just want to send this message to all South Sudanese, regardless of your political affiliation, regardless of your grievances. Let us be specific with who is our enemy. In my view, the number one enemy of South Sudanese is the regime in Juba. Full stop. And if we don't really know, if we are not specific about who is our enemy, we here, I'm referring to the victims, all the suffering people in South Sudan, and all the deprived citizens of their human rights, whether social or political or economic rights or cultural human rights. I consider you as a victim, and they are the majority in South Sudan, regardless of their tribes or religion. The country is divided into two: the victims and those who are abusing
The
people,
oppressor.
the oppressor. So in my perspective, I did not have a choice, for example, to be a Dinka. I was born a Dinka. Nobody choose ask his dad or mom, please, I want to be this tribe or that. People like Kurkuju did not choose to be Fertit or from Wow. And the same brothers and sisters who are speaking here right now, none of you guys has chosen his tribe. So I don't see tribe as an enemy. That's why I need to remind you all to refocus and redefine, be specific. Who is your enemy? So you don't make mistake to make everybody to be your enemy and miss the point. I am of the opinion that our enemy is the regime in Juba. And it has a lot of, each and every tribe is represented in that regime. And I know what I'm talking about. I worked for 3 years in the National Ministry of Finance in Juba, and I live in Qatar before I came back to Australia. I know as I'm speaking with you, my boss were Equatorians. Right now, people are suffering and dying, and they are building Amarat as I'm speaking. And the same thing, some Jeng who are stealing with them are building Amarat. And some Nuer are building Amarat. So this has nothing to do with tribe. It's just a group of looters that has give themselves a name that we are the liberators. And they are looting the oil money in a fake legitimacy. So let us not miss who is our enemy. I've studied in St. Augustine. All my friends are Equatorian. All my teachers are Equatorian. I never feel being discriminated by Equatorian, never, ever. And if you ask them, they will never tell you Moses is a bad Dinka. The same thing, I started ABCD, if you wow. That's where I started learning Alibata, you see, up to primary 5. The same thing when I went to University of Khartoum, all my friends are mixed, Equatorian. Though I was with the ANF, African National Front, we have different views sometimes, but we were brothers. Our enemy was one.
The
So
NIF.
yes, right now the South Sudanese are being confused. Some don't even know who is their enemy. So this is my message, Kirkuju. That's why I came here to remind our people. Let us define our enemy. Let us be specific with our enemy. Your tribe is not the enemy. Now, the last point. Most people, even some Equatorian, don't even understand what I'm going to tell you. Equatoria is not a tribe. Equatoria is not a tribe. If people mention Equatoria, don't be offended. It has nothing to do with Mahdi, your tribe, or Acholi, or Bari, or anything. It is the equatorial line, if you know geography. It is the equatorial line. And the South Sudan should be named Equatoria Republic. And it was actually named before in 1870 by the British explorer. He established, it's called Samuel Baker, established Equatoria colony in South Sudan. And the capital city was Gondokoro, which is now part of Juba. So the whole South Sudan could be called Equatoria, but we still have this sickness, which is tribalism, which is our problem. And the bad regime that is looting the money and is not investing in illiteracy. Because when you find most of our Nilotics, without mentioning their tribe, they are majority. If you combine, Dinka is not a majority, Nuer alone is not a majority, Sholok alone is not a majority. But if you combine three of them, then now you can have 50 plus 1. They will be called majority in South Sudan, these three Nilotic tribes. But we are sick of illiteracy in these communities. And the government is not investing money to educate these people, including my people. I am from Aliap. We don't even have a secondary school, and we've been fighting with British before President Kiir was born, before Dr. John was born, before all these politicians who claim to be liberators were born. So we need to know that majority are the victim from the regime, because the regime is not solving our illiteracy. It's not building a school so that we can learn and understand what it means to be a citizen, what it means to live with other people. Like some of us, I'm here in Australia, living in the land of Aborigines. My brother Joseph is my colleague. We study in the same University of Canberra here in Australia. We are living with all tribes from Italians, German. They are all in Australia in a multicultural society. And people are still going along. So the issue is not tribe. The issue is illiteracy. People are not, they don't understand what it means to live with your brother and sister in a common land like South Sudan. People are used to live in Luak, in the village, where you speak one language, that's it. When you feel secure when you're speaking your language. But if you cross that culture, it needs education to understand that you can maintain your identity in your tribe, but we can still go along together as 64 tribes. So, for example, I understand that the wars that that has been created by the regime, the so-called SPLM, which I don't believe in it, they have created hatred and mistrust among all South Sudanese. And to deal with this mistrust and hatred will take years. And this is one of the things that Moses Kurkuju is doing, and Jonkor and Edward and all those who have social media and Akimo. We are trying now to have platform to talk about all these things that are not discussed in Juba TV, SSBC. And now I'm talking here with the people from different side of the ocean, from overseas. This is the beginning of us building the trust and getting rid of the mistrust and hatred among ourselves that was created by the regime of Salva Kiir and Dr. Riek Machar. Let's unite. Our enemy is the regime. A unity must be a unity of purpose. For us to be free in South Sudan, which now we are not yet free, we must go for popular uprising, kick out all these criminals in Juba, regardless whether your uncle is with the NAS, whether your uncle with Malong, they are all public looters. Do you know how much money Thomas Cirillo left with? $10,000 US. Do you know how much Malong has stolen? Do you know how much?
10,000 is a little money, Mr. Moses.
No, I'm giving you an example that it is not innocent. It's not innocent.
Okay.
It's not innocent in terms of corruption. And they have millions. Kiir has billions of dollars. Okay? Malong has billions. Pagan has millions. If you guys in our generation are still believing that if we follow these all public thieves, then we get our freedom, it will take us another 50 years. You need to get rid of following those public looters. Let's go to the street. Let us start from zero. So nobody will say, I have liberated you, or I am...
Generational exit, yeah, Moses. Yes. Generational exit.
Great point.
There is an issue with generational exit. It's a great idea. But now they have looted the public money, and the old generation are buying the young generation to kill themselves. They are actually buying us. They are buying the young generation to exit politics so they can stay. So they have done they made sure that we have to exit politics through poverty and by buying us, because most of young people are poor. So if you are given 50,000, you will exit. You will not have ambition to change things. You will just say, okay, Let's leave these old men until they die in power. So the old generation actually we are doing the opposite of Dr. Peter Biar. They are exiting the young generation from politics. Instead of them coming out from politics to exit, we the young are exiting through poverty. They are buying some of our intelligent young people now in Juba. They are being bought with just a small job or a small car. They will forget about this generation and follow the old generation. So it is a great idea to have a generational exit. But my issue there, Baraj, and to conclude, we don't have money to buy these public thieves. Imagine how can you buy somebody like Salva Kiir who has $1 billion? How can you buy Thomas Cirillo to exit? How can you buy Malong? How can you buy Honorable Pagan? How can you buy Paul Manyang? They have millions of dollars that our generation cannot afford to pay them. So it's not going to work. What is going to work is us to go to street. They will not kill all of us. They will go and then we'll start from zero, where nobody will say ana kuta fi jeja mar wala jeja sword wala ana ya liberate you. We have to start from zero and establish our country that the way we want it. Otherwise, we will just be not knowing who is our enemy. We'll just be saying this X tribe and Y tribe are the problem. You see? And we are all the victims. I'm speaking with you here. My brother was killed in 2009 in Juba. Yazol fi Jama Juba for 3rd year, killed. Until now, we did not find his body. In 2009 in Juba, it's called Peter Edward. Nas Arafino Khan fi Khartoum. Naman gofolo Jama fi Juba, fi Khartoum ja fi Juba. Because he speak like me, they kill him. Who kill him? It's the regime. I cannot say Dinka or Equatoria. You see? So this is what I want to say. Thank you, Kurkuju. Let us all South Sudanese identify who is our enemy. This is nothing to do with the individual tribe. Equatoria is not a tribe. It's the Equator that was named by Samuel Baker. Was the first to call it Equatoria. Nothing to do with any tribe in the Equatorial region. Thank you. Bye.
Great input, Brother Moses. Just I want to say this.
You don't know that Equatoria is a region. Dagiga Kurkuji, just let me answer. How can this man have audacity to come and Gali, he's educating us, we are Equatorian, and telling us that defining where Equatoria fell?
Didi, let us have a civil conversation, please.
I'm saying Equatoria is not a tribe. If you doubt it, go to Harvard. Go to Harvard University or export.
Just let us hold it. Let us just be polite. Let us be polite. Let us be polite to each other, please.
I'm saying South Sudan should be
Yes,
called
people
Equatoria.
are not polite, but that's why we got the country in mess, and they don't want to accept
the whole South.
Shifting the blame here, there.
My sister, the whole South Sudan should be called Equatorian. That's what I
said. Hold it, Moses. What I was saying, when I start this show, I have 2 messages. The first message, we need to mobilize Western countries, Australia, Canada, America, as we did, to mobilize those countries. Let us talk to our MPs, to our senator, to our member of parliament, to those government, so that they start isolating the regime in Juba, coupled with the call for popular uprising. Okay, that was my message. But we are in the right path. I will start wrapping up, giving chances to those who just came in. Farid, I will give you a chance, and then I will start going back to Odysseus, to Didi, CJ, and then Brother Martin gonna be the last one to exit with me here. So Farid, I will give you the podium, bring your perspective. You have been in and out, so please come in. The microphone is with you.
I'm still there, Kurkuju.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just I am trying to put order, but you are gonna come in. I will exit you somewhere because you have something to respond to it. Come in, Fred.
Thank you.
Unmute yourself, please.
Oh, you hear me well?
Yeah, now you are clear. Come in,
Okay.
please. Bring your
That's Malik
perspective. Yeah.
voice. Okay. Well, my brother, Kujo, thank you, viewers. Thank everyone is come to this member. We can come down, sit down, and see our difference, so that everybody knows why we're here. Because our people being misled and confused. Let me just pick it up from here in Arabic. Make
Yeah,
sure
go ahead.
what I'm saying it can make sense to other tomorrow. My my must Gina Kasau Sudanese trying to define trying to know ourselves like South Sudan. ما قدرنا في الكلام ده. لقينا شنو؟ independent بتاعنا. وبعد كده جينا هنا الحق المفروض يكون لنا هنا قاعد نفايت فوقه. Just bring it like بسيط من 91 بسيط بس اللي كنا انه قاعد نفايت فوقه عديناه العرب بتاعنا again وجبناه كله في الجنوب وقلناهم انه شنو الاتفاقية الحصل في جوبا حسي ده اتفاقية مهم خالص في جنوب السودان في في الايست في الايست بتاع افريقيا كله مهم خالص. مشكلتي بس مع شنو الكوتوريان مع تيسي واخوي سي جي انت لو كان قعدت بس فكرت في كلام اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم فوق زي انه الاتفاقية ده عمل نفسه احنا قاعدين شنو كنا قنفايد في الزمن ده كله في شمال السودان والاتفاقية ده كله قام رجعوه في جنوب السودان. هم اتفقوا ذاته في جنوب رجعوه في شمال السودان وعملوا اتفاقية most important اتفاقية في العالم كله. جبال كركوجي قاعد بيتكلم فوقه النيل صد النهضة القبائل المتحاصرة ليه إنه في الوقت ده إحنا محاصرين اجتماعيا اقتصاديا وما عندنا فيجن رؤية للمستقبل as a country as a community as a people who vision sit together trying to make profit for tomorrow. ده كلام ده جبال كله شنو كركوجو لخصه في البيجينينج بتاع الشو. انا ما انا جلو لكن انا شنو انا قاعد اقول لكم انا متابع حرف بحرف كلام بكلام سطر بسطر خطينا حرف فوق الحرف وعايزين شنو نصل لحل مشكلتنا. جبال من جبال انا متابع ما في زول جاب كلمه بتاعنا شنو حتى كتوريان حتى شمال ذاته ما في زول لسه دخل حتى الفور نقول لكم الفور مثلا في جنوب السودان هسي they control 95% of قروش بتاع السودان بتاع جنوب السودان كله في يد فور. ثم ثانيا كان جينا في العالم كنترول هي 35% of all the money قروش كله بتاع العالم كله في يد فور.
Yeah, we don't want to get out of the topic, brother Farid. Yeah, if you can sum it up within the topic.
معلش
Yeah,
لأنه ده
thank you.
معلش لأنه شنو والله I'm sorry لأنه تعرف إنه الفكرة دائما بتستدنها حاجات كله ده بحث اللي يقول قاعد يتكلم فوق ده مرخص في حاجة. هل إحنا عندنا فيجن لبكرة؟ مش الأعداء مش الأعداء اللي بيجينا، لأنه already قسمونا الأعداء إنه انقسم فينا. الأعداء ده قاعدين جوانا، لكن إحنا لبكرة زي ما جون ما كفل بيقول إنه بكرة هل هيكون لنا رؤية عشان نقدر نواجه الجاي قدامنا ولا لا؟
Thank you.
حاسي كتر بقول يا أخي أنا كده وأنا كده وأنا كده. هدي I'm sorry ده كلام موجه لسيجي هدينه ذاته قبل ما كتر يقول الكلام ده. شمال السودان ذاته أنا شنو في زي ما بقول في قرى أو في كرة بتاع بقول شنو بعربي اللي بيخرفوه مويه من زيره بقول شنو قرع. انا في كرة بتاع قرع. هل معقول بكره بعد بكره ممكن نجيب عشان نوحد استوائية؟ هل معقول بكره بعد بكره ممكن نوقف انه نجيب عشان نوحد ملكال؟ هل معقول وصل بارغزال ممكن يجيب بنفسه؟ هل معقول ممكن دينكا ده القام بيقولوا كلامه ده ممكن نوحد جنوب السودان؟ قبل I'm sorry ده بس واحد بس انا اقول لك في 2005 انا كنت كان في واشنطن دي سي في مؤتمر. انا قلت لهم شنو الدينكا بعملوا حاسي ده ممكن اي قبيله في الجنوب بحري whatever في 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 في
Just let me say this to Amel Jankur. Just hold on, Farid. I will allow you to finish up. Amel, maybe you need to reboot your phone because everybody can hear us clearly. So maybe something to do with your phone. Just restart it, maybe to resolve the issue of you cannot hear us. No, nobody block you, sister. How can we block you? No, just reboot your phone, maybe to resolve the issue with that. Inta magatasma. Wrap it up, Farid, because we have a lineup and we have people still coming to the studio. Yeah, thank you.
Ali Soto.
Yes.
Yeah, بيقولوا علي صوتك.
My wrapping up is this. Like, we are so okay. Okay, sigue. سامعني كده كويس؟
I'm not speaking. Okay.
سامعني كده كويس؟
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I want you to hear me very clearly because I want you to hear what I'm saying because it's like it's very important for tomorrow. زمان كان نقول I just want to know الجيف ده ونجداه لأهالي المساكين في النهاية هل معقول احنا كجنوب السودان في الوضع اللي احنا عايشين فوق هسه ده عملنا peace agreement لشمال السودان. That's the most important thing I want to everybody to highlight this and to put it down.
Thank you.
And I wish one day they can talk take and take it like very personally with the passion.
Yeah, your line
Because you
is
know what?
breaking. Very annoying, Farid. Let us park it here and let me move on with the panelists because we have to wrap it up. I wasn't expecting I'm going to be here for 5 hours. Yeah. No.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Farid. Brother, somebody with the name Equatoria Free just came in. It could be a guy, it could be a lady. So
That's me.
Odysseus.
Yeah.
So you become a chameleon, huh? You go in, you change your color, and you come in with okay. Hang on tight. Let me.
Dark screen scare people, huh?
برج كده اقعد براها ما تفتش كلام. Let us start with our lady. We keep her sitting here. Didi, I will give you the podium. Your final thought, your last message. This is not the end of conversation. It is gonna continue, and nothing is personal. And when you have a case, it is a good thing. Okay. Somebody have yamshi wala nar. This is what the SPLA used to do it before. They used to send somebody like William Nyon. So when people are having conversation, nas bigulu kalam baraha kida بدبلوماسية وشنو شنو William Nyon بيقوم بدق راس ترابيزة على أساس إنه جلابة كان دير ذاته ناربة ولو شنو شنو مش عارفة so that to provoke those of Ali Al-Haj. So an individual like you within a movement, that is very important to set people on fire. Sister Marlene from Australia was demanding Al-Assassin floor to be given to you because you are the voice of our young people, you are the voice of our sister, our mothers. The podium is yours, Didi.
Thank you. Thank you, Marlene. Good to know that you're here. I really don't I just want to emphasize again, like I've seen people putting on aggression and insults here. This brother James Barocho Lamuno, he's been doing that, he's been interfering, he's been doing those things. I saw a couple of people doing that, but of course when a lady like me come in, then I will be seen as if I'm just aggressive or I'm not keeping things healthy and stuff like that, because you just have to, play around. But anyway, I will say that things that really I don't like about it is like this thing is being one-sided, really. That what is really annoying me is really being one-sided. Nobody want to take the blame of why the country went wrong. People kept saying it is the government. But my question is, the government is backed by who? It's backed by who? Is it backed by Equatorians? Is it backed by Balanda? Has it been backed by Faratit? And who are those people in the government? Here is Denka, Riak is Denka. They are backed by who? Majority of the people, they are backed by who? Who are these people moving in other people's region? Invading people's places, occupying people's places, raping people, doing all these things. Who are these people? And then the other annoying thing is like when somebody walked in here, which is not Equatorian, and always you want to talk about it, say that, oh, Equatorian is not even a region, it's not a tribe, it's a region. That's ignorant at its best. The fact that you could not even acknowledge yourself where you are, you want to allocate yourself everywhere to live anywhere you want to. But then you want to tell me, because I tell you that you don't belong here, this is my place. Now you want to tell me that Equatoria is not a region. What do you mean? And then you're insulting us, saying that most Equatorians are not educated, even they don't know what Equatorian is. It fall on the, on the equator line or something like that. Who doesn't know this? the other point is like you guys keep insinuating that if we separate ourselves, we're gonna fall into small division and fight among ourselves. Which history do you have to back this? Can one of you tell me? Never in the history of Equatoria that we have done this. Our brother here, William, has even have articulated it so properly. When we have
Okay.
separated during the
Okay.
day.
Let me respond quickly, and I will allow you to finish. Okay. Take it for the record. Okay. The Bari will never allow the Zande to lead the Equatorian, taking position of
Oh,
the
no.
leadership. No. Just hold it. Let me finish.
I disagree.
Let me finish. This is my opinion. Hold it. No. We said we don't have to interrupt.
Sorry.
We said we don't have to interrupt. Let me finish.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
She asked a question. Okay? The Zande will not allow the Bari to lead them. The Bari will not allow the Zande to lead them. The Latuka will never allow the Bari or the Zande to lead them. Those are just example of three major tribes. Okay? History will attest to that. Leave it aside.
You have evidence?
Come in,
You have
Didi.
evidence? Let me stop.
You will have your
evidence?
time. You will have your time.
I want you to get the evidence for that word you said, because I want to know the evidence of what you're saying in Uzande Mabakhalin Bari.
That's my question, but he failed to answer it, but he kept pointing to history where
Okay.
I will attest
Let
to that.
Kukuju continue.
My question was,
This is. Go ahead.
Can you tell us? Yeah, I was asking that question because even our brother here has testified that it has not happened. We Equatorians has lived together peacefully, but the rest of the people over there, you guys failed to live together peacefully. You know, Equatoria has lived together peacefully, but there is one thing that Kurkuju you emphasize, saying that Bari will not allow, Zande will not allow. Our what is it? Our what was Zol Khan Hakim fi Equatoria Zaman? He
Joseph
was
James Tembro. Yeah, Joseph James
James
Tembro.
Tembro was Zande. I lived in Amarat. His house was it's such a big house whereby I hear that now the you know the Haraka Shetania, the Gen Council are living over there. You know, it's in front of my house. You know where I used to live. You know, I lived in Juba when I was a child. You know, I grew in that area. I went to a private school down the street there called Juba Model, led by made by British. You know, I mean created by British. You know, so we know what we are saying when we're talking about. That's why I kept saying that when we Equatorian talk, we know what we are talking. We might look like we're disagreeing, but we're not disagreeing. Let
Thank
alone
you.
the
Go ahead.
please you guys. You know, holding the stick by the middle of it, like CJ always said. You know, trying to please other people, thinking that look, in every movement, in every situation that is happening, there are weak people always that you know they're not really confident of themselves. You know, they fall aside. You know, they always look they're very submissive to their oppressor, to their master. You know, thinking that you know let them just be in the middle. You know, if things didn't work out, then maybe they will still have a place with their master. You know, this kind of Equatorians is okay. You know. It's all right, but that they do not represent the entire Equatoria. The people down there in Equatoria who are saying that we could never live with these people alone, they are not even they are the majority of Equatorians who are saying this, you know. And they did not want, they don't need to come and tell you or tell or Barach or anybody or convince you, because you're not Equatoria. It's their suffering. You have the right now to speak for your people, Kurkuju, without me coming against you or you know, like siding with other people against us. You have the right, and I will support you 100% because I know what your people have gone through, and we never want our people to be, to be dismayed like how your people have been. They have done to your region. You know, we don't want that, and that's why we're standing for it. And if you decide to do that, 100% I will back you. It's not that because we hate Dinka or we hate Nuer, but the truth is we should not really manipulate this fight. This war is a tribal war.
That's okay, Didi. Please, if you can wrap up your thought, will be great. You respond to what I said. I appreciate it. Carry on. Uncle Maruel, I did inbox you with the link.
I will wrap it up. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will wrap it up by saying that this misleading that people are trying to say that, hey, look, we live in Australia, in America, we are multicultural. This is all rubbish. We all know that Australia have its native people, and these native people, we know what happened to them. under the colonization people who are called the early settlers. And this is the same thing in America, in Canada, and in all these places. And we are now, what happened to these aboriginals? They're living all outside there. They are fighting hard. They want their country back. They're always voicing out their voice. And if we say that this is the case, these people who came from Europe, in their native land in Europe, they don't have this kind of system over there. They're living as native people. But in Africa, we're native people of Africa. In South Sudan, we're native people of South Sudan. We Equatorians have the right to exist as Equatorians in our region with our tribes over there, without anybody coming to inconvenience us and telling us who we are and how we should live, So to further this, not to further it ahead, I just wanted to conclude that from taking up from what is being said here and how we've been going on, and our claims and our pain has been cancelled and seen as if we just don't have a point. I feel like separation is the solution for us, really, because I don't see any further, common sense or to go ahead, or hope. Let me say that hope. There's no hope to live with, together anymore. There's no hope. If I could not accept that my action has caused this, if I cannot see the action that have caused, my fellow South Sudanese to decide that enough is enough, then I don't see really the hope. For me, I just think like separation is the best for me. You see people so aggressive, and then they will blame that we're emotional, and just shuffling the blame to us, girl, is all the people. It's not all the people. I just want to thank you here and just say that today I'm so confident to say that separation is the final line for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didi. I will drop you because I am wrapping up, and also would like to welcome Uncle Marwil. Marwil did here, Ustaz Marwil is Randit is an educational, is a young elder. Surprisingly, he found us, the conversation is going on. He decided to join the conversation. So let me go to brother. If Uncle Marwil, you can hang on tight. Let me give another chance to one of those young men here to bring his thought. Adesius, you want to hang around?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Okay.
It's very interesting to see Mr. Marwil, is that correct?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear from his perspective too, because that's actually very interesting. Thank you. Thank you for
fantastic. So, yes, as a civil young man here, would you like to give Uncle Marwil a chance to come in and
of course,
give us a word of wisdom? Maybe we will learn something, and you guys can, if there is interaction, you can respond to it. How is that? With your permission. It is democracy, so I don't have to.
I'm willing. I like to listen to the other side before I make any, if it's decision or just speak back or answer on the point he asked me a question or just speaking. But of course, elders go first and ladies go first, as we always say. So thank you.
Do I have a unanimous consent here?
Yes, sir.
To give the podium to Uncle Marwil?
Yes, sir. Definitely. And it's an honor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
موجود.
Good. Uncle.
أول حاجة.
Yeah, come in, Uncle Marwil.
Okay, happy Easter, all of you, my brothers and sisters, South Sudanese.
Same to you.
We wish that next Easter should be celebrated in a free South Sudan. المشكلة طبعا جيت حسا قبل شوية. ولقيت into you were on. Even I doubt that I thought that it was just a video, but I discovered that it was still going on. So I thought I would contribute. What I heard is about unity. It's the most important thing that I underline in your talk.
Yeah.
فالواحدة الunity unity لأنه نحن وقعنا في المصيبة كساوث سودانيز. وقعنا في المصيبة اللي هو دمر حياة الناس، نسيج الاجتماعي دمر، القبائل ضد بعض، ده كله ده مصيبة وقع علينا. وأنا متأكد South Sudanese are good people. They have been living together for thousands of years. And each tribe or each ethnicity has got its own territory,
got the village to live in, and they grow up there. As South Sudanese, since 1955, when the war broke out in the Greater Equatoria, it was joined by all South Sudanese tribes, and we fought, and we got the result of local autonomy, 1972. We were one people. Today, in 1983, the SPLA waged the war because the local autonomy didn't give us the full freedom that we want. And they fought, and everybody fight. Everybody participated. All 64 tribes, I believe, they have all participated in the liberation. And they finally crowned it up by the referendum of all the tribes have voted for no for unity. We fight, we choose to be independent country. We choose to be free people, and we did it. But unfortunately, what had happened was very a shocking thing. نحن وقعنا في مشكلة بتاع الناس الجاه وقالنا حررنا البلد. بعد التحرير هم قعدوا وسولوا على الموارد البلد وقسم الناس على قبائل عشان هم يقدر يستمر في الحكم. القضايا بتاعتنا الحكومة دي ما ظلم أي زول، ما ظلم، ما في قبيلة ما ينظلم فوقه، ما في القبائل الكبرى. كله واحد تعب من أعمال الحكومة. فمشكلتنا عشان المشكلة الرئيسية هسه هو وحدتنا، والقضايا المعلق، القضايا الموجودة هسه سبب الحكومة بنحلوا في مع بعض. في رأيي أنا بشوف ما في زول ما عنده قضية. إكواتوريا عندهم قضية بتاع الأراضي، والناس اللي قاعد جاب في بلاده من قبائل الثانية. وفي غرب بحر غزال في قضايا داخل الملكال، في قضايا بين شلوق ودينكا، ده كله قضايا، لكن ما بنحله إلا يكون هذه الحكومة يمشي في الأول. هذه الحكومة لازم يمشي عشان القضايا دي ما بتتحل في ظل وجود هذه الحكومة، وقضايا دي ما بتتحل في تعلم نحن المعارضة المقسمة. It will not happen. We are not going to solve anything. We must unite, form a platform, we fight together and we push them out, and we sit down to write a constitution which all 64 tribes will participate. Okay, this is my view. فلو شاكلنا هسه لو بنهجم بعضنا لانه لو بنهجم بعضنا معناه قبليه مستمره. هم اللي قاعدين جوا they are practicing قبليه، ونحن في المعارضه we are practicing قبليه. وده فرصه بتاع الناس دي لما نشوف نحن مقسمين هم يستمروا. كويس، عاوزين تكاتف، عاوزين جهد واحد. كويس، كابناء جنوب السودان المظلومين. ما في زول ما مظلوم، كلنا مظلومين. في ناس بيشوف انه كان حكومه تحت القياده بتاعت واحد من الدينكا زي مثلا سلفا كير، بيعتبروا هذه الحكومه حكومه بتاع الدينكا. الكلام ده غلط. ليه؟ لانه في قبائل تاني، في قبائل من الاستوائيه، في قبائل من غرب بحر غزال، في قبائل من على النيل، من كل 64 قبيله في ناس موجودين في الحكومه. شفتها زي؟ فالحكومه دي حتى الجيش اللي بيمشي برا بيقتل في المواطنين. ما جيش حكومه، جيش حكومه ده ما جيش بتاع دينكا. يعتبر حتى لو مكون اغلبيته من الدينكا معناهم تحت الحكومه، تحت اوامر الحكومه. انتوا سنه الفات في مدينه تون في محل انا مولود فوقه، المواطنين شاكلوا مع الجيش، شاكلوا مع الجيش. كويس، قتل من المواطنين وقتل من الجيش. 187 جيش قتلوا، كم مواطن قتل في قوريال، ناس اتحاربوا. كويس، فالقضايا دي يا اخواتي من اكواتوريا بالذات ما تكون يعني don't be very sensitive. We are not ignoring your case. You are not ignoring the case of Equatoria. We said Equatoria should stand as 1955 Equatoria. We won Equatoria in 1955. They were nationalists. And there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. There is a very big injustice that has been done to all South Sudanese, including the Dinka. So my call بحكومي انا في اموري انا شايف ده وشفت ثورات كتير كويس. لازم نتواحد. وحدتنا هو القوه. حتى لو في ناس زي ما قلت قبل يا اخ كركوش بانه في بلاد البرة في بلاد المهجر اللي احنا قاعدين فيه في دياسبرا، هم برضه بينظروا هل الناس المعارضه مواحدين عشان نقدر نديو بوش او نديو باك اب. هل مواحدين؟ لما يشوفونا اننا مقسمين ما في فايده. ما بنلقى اي تأييد، ما بنلقى اي سبورت منهم. فعشان كده نحن بنقول لازم نعمل نتوحد عشان نزال هذه الحكومه، وبعد ذاك نحن هنقعد ك 64 قبيله نخوض النظام دايرينه. ما في زول ما عنده قريه مولود فوق، ما في زول ما عنده يعني، وقبائل دي ما جداد. هنا we are not new to one another. We have been there for 100 years and everyone was living peacefully. And then the Iran كل القبائل المجاورين مع بعض، ما كان في اشكال ده جابوا الحكومه. الناس اللي بيقولوا ان انا حررنا البلد، وينو تحرير عشان تقتل الناس ما بيجي. فالوحده ده مهم جدا. وانتوا اخوه من اكواتوريا، اخواتي واخواني، قضيتكم ده مثل اي قضيه في غرب بحر غزال وفي ابا نايل، وما بيتحل الا نحن نزهي المجموعه ده، المجموعه المستعمر ديل نزهي من الحكم. وعشان نزهيهم لازم يكون في وحده بيناتنا عشان نقدر نلقى تأييد من كل ناس بتعاطف وتشوف الوضع الانساني في جنوب السودان بيقدر بيجيب معانا. لكن لما نحن المقسمين ما بنعمل حاجه، ديل هيقعد. بعدين ما تنسى المجموع زي ما ذكرت قبل، هذا المجموع مكون من كل قبائل. واني موجود، لمرة موجود، حكومة الوحدة بتاع الوطنية ده فيه جميع الناس كويس، في برلمان وفي وين موجودين كويس. الثورات ما بيعملوا كده، التغيير بيجي من وحدة الشعب. انتوا شفتوا السودان القريب ده، وكده توحدوا الشعب قدر يشيل الدكتاتور اخذ 30 سنة في الحكم. شفتوا في مصر، شفتوا في ليبيا، شفتوا في تونسيا كويس. فلازم نحن وحدة اهم حاجة.
Uncle Marwell, I don't want to interrupt. Lakin, there is a pressing issue. Brothers in Equatoria strongly, like you see, the voice is getting louder and louder for separation. Okay, and you are aware and familiar with our case in Western Bahr el Ghazal. Maybe إذا شفنا الميزان بتاع إكواتوريا قاعد يكون ثقيل, maybe we will add our voice to the Equatorian على أساس إنه we want to call for separation. As a Randit, as an educator, as an elder from Jiang, what is your vision على أساس إنه like my video that been recorded, it is digitalized, it is on YouTube, it is a reference. What is your vision على أساس إنه to address الconcern بتاعت الإيكواتوريان from a Jiang perspective? You watch it, you witness it. The government, they don't like you. That is why you are still in exile. So what is your take? How do you see it على أساس إنه to start rebuild الtrust? Okay, لأنه accusation is there. Dinka will try to come and manipulate others to use them and then to go and flip again. So what is your take, Uncle? Please.
Well, in my view,
Yeah.
all of us, we are affected. The problem is our brothers and sisters from Equatoria, they don't see that the Dinka are affected by this regime. Even soldiers who are fighting on behalf of regime, they are suffering. They got killed, they got wounded, they left, they have orphans, they have widows, and the government is not looking after them. And the Dinka, they don't know why we are fighting. Because the war of liberation has finished. We should have lived in peace. And then this country doesn't belong to Dinka. This is what I have to assure them. The country doesn't belong to Dinka. It doesn't belong to Nuer. It belongs to all of us. Their question, their problem, the problem of Equatoria, the solution is not to not to say or to separate from South Sudan. It is impossible. Not not me to say it is impossible, but regionally and internationally, it is. I think this is very far to reach. Very far to reach because الريجن وضع الإقليمي والوضع الدولي والوضع الإفريقي ما أظن الكلام دي كلام بعيد المنال كويس. It will take long time. وليه بس هم يمشوا واخواتنا عشان الطغم القاعدين في جوبا ديل يخلي إكواتوريا يمرق من ساوث السودان العزيز اللي هم عايشين فوق من زمان. ده الحال ما حال. الحال نحن نكون شعب واحد ونواجه الناس دي عشان نحن نستغل. إكواتوريا يقدر يستغل، بحر الغزال يبقى يستغل، وأبنال يبقى يستغل بقبائلها. فدل my advice to them. I'm not against their will. I'm not against their independence. I'm not against what they decided. But in my own view, it is something that will take long. And there is no any reason for them to depart from South Sudan. They are our brothers, they are our sisters. Me, I am innocent. I'm not a government member. Even I'm not a member of Young Elder Council. I have attacked them from several times since I begin talking. I never give chance to these guys. I said, this council, Young Council of Elders, they are all politicians. They were not nominated by Dinka. Dinka, they got their own Salatin in their villages. No one nominated them. They are a group of people with their own interests being used by Salva Kiir government. They don't represent Dinka. This I have said several times. And then again, coming to the government itself, I have repeated several times that the government doesn't belong to Dinka, with the fact that all the tribes are within that government. They are elite to loot the country and to destroy the country and to divide the people and rule them. So my brothers Equatorians, the best way is that we unite, we fight, we want to get rid of these guys. This is my view. The unity is the best thing, and there is no any reason for Equatorian to separate. Who do they want to leave? They have been part of South Sudan for centuries. Are they running away from these guys? We can kick them out if we are united now. 64 times we united, we can kick them out. There's no need for us to destroy our country, to separate our country. There's no need for that. The problem is, if we unite, we can unite. I know the grievances. I know the pain. Everyone has got a pain, but the other side doesn't feel it. We have pain. We Dinka. We lost children. We lost the we lost the whole generation from since 1983 until today. We are still dying. And there's no reason that Dinka young boys should die.
I am not pushing on you, but I am saying the main issue right now as we are speaking is the issue of land grabbing. The issue, for example, Bugar بينقولوا بواكر من بور بيجيبون في نومالي, like the movement of the people itself. Within South Sudan Constitution, there is a right as a citizen, you can live anywhere. Lakin when you move in group, 50 نفر, 100 نفر, this is where the concern is. So from your perspective, to address this issue, how can we put a stop? If you have part of the conflict resolution team as an elder, okay, let us say we have.
As I said, Kurkuju, as I said, we need a government that will follow a constitution. We need a government that can educate people. We need a government that will say, look, for certain ethnic group to go and occupy the other land of another ethnic group. We need that government to say no. Okay? But this government cannot solve this problem of land grabbing, of a group of people moving to a certain region. They will not do it because they are busy with looting. They don't know how something called law and order. They don't know it. They are the one encouraging. So for me, if we have a government, this can be solved by law, because the land, according to them, it belongs to the community. If the land belongs to the community, what can move the other community to go to another community land? Should be the question. So for me, the question of land grabbing is a question of law. Should be in the constitution.
Thank you. I believe your response. We have seen some positive reaction to it, and that is why this conversation must continue. I will go to CJ. If you have something to respond to Uncle Marwil, bring it in, because to allow him also, maybe he can respond to some reaction down the road. CJ, I am going to unmute you, so the microphone is with you. Please come in.
I don't see CJ here.
CJ is here still. What is happening? Oh,
Yeah. And
CJ, come in.
can I add something
Well done, thank you.
with the question with CJ for Uncle Marwil, if there is a possibility?
CJ is here. Let him come through.
Okay, go ahead then. Go ahead.
All right, to the elder, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Kurkuju, for this second opportunity again. Well, there's one point I have to remind those brothers of ours. Remember, we have many countries around Africa got their freedom. They decide to separate. I wish every one of us would have asked himself, why did those people get separation? In our situations, the issue is land in the first place. You say if there is a constitution, this constitution will not be possible under the ongoing regime, definitely. Leave alone that, you're saying, and Dinka are not responsible of that. It is just only a bunch of Lusus or Haramia. If those international community, international community, if they can't judge those people, if they can't hold them accountable, they start reinstating day after the other, bringing them to the government, despite they have killed Dinka and Nuer. They have killed each other. This civil war, Dinka and Nuer, they kill each other properly. Nobody hold them accountable. Why? They weren't bringing those people. Those people are supposed to go out immediately at that very time. You cannot bring a thief to come and lead again, a corrupted guy, and come and lead again. Now, Dinka have disarmed the other troops, the other people, leaving the rest, the guns in their hands. The reason why they manipulate the situations of their civil war. The war, the tribal war between Dinka and Nuer has been long going, since 1991, you know that. Even those of Salva Kiir, when they came to the government, there was Ebel Alier, remember that? The elders, the Dinka elders, they talk over these issues repeatedly. And then there was the revenge. Now, instead of resolving this issue within the two tribes, calling for your people as elders to bring, because before Europeans, we know how to manage our issues as tribes, irrespective. Remember, let's not misunderstood what tribes is. It's a family. When I say tribes, that's a family. Let's not misunderstood. It's a bad thing. No, It's a family and culture, tradition, and everything. So instead of solving your problem in a peaceful way, calling the entire 64 tribes to sit down and resolving it, you decide to establish a militia. Is that fair, my dear? No, that's not the way how we have to do it. Now, I went on with you for 21 years. We have been fighting side by side, irrespective for decentralization. Now, after 21 years, we thought you have taken the idea that decentralization is because still you come to it again. You bring it. Can you be my friend after 21 years holding all this and then turning the gun to me, coming and occupy my land? Is that the way how things goes in life? It is wrong. In that way, we will not be elders at all. But will lay Anunazil, there are a bunch of no Dinka was behind them. They are behind them, my dear. You know, make no mistake. So it is simple. What we are saying, we're going to use all peaceful means. All means is going to be on the table. بنستعمل كل الأساليب. الأسلوب السلمي, we will go. We're trying to get to a table. قلنا إنه لازم يكون في شنو دائرة ترابيزة مستديرة بيكون فوق 3 people. Upper Nile, بحر الغزال, على النيل. لأنه there is no any longer any trust between us. We have to sit down and settle our problems in a peaceful manner, if that could be a way out. Yet you are refusing that. You know, now Ebel Alier was behind the demarcation of South Sudan, the land that was taken. We went to in the University of Khartoum. We came up. We went for demonstrations. It was, you know, later on they find, you know, when the petrol was discovered. قالوا أنه شنو البترول اكتشفوه قاموا شالوا شنو أراضي من جنوب السودان. على أساس قاعد أشوفوا ده هذه الأراضي أخذوها غصبا عنه. لما جينا في النهاية قالوا الله what's the matter with you guys? Don't you know أنه إبرا لير كان الرئيس بتاع الخريطة؟ So Ebel Alier was behind. Francis then he was asked whether or not Abyei belonged to South Sudan or not. Francis then قال شنو؟ Francis then قال بتاع ده تابع للشمال. So why are we dodging each other? أنا لو عاوز أطلع منك ما المفروض يكون في مشكلة. بحسن نية نقعد سوا نكون أحسن جيران. We will be good friends. Traditionally بالنسبة لنا حاجات اللي تعملوا لنا اغتصاب بتاع أمهات آباء اغتصاب الرجال هذه الحاجات ده أمور وحشية بتقتل الإنسان بدون رحمة تطبخ الناس ذبح. يا حرام يا حرام إحنا وقفنا سوا يا حرام التاريخ بيحاسبكم يا أخي إحنا ما أخوان. This is not a brotherhood.
Thank
This is
you.
not a life we have to live. ما ممكن نكونوا حيوانات نوصل لدرجة أنه نغتصب أمهاتنا يا أخي. إيه.
Thank you
زول زيك
CJ.
زي مثلا بيغتصبوا. أنت زول
Thank you.
كبير في المجتمع بنغتصبك يا أخي. شو هي الإنسانية ده؟ مجرد من الإنسانية ده حيوان ذاته ما بيعمل كده.
Thank you
إيه.
CJ. That is we appreciate it. You made your perspective, Uncle Marwil. We put you in this hot seat, but we have a problem. We have to address it, and we have to start finding solution, right? Yeah, come in. We were in Egypt together. You went to Australia. You never stepped a foot in South Sudan. This is what I know, and you yourself, you are a victim. Come in, bring your perspective, please. Thank you, CJ.
Well, of course, all this what had happened, what my brother is expressing, I can still say we are innocent because we are citizens like you, and we have a government that has need to be held accountable, and this is why, in order to get our rights, we need to work together to remove the government. If you tell me now that some people, all these what you have said, atrocities, whatever, I'm as a Dinka or Dri Dinka, I will not accept to be held accountable for crimes that were committed by the government which is made up of all 64 tribes. I will not accept that for sure. And if we need accountability, we need to remove them. And we will, after we remove them, we'll have a court, a breed court, which even 2015 agreement they have suggested the breed court that all the people who have committed atrocities will be held accountable. Okay, but to put all this on Dinka, it is unfair. It is unfair it is unfair. We don't know you. We don't know what happened. What happened is the government knows that. Soldiers, whether they are Dinka or Equatorians or Nuer, they belong to the government. As we were fighting with the North, the Northern Sudanese soldiers were fighting us, were killing everybody. And we held accountable for the government of Sudan, not for a certain tribe or Shaigia or Dunglawi. We don't say that. We said that the government of North Sudan is killing us. We never said the soldiers belong to Dunglawi or belong to Nuba. We never said that. We know them. They are North Sudanese, and they have agenda of occupying South Sudan. Okay, so to say that all these atrocities can be put on a Dinka as an ordinary Dinka, I will not accept that. It is injustice and it is not fair.
Thank
This
you.
is my response to my
It is
brother.
the Dinka children
Thank-
who
thank-
are being recruited as militias, my dear.
Okay, CJ.
Our response.
Thank you. Thank you. Let us have a civil debate.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Uncle Maruel, for your response and withstanding the heat. Odysseus, I will leave you for now. Let me go to Martin because I'm trying to eliminate. After Martin, I will go to Baraj, and then I will come to you, Odysseus, because you have some arsenal. I know you are preparing them for Uncle. So, Martin, please come in the podium with you. I will unmute you.
Thank you very much, Brother Kikuch, and I also thank our elder Maruel, Achibak.
Achinkra, Chibak.
Oh yeah, I want to tell you that my father and my mother lived in Gogurial for 30 years, and they lived there peacefully, and they came back. But to my surprise, they actually told me that the people in Gogurial are very, very good people, peaceful people. But again, it took me by surprise when I saw that very people my parents praised has turned into something that I absolutely could not describe even today. So before coming to comment on what you just said, let me go back to Moses, the previous speaker, who says something about Equatoria, trying to define what Equatoria is or what it consists of. Brother Moses, I want to let you know that Equatoria, the word Equatoria, before Equatoria came to existence, that region is called Lado. Now, this is during the time of Belgium. And when the British came in, Equatoria was introduced, and then the name was given, not only Equatoria as a region, but its tribes. Those people who are living in Equatoria, they are called Equatorian. And today you have borders between Equatoria and Bahr Ghazal, and Equatoria and Upper Nile. So just for you to know that this is for the record, that Equatoria is not only Equatoria, but its tribe, those who are living in Equatoria, they are called Equatoria. And in Equatoria, we have over 36 tribes. This is number one.
Thank you.
Number two, Kurkuch, you said, you mentioned something about Zandi or Equatoria or Bari will not allow so and so. Just, I want to give you an example of we Equatoria, we can live together in peace, no problem. Because when Joseph James Tembra was the governor of Equatoria, he lived peacefully with everybody. There was nothing of any problem.
Thank you.
Number two, Maurice Lawyer, he was also a governor. We lived peacefully, no problem. So Equatorian always and ever will continue to live peacefully among themselves. There will be no problem between Equatoria and Equatorians, just like the way we're seeing in Bahr Ghazal and Upper Nile. So let me come to Sheikh now, Marwell. I do appreciate and thank you very much for eloquently speaking some of the things that sounds very good. But I will ask you a question. When you say unity, what is your definition of unity that you are talking about? Because to me, the unity that these troublemakers conceive in their mind is the unity that gives them rights to live in the ancestral lands of others. Because this is, they say, we are living together. This is a kind of unity. We can live anywhere. Nobody should subject you to wherever they want to live. So this is the kind of unity. People like you coming here talking about the unity, but these are the kind of unity these troublemakers are trying to initiate, and they want us also to understand the way they understood. But for us in Equatoria, there's a division of the land. There's a public land, there's a community land, and there's ancestral land. These three division or division of lands is in the constitution, and we need to respect that. But today, it is not only the government who are confiscating the land. It is ordinary civilians coming in the hundreds, the cars and boats and all that. It is no longer government. Don't say that is the government. It is no longer the government. The whole tribe is coming with the cars, like just Brother Kurkuju put it. Is right there. You can find them in Nimuli. You can find them in Juba. You can find them in Belenyang. You find them in Mangala. You find them in Kaya. Everywhere in Equatoria. This is no longer the government. Even the Salva Kiir even told them, go back to your places. If you can remember, Salva Kiir issued a decree that every anyone who is having cows in Equatoria should go back. They never took that initiative. They never go back. Now, this is a problem. Like my brother here stated clearly that the problem in Equatoria is the issue of land. Ancestral land, community land have been occupied by this group. You call it the government, I don't call it the government. I call it this, they are one people. I don't see Nuer there. I only see Denka there. Okay? So,
Okay.
yeah, the other thing is you're saying like, okay,
If you can sum it up, will be great.
yes, I'm summing it up.
Martin.
Yes, I'm summing
Yeah.
up. My elder here said it is mistake to put Denka in that same basket. Okay, let me ask you this question. Where in the world did I see Denka? Because Denka outside here, they're in great number. I never seen Denka coming out demonstrating against this regime. They never, not even in Australia, not in here in Canada, not in the US. I never seen them to show to other tribes that we are really standing with you and we wanted to work together with you. I have never seen Denka coming out in groups trying to say that this regime in Juba is causing trouble. Let us unite other tribes, come together. We are here, we can cooperate and work together to chase these guys from there. But I've never seen that. So somebody like you is just coming here to hold those who are trying to do something with your unity, the
Okay.
unity you're
Okay.
calling, you're trying to hold us down so that we can do nothing, just
No.
saying, preaching unity, but even we don't know what kind of unity you're preaching. So
Thank
this
you.
is the problem
Okay.
here.
Thank
Okay.
you, brother,
Thank you very
brother
much.
Martin. You
Thank
did
you.
very well. I will allow brother Marwil, Uncle Marwil to come in. And if you don't mind,
Thank
I
you.
have to drop you with the CJ because you made your statement. So I will be down to Baraj and brother Odysseus.
Thank you, brother.
With your
Thank you,
permission.
brother.
Come in, Uncle Marwil.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity, Governor.
Thank you very much.
Thank
First,
you.
I will just say, you never know the Dinka are fighting, but you don't feel it. We have been fighting this government underground, and even we are making such because we, as I said in one of the show, Teresa show, I said that the two tribes are the problem, are the major problem of South Sudan, the Nuer and the Dinka. Okay, so you will never feel how the Dinka are fighting this government. We suggested, and the history repeat itself, that if Nuer and Dinka become a problem to all South Sudan, why should it not be given to any non-Dinka? This we have been suggesting this, and it happened before when in Nyanya 1, when there were some sort of this type of problems of tribalism. Lago was made to lead the Anyanya 1, and they become powerful. So we are fighting the government. We are not just showing up here. We are fighting underground, okay? And we are successful. If you can observe also, Gerald Malone was kicked out. Akolkor is killing everybody, and we are fighting against him. So you will not feel it. And then again, Dinka is not just one group. Dinka, if you travel Dinka land, you go up to northern Darfur, southeastern Darfur, and then Kordofan. These are the Dinka tribe. And then coming to Upper Nile, you have those Dinka that who have border with you, okay? So the idea, I'm not saying that the Dinka are not the one occupying the lands in Equatoria. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if there is a government, if there is a constitution, the government can enforce the law that no any community can move to another community land. Okay, but Salva was saying it, but he didn't put it as an executive order to take the police there, whoever
To
can
be
be taken
enforced.
there to reinforce. He didn't do that. So that is, we can still blame it to the government, because the government shouldn't just give order, you move out. No, that is not that's not the way. So I can say, I can blame it. Those who are sitting in Equatoria, who are occupying your lands, can be blamed to the government. Coming to the question that I'm calling for unity, the unity I'm calling for is a unity of suffering people, the unity of people who have been playing injustice, all the tribes of South Sudan. And there is no only way that we must unite and fight this government. It is a unity for us who feel this injustice to come together to push them out, not the unity that the government of the day is meaning. That unity they have, it is a unity of thieves. Unity, even the reprise agreement which they have signed in 2018 didn't bring peace to South Sudan. It is an agreement where only stakeholders, the participants of that reprise peace agreement, are the only one benefiting. You can see everywhere there are wars in Dinka land. Dinka are killing each other. Dinka are fighting with Nuer. This is the situation. So the unity I'm calling for is the unity of us. We those who have like you, Intel Mazlum, right? ده يونتي بتاع اي مظلوم انه نتوحد صفوفنا ونوجه اسلحتنا ضد النظام. هذا النظام هو القسم الناس. هذا النظام هو نهب البلد. هذا النظام هو اللي بيقتل في ناس including ابناء الدين ذاته. فيونتي بتاعي ما يونتي بتاع زول داير يحمي قضايا الناس، دي قضيتكم. لو في زول بيجيني بيشيل القريه بتاعنا I will stand against that. If they are occupying by force, I can fight them back. Okay, it is your right, but the constitution has to be enforced. So we need a government that will organize the communities, will organize the communities and apply the law. So my unity that I'm calling every day is a unity for all of us to push this government out, not a unity for divide and rule. It is a unity, real unity, as other شعوب زي شعب شمال السودان يتوحدوا واحد صفوفهم and they rise against Bashir. This is what the unity I mean. And yeah.
Thank you, Uncle Marwell. There is a question on the screen. I will leave it for later, but let me go to Brother Baraj. I appreciate your level of endurance, and I think Uncle Marwell came in, gave you a little bit of sense of relief because you have been hit left and right, and now I will give you the podium if you have something to add so that you can take your leave. And then I have to go back to my nephew Adesius here and Uncle Marwell did. The podium is with you, Baraj.
All right, thank you, Kurkuju. You've been patient too, to manage those people who've been through. And let me welcome Uncle Marwell as well to join us in this platform. We're discussing issue about South Sudan. And let me appreciate Brother Odasi by his patience sitting there and, putting his point, because we're learning, we're coming through this event of separation. You need to put your point forward, like what I said always, all the time. You don't need to put your separation on the back of other tribe. That wouldn't give you really a very strong argument. It will look like, okay, I went to the darkness, huh? Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think my camera is just giving me that indication, but it's all good. To come to the point, even to have a separation, you need to have a very logical point, and you need to have a very clear point, because I do really support your view, Kurkuju, when you said, look, let unite first, kick out this government, and then present your separation issue. That will be a clear view. But right now, if you're claiming the separation of Equatorial region on the back of one tribe, this tribe doesn't have power to give you the separation. That means you just talking on something illegitimate. And I just want people of South Sudan, especially people who talk or people who think South Sudan run only by one tribe, they're actually giving one tribe overpower. They're making them elegant, they're making them think they have the power. But I do believe all the tribe of South Sudan, regardless of your size or your number, you still have the power. If you use your power properly, we will navigate our way to resettle back to South Sudan. I do just want to correct a few points here from our previous brother. They were talking about equator line and how Equatorian come through. I think a lot of us, sometime when we come here, we talk randomly without any evidence, without any reading. I think there is a history of South Sudan. There's a history of Sudan. If you go back, there is a history, even including the English time, the Anglo-Egyptian time. If we talk about Equatoria, a lot of people here, they've been saying equator line or Equatoria is Equatoria and is the people, and they try to claim it to the point like it looked like something special. I always argue, like what Musa said before, Equatoria is being established by James Baker in 1876. About that time, I do believe, or 1989, around that time, and then Gordon come and took over. It was Equatorial region, which is Charles George Gordon. I think I do believe right now, that's the guy, actually, they named him as a Gordon College in Khartoum by then. That's the guy who took over and became a governor as Equatoria. And in 1948, the region of Barkazal is split from Equatoria. So Barkazal used to cause Equatorian. If my brother was disputing the Equatoria, the people, the tribe in Equatoria, and Equatoria is a region itself, that means Barkazalian, they are Equatorian, and the tribe of Denka in Barkazal, they are Equatorian. So that logic, it doesn't sit well. We need to get the fact and to get our information right, because we don't want to mislead people of South Sudan. To come to my point, I do believe always when I talk, I look at the big picture. And what is the big picture? Everything is happening. We've been talking about it every day, and it still continues happening. But what is next? I always across the spectrum, all the government, all the opposition, even if you blame your own people, because there are some Equatorian separatists, they claim Equatorian national leaders are their own, you know, but these are the people of South Sudan who contributed, you know, and they are part of this South Sudan, but some people, they're trying to reclaim these people as their own tribe people. Like what I said, Gibeon, if Barakazal are tribalists and Upper Nile are tribalists, what would make Equatorian are not tribalists? What I see in us, we all South Sudanese, the thinking of Equatorian is not different from my thinking. The thinking of Kurkuju is not different from other guys' thinking. That's how I take it. So now, for us to be honest and to talk about unity or honesty, let's look at the big picture. Things that happen. Okay, from here on, let's take it on. Today, if I give, say, for example, Malong Awan, the government of South Sudan to run it, what would he change? Okay, leave Malong Awan alone. Let me bring Shirilo. What would he change? You know, the whole thing is this. All the people of South Sudan, all the government of South Sudan, opposition of South Sudan, they don't know what will happen in South Sudan for the next 5 days. They don't know. Regardless of opposition, how they fighting, how they doing this, even the government, how they defending themselves, but they don't have a plan for the next 5 days. What will happen in South Sudan? I feel like sometimes, you know, the president of South Sudan is driving a train with high speed, without brake. But he knows this train, you know, if he jump out of this train, it's still gonna make accident, you know. So he may sit a little bit with it and just the whole things will crash together. That's how I see it, because now we do not have a real solution here, Jama. That's why I always urge, especially Brother Udasi, you know, really just to bring his intelligence into his fellow South Sudanese and talk about how we going to make South Sudan look like in the next 20 years, 30 years, because Udasi generation and the other generation, they don't want to be in this mess, you know. Sometimes I disagree completely with the oligarch. The oligarch across the spectrum, opposition, government, you know, I really want this generation an exit. As Musa said before, how we gonna buy them? We're not gonna buy them. Generation exit. Like now what we're doing, we need to mobilize young people to really do a real revolution and move on with the agenda. It's not because we're going to bribe them by money and then, okay, go home. It's not going to work that way, you know. South Sudan is going to the brink of collapse. Most of our people, they have non-losing attitude. Doesn't matter. Let it go. But I don't think so. This will help us, because I myself, I don't only contribute in South Sudanese platform. We have a big platform as in East African bloc. There's 6 countries, as we know all the time. If I look in a different perspective, and when I'm in other community, African, we're all way behind. We're like in the cave, still in the cave. And these people, they're not going to stop. They're progressing. They're doing well. They're improving their education. They're going ahead. Whether we like it tomorrow, just, you know, will be some people who are chasing other people, because the region now is trying to unite, even Pan-Africa. Museveni talking about Pan-Africa. So things are getting bigger. But what I always urge, we need to get out of our small bubble. Get out of this, those small bubble. It has nothing to do with other tribes. It doesn't matter. We can talk for the next 300 years to talk about our tribe. The last things I want to say, this is this, for the separatists. I don't have anything against separatists. I can invite Brother Udasi in my house. I can accept an invitation. I definitely have anything against any other tribe in South Sudan. But the separatists, when they think there's Denka hidden agenda, this is not true. I don't believe there is any tribe of South Sudan in Denka. They sit in the room and they put a map. They want to wipe the other tribe and then they want to take over. You know, that idea is not there. And I hope separatists to build their agenda in a logical and in a real agenda. You can say, look, this is the right thing everybody can do, and then we can go ahead. But as I said, we live for the last 300 years side by side. Doesn't matter how did we live. Did Denka took over South Sudan? No. Did Nuer took over South Sudan. Even if we go back to our history in Upper Nile, to recall our brothers Nuer, they try to, to change the demographic of Upper Nile, but they couldn't change it. Other tribes, they still exist around them, So it's not going to happen. There is no a single tribe or single ethnic group in South Sudan thinking about putting any agenda or any things against any other tribe. We need to get off this. Forget about emotional time. I don't want to use emotional, this being done and this, we have supposed to do this. It's not going to happen right now. Look, the world is concrete jungle. Do you think Kawaja care about me? Do you think Kawaja care about you? Do you think Uganda care about you? They don't care about you. I always say, if you don't take care of yourself, somebody else automatically will take charge of you and will determine your destination. I do believe our destination is still in our hand, regardless of what is happening. Doesn't matter. We need to take the fact. We need to go ahead and move on with what is going on and have a solution for South Sudan for the next 20 years, because we cannot move like this. We always give these people who are in power to prolong their life there, to stay there, and we just keep talking here for a long time. So that's what I want to say. But
thank you.
At the end of the day, if I hurt anyone, I didn't mean to hurt anyone. And thank you, Kurkuju, for this patience. I've been patient enough. I stay for 4 hours because I want to listen to other brothers. I want to listen to some people here. So if you feel you've been hurt in our conversation, if you've been hurt, sorry about that, but we need to say the reality. Everything happened in South Sudan. You tell me now what didn't happen in South Sudan. We wait for it to happen and then we can come together, or we go ahead. Tell me. Nothing. We're still all blind future, and we need to take a step right now and go ahead. Thank you a lot. And I appreciate everybody. I appreciate your audience as well. And for brother who come in right now, thank you for joining us. It's been a long time, brother. I haven't seen you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Baraj, you did your best. Thank you. Come again. The conversation will continue. Politely, I have to kick you out of the studio because I have to start wrapping it up. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey.
That was Brother Baraj. Uncle Marwil is back in the house. That is great because I believe Maulana Mamu got some question for him. Adosius. Inta da Janal Mudallal, whenever I have a show, inta btaji taqad kida btikangish, you don't want to go. So now I am passing the podium to you. Bring your perspective. You have a question for Uncle Marwil, but before I give you the podium, let me bring this question to Uncle Marwil before we forget about it. That was from Sister Marlene with regard to Kir is dying, and what is his take on, right here. If Uncle Marwil, good to have you back. If you can respond quickly, your take, because it is talk of the moment, people are talking about it. Young man Thich, been in Australia, he came and he was being injected into the presidency office, and he was being taken. Lebed Bitana Salomo was being showcased in Bor, Al community. This is the son of your daughter, he's here. So if you can comment or say something, or if you don't want to comment, you have a right also to reserve not to comment. That was question being raised by our sister. What is your take?
Okay, thank you, Kirkuju, and thank my sister. I don't think that will happen. It will never happen. He is present in J1. Doesn't mean that he is going to install his son to be our king. It will never happen. Because we all believe that South Sudan is not a kingdom. It is a republic. And
you are saying there is no system with a Banyakila like
No way. Banyakila like in this situation. Even Kir himself knew that very well. He knows very well that he cannot put his son in to inherit the power it will never happen.
Okay.
الوضع حاليا ما اعتقد انه حتى في يعني لو لاحظتوا هسه سلفا كير فقد الشعبيه من الدنكا بصراحه، يعني انتم ما عارفين فقد الشعبيه كبير جدا جدا، لانه الدنكا ذاته يعني عرفوا الراجل دي غير ما يكمل يالهم ما عنده اي هدف. هدفه كله سلطه، والسلطه ما قاعد يسوي فيها حاجه. الشعب تعبان كويس، سواء كان من قبائل الدينكا او من قبائل الثانيه. الرجل يعني ما عنده he lost the vision. He has nothing to continue. He just only being put there, being kept there by those who are milking him, just like a cow. Those of Lamoro, those of Wani are milking him. Those of Kwalmanya, whoever with him is just a milking cow. So I don't think that Kir will think one day that he will want to put his son in which situation. Dinka now are 95% are not with him. Okay, so it is a dream. Never think about that. And if you have had some supporters, saying he's going to take over the country, this is impossible. What about son of Garang Mabior? If it is a problem of being a leader, what about Mabior Garang? I don't think that is not true. This is a media thing, and don't take it seriously.
Thank you. Maulana Momo, you are going to be the last one with me here in the studio. Hang on tight because you just came in. So let me delay you a little bit. Let me go to Adesius. Adesius, come in.
All right, thank you.
Please.
It's great to come back again. Give my point. There's a lot, to be honest. I even wrote it on a paper, starting from.
If you can sum it up, will be great.
Well, there is some points even I wanted to ask questions here direct to Mr. Merwell on point he was trying to be with all the respect, you being dismissive instead of being straight to the point. You're being dismissive that that this conflict is everyone is going through it, and plus this regime is like everyone also in it, which is not true. This is a regime that is based and built on a tribal ideology. That's now we are seeing the fruits of it coming up here, and then coming to the point of saying that this regime also has a government, have a military, a national military, or whatever you want to call it, and it's not just the Dinkas. Maybe Dinka are there, but to be honest, this thing has already been there. Dinka claiming this is their country, this is the one they're the one that liberated, and everybody have said it, and you cannot deny it. Even you guys in the past were bragging about it, and now why this sudden coming up to say كل شنو سياسة الاعترافات اللي قاعد يحصل عندكم بقى كل زول. Yes, sir.
Can we avoid generalization, because I have been following Uncle Marwil and I never heard him because you said you generalize. So if you can be specific.
Okay.
Some of the Denka they keep or Jeng they keep saying that yes, whatever. So just avoid the generalization, please. Thank you. You are very articulate and selective with your word.
Yeah, and it's not about being selective, it's being factual. في حاجة واحدة نقوله، لو احنا ما بنوصل للحقيقة ما بنوضح الحقائق بوضوح، وفي في 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 يعني بيقولوا شنو like you're trying to hide the truth and or trying to make the truth look like something you want to make the delusion look like something truthful, then you will not get to a solution. And right now the truth is clear. Like if not any kubu truth في زاوية and then let the people just accept ان احنا كلنا تعبانين. And this is not going to get us anywhere, but it's going to get to the disintegration of the country. And now the fear of the country going to be separated, now getting others who are knowing themselves they're guilty of these atrocities, now they're trying to come up and act like they are part of the revolution, when they themselves were supporting the regime since the time of SPLM, John Gering died and all that stuff. And even they knew about the history, and even they knew about the records that there's some crimes happening. None of them condemned it into the proper way that they could say, you know what, I'm for human right and not for my tribe. But unfortunately, they are standing for their tribes most of the time. Even when you try to you put some things, they always try to twist it like, oh, you guys are focusing on our tribe. But listen, if Israel and Arab, when they're fighting each other, Israelis will always say, I'm an Israeli, and the Palestinians say, I'm a Palestinian. It's not generalization, it's the facts. You know, the Israelis and the Arabs are fighting because of their own case, their own identity, their own history. So you cannot just come and say to me that I cannot speak about this, but let us speak about something, and then you say I'm selective. I'm not selective, because why Equatorial is separating? Equatorial want to separate because we don't want to see our people being marginalized, our land being taken. The regime is saying that they even, and let me tell you something about the inequality that is going on in South Sudan right now. I seen Brother Morwell, or Uncle Morwell, I would say, respect to his age and his profession in the past. I would like to tell him one thing. You are telling us that we are all suffering. Do you know that today, give this Kir must go, that you guys are using now, the slogan Kir must go, in the future, you guys take over. Do you know there will be imbalance, inequality in the classes between all these other regional, if we put it into 3 regions? We will see the dominant people, the dominant power is going to be your tribe. You cannot deny it, because if the SPLM from the start of its organization, they empowered their people by sending them outside foreign countries to educate them, to empower them so they can be the next leadership. That tells me something, that you guys are conspiring against the others. You did not put these people equally. You said, let's go and empower our tribe. Let us send them there, so tomorrow you're going to be the leaders. And now you guys are trying to tell us that we are not making sense in your point, but this is okay. This is what you say. But at the end, as they always say, an oppressor will never tell, will never tell the truth that he is oppressing the oppressed. So for us, I feel like it's not even feeling. We know we are oppressed. We feel it. We sense it. We eat it every day. We taste it every day, to the point that now we are fed up. We don't follow leaders who are trying to sell us to unity. We're going to follow leaders who are going to tell us Equatoria matters. The same thing like when black people say Black Lives Matters to the white people in Europe, in America, it's the same thing. We do that because our life as Equatorian matters to the point that we have to fight for identity, for our history, for our land, for our sisters and brothers who have been there. There is no accountability in this country. Okay? When the Nuer got killed 2013, I wonder, where were you guys at that time? 2013, everybody was silent. I remember I even campaigned with some brothers. Even I went to a friend of mine. I said, you are from Dinka. Let's go and unify ourselves so we can be the young youth to fight against this illegitimate regime. He started bringing me 1991, 1992. The same thing like Kir when he stated out in public, bragging about, you know what? Instead of telling the facts, why he go and kill civilians in Juba, he started attacking Riek Machar, because Riek Machar attacked people in 1992, and then he also tried to make a coup. So he was just jumping everywhere. But for us, we noticed that they ignored it. Then the worst thing happened. I know our mistake as Equatorian, what happened during that time. But for us Equatorian right now, at this time, at this serious time, because we see and we calculate, and it's not like something we just come out of emotion, like people say, oh, we are emotional, we want to separate. No, there's a lot of intellectuals around us. We have a lot of people we have communicated. This is a study. This is something we have focused on, because our fathers and our grandfathers did not really work hard to assess things to the future.
Thank
Now,
you. If you can forward your question to Uncle Marwil, please.
Well, ما انت قلت ما نقول question ده انا كنت انا نسال انت قلت انا قاعد نتاكل.
No. Bring your question. I just said we have to be respectively and
I'm respectful.
civil. Please come in.
I'm not attacking Uncle Marwell. I give you respect as an elder, and I respect you also for your profession, your life you lived in, and I know you have a lot of history. Regardless of our differences in opinions or in our life, how we live. But one thing I want to tell you here, في سؤال قلت قبائل كل القبائل الجنوبية تعبانين كلهم تعبانين. But let me ask you here, انت قلت الحكومة. Who appointed these guys to be a government for us, first of all? And second of all, الميليشيات الموجودة ده انتوا يعني يقول من قبيلة الدينكا الانتلكشوال، لقيتوا ما ناقضتوا، لأن الحكومة لما تبدأ أو ما نقول حكومة، الإدارة اللي جا احتل المؤسسات الحكوميه ما قدر انتوا كانتلكشوال بتاع اهلكم ما قدرتوا تناقضوا الناس تقول لا ده بيجيب لنا جريمه بعدين قبائلنا كلها القبائل في الجنوبيه حتفكك لان كان مسكنا السلاح برانا وما خلينا باقيين يختلطوا معنا احنا هنكون في مشكله. Why didn't you not rebuke them? Why did you not even object انه الحركه الشعبيه يمسك الحكومه خلي الشعب يحكم الحكومه ويلا يكون شنو الحركه الشعبيه يكون كحزب خارج من شنو من السيستم تاع الدوله. حتى الدستور ذاته اللي انتوا قلتوا الدستور اليوم موجود في جنوب السودان انتوا بنفسكم ذاته ما ناقضتوه انتوا معترفين ده دستور وانتوا قاعدين تقولوا هسه كير must go. Can you elaborate to me this and can you clarify to me this position you stand
نعم اوكي نعم شكرا يا استاذ. By the way, I'm not representing the views of the government because I'm like you. My position here is just to tell you that this government is not only against you but against every citizen in South Sudan. This is my view in regard to what we are doing here. We are brainstorming ourselves, putting the facts there, but I'm not representing the views of the government, how the government was formed, and all this. I'm not a part of it, and you are not a part of it. You are not representing the views of the Equatorians, which are now sitting with the regime that you are complaining about as a Dinka government. You are not representing their views. There are Equatorians in the parliament, there are Equatorians in the council of ministers, there are Equatorians who are governors, there are Equatorians who are actually living as ordinary citizens in Juba. And we don't represent their views, and I don't represent the views of the government. And therefore, I cannot answer all what you have said as I'm not representing anyone. I'm representing innocent Dinka who have been put into war that
it's
they
not
don't
about
understand. Okay,
allow him to finish, please.
It's not about representation. I'm trying to tell him to speak the facts. What it's not about representation. Yes, sir.
Can you allow him to finish, please?
ده الفاكس ذاته يا أستاذ، ده الفاكس ذاته. لما نتكلم عن تكوين الحكومة والجيش ما كان في أبناء استوائية كان موجودين في من الغابة ذاته شاركوا في التحرير، وبعد ما كون الحكومة دخلوا في الحكومة. كويس؟ إذا كان في ظلم كويس في ظلم من لأبناء إكواتوريا كان من أولى الناس كان يتكلموا كان من الناس الموجودة حاليا مع ناس سلفا كير كان أولى الناس يتكلموا. الكلام it got worse in 2013 وما قبل 2013 ما كان في اشكال بتعدين اكواتوريا عنده مشكله ودار يعمل انفصال، حاجات ما كان موجود. ظهرت في اول الاخير انه ناس اكواتوريا شعر بالظلم، اراضيهم شايلوه وكده بعد، وكان بعيدين من المشاكل كان حصل بين ايو واي جي كويس. فالمشاكل ظهرت في اول الاخير. ده واحد. نمبر اثنين
Let us just have a civil conversation, please.
Is in everything.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Let me talk. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Okay. قضية دينكا في ده وتلقاهم في ده وتلقاه هناك وتلقاه هناك، ده ما قضية، لأنه دينكا أساسا it is not our mistake to become a larger tribe. It is our social system that made us many of us. Okay, and we don't expect anyone to complain about Dinka being majority, because this is our social system. We set up our social system. We breed. We have children. We have this, but we don't use it. I am against the using majority to sideline the minority. This is not me as individual, and even majority of Dinka, they don't have that idea that if we are majority, we want to do injustice to the others. ما موجود فينا. فقصدي إنه نحن قبيلة كبير وبنشيل أي حاجة، ما قضيتنا، ما قضية أي زول إنه دينكا قبيلة كبير ما قضية ليه؟ لأنه إذا دينكا جاء will really you will have the truth that Dinka are dominating us. Right? But unfortunately, the Dinka are not aware of this. I'm not defending any Dinka, but this is what I feel. This is my feeling. Not using majority to sideline others. We are not using majority to occupy the land of others. Look, in Baragazal here, in Western Baragazal, those of Kirkuyu are there. And everyone got the land. وكنا قاعدين في واوده شايلنا من 72 قاعدين كويس. اشكال الموجوده اشكال موجوده لانه في فوضى وفي في عدم الحكومه اللي بيقدم العداله للناس كله. ده المشاكل الموجوده هسه في وسط البارغزال كويس. حكايه الاراضي ده ما بنعرف. حتى زاد قبل كده انا كلمت مع كركوجو انه الدينكا بيمشي يودوا ابقارهم في مناطق الفرتيت ولا مناطق الجور غلط منه. ودوم ليه؟ ما شفت الدينكا في عمري وكنت قاعد هناك دينكا بودي ابقارهم لمنطقه غرب بارغزال لانه في حشر هناك باسم تسبلاي kill cows, so no one used to go there. فيبقى هنا يا أستاذ I'm not representing the view of the government, and you are not representing the view of the government of Equatorians who are within who are in with Kir. You are not representing their views. Okay.
Thank you.
Let us talk here. والمسألة كله نتواحد. If there is something wrong with this government, we must unite and then fight them out, and we sit and see.
Thank you, Uncle Marwan.
See the kind of government that will govern the citizens of South Sudan equally.
Odysseus, I will give you to bring your final question, final thought, because it has been a long sit for me, good 6 hours plus now. So another Fatah Dariba of Junub Sudan tonight. That is good enough. Come in, bring your perspective with a final thought.
شكرا. أنا أول بقول لك شكرا لك كثير كوكوجو for your time and your passion for the country that you stand up here, speak about the country and about the issues. طبعا ده تضحية. في ناس أنا قاعد أفكر ناس بيقعد في فيسبوك هنا قاعد يتكلموا ده ممكن ده بس waste of time, لكن because you care and you want to go home, like earlier we started in the message إن عاوزين نرجع بلدنا. This is what we desire. But لازم نكون كمان عارفين وحريصين يعني طريقة نرجع بلد تانا. I want to just mention في حاجة واحد. First of all, I want to tell Merwell, I'm not a teacher, so don't, بكل احترامي like, you don't have to call me Staz, just call me Odysseus. That's enough. It doesn't matter what my profession is. I'm not here to talk about what if I'm teacher or whatever school I go. It doesn't matter. But حاجة واحدة نركز هنا. موضوع اللي أنا قاعد نقول ما جاوبت كلامته لما انقتلوا نوير. إنتوا كنتوا ردة فعلكم شنو؟ ككوميونيتي تاع انا قاعد نسال لانه انت واحد من الالدرز اكيد انت عندك دور كبير قاعد تلعبه في الكوميونيتي بتاعك. انت ما فيك تديناي انت بس قاعد هناك تتفرج. انت اكيد انت قاعد help whatever you are, because everybody حتى انا seen some Equatorians outside, they do something for when something happens, crisis.
Thank you.
And then my point هنا.
Okay.
I want to put my final words, because if you want to answer this and then I put my final words.
Put your final words so that we wrap it up.
Let me
come in.
قتل أي مواطن.
اتفضل.
قتل أي مواطن جنوبي جريمة مو نوير مو من أي قبيلة لو في حكومة بيحكم البلد وبيفهم القانون كويس. قتل الإنسان جريمة. I'm not happy to see any citizen of South Sudan to be murdered by the government. Okay.
Thank you.
So the problem of Nuer and Dinka, this is not after independence. They have been doing it for centuries, okay? And this now it has been politicized because it has went to the next level of that. The Nuer أبناء نوير وأبناء دينكا بقى في الحكومة، بقى حاجة اسمها حكومة. لكن زمان كانوا بيشاكلوا ويقعد ويعمل حلولات، يعمل بيس بيناتهم كويس. ده ما حاجة جديد، بس جديد بالنسبة لكم انتوا، لكن بين نوير ودينكا دير قضيه ناس بيشاكلوا في المرعى بتاع وفي الابقار وحاجات بالشكل ده. لكن هسه حاليا القضيه مسيس، وكل بقى مسيس بقى اثر على قبائل تانية. مثلا الناس هسه قاعدين في اكواتوريا ديل جابهم شنو؟ يمكن النزوحات بتاع المشاكل القبليه اللي حصل بين نوير ودينكا، يمكن الجاب العدد المجموع انتوا قاعدين تتكلم عنه ده السبب جابهم في اكواتوريا. ده سبب واحد كويس. فقضيه بتاعت انا ما مبسوط انه اي مواطن جنوب السودان يتقتل ولا كان من حكومه ولا في بعضهم، دي جريمه كويس. So I don't support that idea.
Thank you.
Well, أنا ستيل أنت ما ادتني جواب مقنع، لكن أنا بحترم كلامك. في حاجة واحد you have to remember، أنا سألت سؤال simple، قلت أنت عملت شنو؟ أنا ما قلت أنت كان رأيك شنو في موضوع قتل مواطن أو غير مواطن، لكن you can answer it later. and then also plus أنت قلت ده حاجة قديم، شكلها الدينكا ونوير ده قديم، لكن كان جف في الجد التسيس. طيب إحنا علاقتنا شنو كمواطنين الآخرين؟ ما عنده علاقه في الاداره بتاع الحكومه لسه موجوده ده، جو ورطونا فوقه، واليوم انتوا انتشرتوا الحرب بتاع ايو وهنا انتوا سيستوها، وانا كويس انت اعترفتوا انتوا سيستوها، لكن السياسه اللي انتوا سيستوه فوقه عملتوا شنو؟ انتوا خليتوا الحرب ينتشر.
المسيس يا استاذ، المسيس
just a moment Uncle Marwan.
السيس القضيه بين نوير ودينكا ده سلفا كير ورياض مشار هم المسيسين القضيه. اما انت كمواطن من قبيله دورك انت كقبيله من قبائل استوائيه ولا من غرب بحر غزال، دوركم كان هيكون دور الوساطه، لانه لما يصار الافيال الجيش هو اللي بيتعب كويس. فالمشاكل الجيران بتاثر. فانا بسال كمان دوركم شنو كناس محايدين في قضيه المسيس ده بين الدينكا والنوير ويتعثر معكم؟ دوركم شنو عشان توقف الناس دي؟ ده سؤال بالنسبه لك انت.
انا في صراحه سوري كنت
Yes, sir. Just what I want to say, if we can follow the conversation through, if Takir Uncle Marwil made it very clear, he's not speaking on behalf of the government, he's not speaking on behalf of the whole gang community, but he's speaking on behalf of gang who are suffering because he himself is not part of the regime. If you can take his word as it is and address him from that perspective, that will be much, much better rather than keep cornering him for Sanduk without, he's a gang elder, he's part of the regime. No. This is what I'm observing. Okay. So it is my responsibility to protect everybody. So he made himself clear, address him for direction without, he's an elder. Thank you.
Yes, sir. حاجة أنا أتذكر هو أنت زي ما قلت هو قاعد represent الدينكا التعبانين. طيب الدينكا التعبانين مفترض act up before that. They have to rise up. هم rise up right now when the time was they were always been saying that هم ما مرتاحين. So what I'm trying to say هنا عشان ما نكتر أنا أعرف احتراما للtime too. I'm just gonna let it like that, but I just wanted to remind him أنت كان قاعد تمثل المتضررين الدينكا، أنت مفترض تتكلموا كلام قوي وواضح، لانه كير must go is not gonna end up enough. زي ما أنا قلنا في حاجات كتير انا جاي اركز عليه، انه هسه الحركه الشعبيه هو بنى، انت فيك تقول انت ما قاعد يمثلك، لكن كان في جد هو قاعد يمثلك. زي امريكان هسه كان خواجات ديل حتى هم يا قاعد يقول ده بلد امريكا كله، لكن الدين حكومه قاعد يمثل خواجات ديل، وخواجات ديل لما بيعمل اي شيء it goes reflect their character their institution اللي هم بنوا لهم لمصلحتهم. So انت فيك to say you don't agree with them، لكن انت ما عملت شيء عشان يوريني انت you are not part of them. With all due respect to you,
what is your final message, please? Because I have to wrap it up. Marwil recently he was super active speaking on behalf of as a gang elder in different platforms. You have been following him. We have been following him. If you are not, that is something totally different. Because as a human being, there is a turning point that whereby you will react. All of us, this Oye regime, they keep abusing us, killing our people gradually. لحد ما إنه we felt the burn. This is where we start to resist. You and I, لما قتلوا نوير, myself, I can admit it. I didn't come out to condemn or to say anything. Okay? لكن لما الألم وصل في Western Bahr al-Ghazal, when my people were being targeted, they are out in the bushes, my family, this is where I came out. Okay? So it is not necessarily when you came out, because we don't know. Don't be surprised tomorrow. Loiza Waniga came and Gal, I am fed up with the regime, and now I am going to put my hand in your hand. Brothers and sisters, let us topple this regime. So let us conduct ourselves respectively.
Yes,
also
I hope I didn't
consider
offend anyone.
people time and what they are trying to contribute. The good news, now there is a member of Jain community, even including elders like Uncle Marwil, they start to come out and to speak loud, criticizing the government and what is the way forward. So can we give them the benefit of doubt? We put our hand together so that we push this regime, instead of looking at them always, oh, those might be tabur kamis. You know, that will prolong Kir time in power. This is my take. If you can wrap it up in 2 minutes, then I have to give a final word to Uncle Marwil so that I can do my recap and we exit. We appreciate everybody who is here, been us from the beginning, and those who just joined us. Come in, Odysseus.
Alright, again أنا بشكرك كثير كوجو and أنكل مرويل احتراما لك في كله. حتى إحنا بنختلف في الرأي، لكن ده نقول لك حقيقة أنا I fight for my people and I have to be honest with myself, because what we talk about is not something حبا للكلام أو حبا عشان إحنا نكره ناس، وأنا ما بنكره أي قبيلة. الوضع اللي شايفينه عشان بس نلخصها، الوضع اللي هسه حاصل ده هو كان حرب قبلي. حتى التعريف ذا الحرب انتم ما قدرتوا تعرفوها، يعني مجتمع بتاع النيل كان كنا نتجمعهم كلهم. يعني الحرب اتطورت من خلال 2 قبيلة، المفترض هم كان السلاطين او الناس التحت اللي ما عندهم سلطة كانوا يتظاهروا يعملوا حاجة اللي بيوري للباقين زينا انه فعلا هم كمان ما مرتاحين بالكلام ده، هم عاوزين تغيير. لكن suddenly هسه بقينا نسمع يتكلموا. ووقت الماضي لما قتلوا ياهو مواطنين في جوا العاصمة اللي بيمثل الدولة تاع جنوب السودان ما قدروا يتكلموا. فكيف أنا بقدر أثق فوقكم؟ بكل احترامي لكم، الثقة اتكبت زي لبن بيكبوه في أرض وبينشف، أو زي مويه يكبوه في أرض لأنه ما بيقدر يترجع تاني في كوباية. وإحنا فينا نقول maybe we're looking glass half full زي كذلك أنكل كوكوجو قال، لكن أنا بقول كمان كان ما في glass. How could you know there is glass half full؟ لأن هسه إحنا ذاته كدولة ما معروفين الدولة، ولا إحنا بقينا ياتو نوع بتاع شكلية الدولة. لأنه كل زول هسه الحركة الشعبية 2 شكليات، واحد ماسك آيو واحد ماسك اسبيل، لكن كان جيت دخلت في جذورهم تلقى قبيلتين يا ماسكين السلطة ده، والباقيين كله بس شنو التبعية. بيجيفوا بيلصقوا حالهم زي شنو like leeches on these people so they can gain position. عشان كده اليوم إحنا مجتمعنا الصغار ده، حتى الأوروبيين، وأنا كلمت واحد من السناترز قال بوضوح، قال the other tribes in South Sudan exclude Dinka and Nuer, the others are weak because they don't even have any good leaders to represent them. ده كلام واضح. This is a senator from United States of America من Republican ده قال لي كلام ده قدامي أنا. For what I was shocked was لما أنا جيت شفت حاجة أنا فعلا اقتنعت بالواقع، لكن لأنه الناس كله انتموا للحركة الشعبية وكلهم متمسكين بأيديولوجية الحركة الشعبية، لكن أيديولوجية الأجندات والأيديولوجية الأصلي في الحركة الشعبية هو لبناء مملكة لقبيلة واحد، والثاني قاعد يصارع عشان يكون منافس عشان ياخذ مكانه. This is what we know. I know we can deny, we can go and debate. I don't want to prolong هنا، لكن حاجة عندنا نركز عليه. إحنا كاستوائنا اللي واقفين على انفصال هدفنا هو واحد، هو أرضنا، كرامتنا، وشعبنا الموجودين المهموشين ديل. Because أنا لما قاعد نشوف على النيل وقاعد نشوف هنا في فرق كبير. You cannot compare me with your people suffering. Let me tell you how. أنا كان شفت خواجة هنا في أمريكا homeless، وبلاك أمريكان اللي قاعد يجيت homeless في different. The system is helping the white to get back to his feet. لكن البلاك لما يكون homeless أو broken البلاك ده they destroy him to the point he will never even speak again لأنه ده في سيستم تعبدية من بداية لحد هسه ما في أي تغيير. إحنا عايشين في عالم استعماري لحد هسه. عشان كده اليوم إحنا شايفين في جنوب السودان بعد التصويت تاعنا كشعب ولقينا إحنا كاستوائيين خطونا كدنب لقينا حالنا في خطر because now they استغلونا. يعني أنا بكل احترامي لك استغل القبيلة بتاع دينكا وإنايدا استغلنا بحركة الشعبية على أساس إن نكون معهم لكن في النهاية بيكونوا السيادة واليوم هم بيكونوا السيادة و guess what now the others are not getting anything. أطفالنا فأنا ما عاوز أكتر هنا بس أنا أقول أنا في حاجات كتير عاوز أتكلمه لكن to be honest you cannot change us from separation. Separation is gonna be something that's possible because of the way I see the language is coming out from you guys. It still does not convince me انتوا صحيح جايين بنية طيبة عشان تقولوا وحدة لأنه الوحدة ما بيجي بأوهام ولا بكلام بتاع وحدة. الشماليين كان قاعدين يقول لنا كلام ده في النهاية انفصلنا. With the same thing we will have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before just I take you from the screen, Uncle Marwil will respond. Little advice, Brother Decius. You have a strong case. You make your argument always strong. But at the end of this struggle and this fight, CJ said all the options are on the table, okay, including the military resistance. But at the end of the day, the warring party, they must sit down and reach a settlement. Okay, ما جنوبين شاكلوا مع شمالين كده أخيراً قاعدة في مشاكس. Also, something very important as a young man, you are coming up politically very strong. Just make your argument stronger, and especially when you are dealing with an elder, don't try to belittle them.
Never.
Okay, give them their space, consider their age, consider their wisdom, because if it becomes a habit, you will never respect anybody who is ahead of you, and also you will start devalue yourself, that nobody going to listen to you regardless of how strong is your argument. It is a healthy debate. I want to thank you the way how you make your case, but also you need to tune it down a little bit. If it is a man of your age, then you can push, go with them shoulder to shoulder. But when you are dealing with an elder and somebody who vindicate himself and continue to prove that he is not with the regime, the language of how we are going to trust you into Anasik Fikum Cave, let us make a room to allow others to come in also to be part of this movement. Because at the end of the day, if Equatoria are gonna be separated, my Junubin hayago to my Equatorian, bagal wilayena talata hayago to my Equatorian al assassin to make some arrangement, fictional, divide of wealth and so forth. Hatta duyun zato, alino hena madyunin like China. If you guys Equatorian are going, you cannot run away without any debt. So into Hadishil percentage بتاعتكم هتمشي بيه. Thank you very much for coming in. The conversation will continue.
نقطة واحد if you don't mind إضافة واحد بس. أنت قلت بحر الغزال في واحد قبلك I think ده براج قال إنه بحر الغزال لما هو قال طبعا بحر الغزال actually كان هو جزء يعني we could be considered Equatoria but not a whole thing. but في حاجة واحد كنا عاوزين أنا قلت الثقة ده ليه كلمت الثقة بنرجع إذا هم عاوزين نرجع الثقة نرجع لثلاثة أقاليم. أنا بتمنى من كوميونيتي تاع دينكا اللي هم فعلا دايرين يصلحوا الطريق صح يقولوا 3 أقاليم تاع زمان كانوا ما نقبل ب3 أقاليم ده نقبل ب10 ولايات مستحيل استواء حيكون دولة حيكون بارت جزء من جنوب السودان أو حتى لو في اتفاقية قاعد متقدم في النهاية الآخر. شكرا.
Thank you. يا ريت إنه on your platform from time to time come on corner those Equatorian that you call them puppet. Okay, they are part of this regime. Help them accountable. Corner them. Okay, address them instead of blaming al-Battalin bita Dinka only. Wolomo mama Dinka kulu. Now Waniga is there. Can we generalize Nilimbari kulu warao? No. Lomoro is there. Can we Nelim Kulu Fajulu? No. Rizik Zakaria is there. Can you Telim Kresh Kulu? No. Thank you very much. The
All right.
conversation will continue.
Thank you so much. God bless. Thank you. And
Uncle.
thank you, Uncle Marwell. And thank you, Uncle Kukuju. And
شكرا
all the
شكرا شكرا
yeah.
جزيلا. انا ما
Odysseus.
زعلان، انا ما بزعل، انا ما بزعل
Thank you,
من اي
Odysseus.
حاجه. انا بحترم راعي الصغير زي ما انا بحترم راعي الكبير، كويس.
شكرا.
لكن what I want to tell you is that don't give up your right. You have fought for this country called South Sudan. You might have lost some important people, relatives or brothers. Who are you going to leave this country to? Okay? You fought. Even الحركة الشعبية اللي قال بيقول إنه حرر البلد، ناس شاركوا كل قبائل شاركوا. ده كذب إنه يقول هم حرر البلد. ده كذب. Don't give up. You have to fight for your right. And everybody has to fight for their right. بعدين ده أقول حاجة. هسه أنت كيانج مان أمامك من الطرف الآخر من جانبكم، أنا عاوزه كلهم يجوا هنا يقعد مع نشاركوا ونتكلم، بدل ما أنتوا الصغار ديل تيجي تتكلم. يمكن أمامكم your uncles who are just sitting now somewhere listening, or part of them are with the regime. We want them to come out, as I myself has come out as an elder who wants South Sudan to be a free country for all the South Sudanese citizens. I want them to come out, okay? To in this platform, we exchange views and everything. And then again, مشاكل بتاعت الأراضي دي بدأت من 2013 كويس، لكن ما وراء ما قبل 2013 ما كان في أصوات، لكن صحته إنه في ظلم ماشي. The same thing like me, I have been silent too. وانا شفت ما في اي تغيير، البلد ماشي لأسوأ. I have to come out and talk. As you came out about the ظلم in أراضيكم بيشيلوا, the same thing. So we woke up at the same different times. Okay? So what my advice also to you as a young person, be a nationalist. Be a nationalist, hold to your rights, and those rights will come to you. كمان قلت إنه لو رجعنا لثلاثة أقاليم بيكون أفضل. It has already been said by the national dialogues. The national dialogue said that people must return to the 3 regions. It's already there, but the government is reluctant to implement it because they don't want that recommendation which the national dialogues has recommended to implement them, because it asks Riek and it asks Salva Kiir to step aside. Okay, they don't want to do it. It has already been said. Even we ourselves in Bahar Ghazal, we want our own region. Afanal can be given the region. It has been there. There is nothing strange about it. So please, my brothers and sisters from Equatoria, your case is known to everybody. Okay, but we will feel sorry if we lose you. It is your right. Okay, but let us move this government and see how the things will move, how the things will work for us. We will be the authority. If we move this government out, we will be the authority to sit down and say, can we go back to 3 regions? We will do it. If we say yes, we can go to 3 regions because we have that power in our hand. But now we are outside. We are just crying here on Facebook, and our voice will no one will hear it. If you are now in Juba, you can be killed. If I am in Juba also, I will be killed because they don't want anyone to talk about them, to talk about their mistakes. So we are in the same basket and we have the same problems. Let us unite and work together to remove this regime. And thank you very much.
At the end, before I let you go, Uncle Marwell, your contribution is well appreciated. And you came in on volunteer base. You are not invited. You saw the conversation is going on. People are debating. You decide to come in. It is well received. and don't give up, okay, till you prove whoever doubting you, you prove them wrong. That is the best way to do it. We are in it together. We continue with the fight. And I appreciate it. You acknowledge the injustice that had been inflicted on other community, precisely including the Equatoria. And you encourage this young man with their group. They have to continue with their fight, okay? And strategically, what is the maximum that a sub-region or a region can demand is a separation, right? But at the end of the day, you sit on the table and there will be a compromise. Maybe we end up with confederalization or, a wider federal system or whatever it is. And also there is a hope that still even some of our brothers, the separatists, they don't mind to go back to the three region. So that is mean we are still in the same country, which is called South Sudan. So this is, at the end of the day, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. We will continue the conversation.
Thank you, Kurkuju. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want you to keep this program to be on all the time, every weekend, and invite as much as you can. You can also invite the uncles from Equatoria, uncles from Upper Nile, let them give their views here.
We will.
There's no way unless we discuss and we will develop our understanding and see the real enemy. The real enemy is not our tribes. The real enemy is the government. So we focus on the government, and we form our platform to address the issues that the government is doing. This is the best way. So thank you very much, and God bless you.
God bless you, Uncle. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Let us talk, viewers. We appreciate it. My intention was to come in for 45 minutes, maximum an hour. And you guys set me on fire. You kept this conversation going. We made it into almost 7 hours. During this conversation, let me do my recap. I started with a clear message with what is taking place in political arena in our country. This dogfight, sabotage within what's so-called the Oye regime. And the regime lost the sense of direction. That is why precisely with what is happening, adding to it the two protocol, military protocol that been signed with the Egyptian government and with the Ethiopian government. This in itself, it is a big conflict. You cannot sign military protocol with two rival or two countries that they are not in a good term. My message was simple. Let us advocate for popular uprising to keep this regime out of power. And also from our perspective, where we are, you are in Australia, you are in Canada, in America, in England, in France, let us advocate, lobby within those countries so that to mount huge pressure on the government. If the government become under international observation, they are watching, they are monitoring what is happening in our country, then that will pave a way for popular uprising. Therefore, our people will have kind of backup. Also, that one needed to be coupled with our financial support. As we support the SPLM, the SPLA to fight against Jalaba from diaspora, we need also to support this movement of Kir Must Go, or if it is gonna be renamed or rebrand or whatever, something that will bring a form of unity of a purpose to kick those criminals out of power to install government of technocrat that will reinstate government institution, will reinstate, reform the security sector, including the police, the national security, the army, and the other law enforcement, prisoner guard, you name them. Now, by doing so, we are paving a way whereby installing technocrat to rewrite the constitution, to reinstate the government institution, to do census, to redistribute the electoral district, then that to re-register those political party, and any foreign party with foreign name should be registered, like what's so-called the SPLA and the SPLM, Sudan People Revolution Movement. They need to go and register in Sudan if the Sudan government will allow them. That was the message, how we start this conversation. We went through it with the brothers who are calling for separation of the Equatorian. They made their case strong. This conversation will continue. We want to create a room. We want to find a way to address those issues. Also, during this conversation, there is a lot went on. I want to give special thanks to our panelists or the participants who came in, Decius, CJ, Didi, Brother Moses, Uncle Marwil, Barech, a bunch of people, they came through. If those of Brother Martin, if I fail to mention your name, I am not overlooking you or ignoring you, but during this conversation, it heat up. If with the slip of tongue, I said something that you felt you are offended, or if you are a viewer, please find a place in your heart to forgive me. Nothing is personal. It is just a conversation in our quest to make South Sudan a better place for all of us. Thank you all for your time, for your interaction, with your question, with your comment. Without you, I never push it into almost 7 hours. Thank you very much. Let us talk. This is the place we need to continue to come and talk. Sisterly with the network item, another network that I participate in, which is a Zoom TV. Please come again. I invite you to come again. Keep the conversation going. Somebody, I failed to mention, Brother Adesius. Love you. Come again. So, greeting to all of you. Good night. Good early morning to people of America. It is 2:33 a.m. my local time. Good afternoon to those who are in Europe. Good evening to those who are in Australia, Japan, and other places. Thank you very much. God bless you. Please come again. Bye-bye.
Kanita manu Ira Bukanita ligomara Rua takul fesip talia Bukanita ligorajin Rua takul fesip talia Wata karabuye Mata kelim alekevu Mutugi waja Itaga marufu mutugi waja Ululu mutugi waja Itaga marufu mutugi waja Wata karabu Oh wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu mama Wata karabu Wata karabu Kalika medumara Matalanga sambara Wata karabu lele Wata karabu Wata karabu lele Kalika medurajin Matalanga sambara Wata karabu oh Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu oh Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu lele Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu la Wata karabu Wata karabu Wata karabu Mutugi waja Idaka marufu mutugi waja Mutugi waja Ya junubin silimu mailan fa Afrika Yaudana wari matakelim wana masuma Lasima wari matakelim ita masuma le